Hello everyone. We're
We're
back.
only two. We're only 2 minutes late this time. I think we made great progress.
Yeah, we. Yeah, see, I bet you didn't see that coming. They're probably like, "Oh, no, it says NOMZ is starting at like whatever fucking time it is over there," and it's like, "Oh, we can come back in like 20 minutes." No, we're starting now. Um, how's everyone doing? Happy New Year. Good to be back. Sorry this took so long to get together. Life has been crazy on both of our fronts. We live in a pretty crazy world at the moment, but we're here now, and we're doing this, and couldn't be happier to be back. And yeah, guys. So, it's good to see some chat fill up. Anyway, so let's probably talk about what happened with the video because I meant to talk about that, and it's just there's actually something I wanted to address about it. Like it's the way I titled the video when I said it's a lovable disaster, Spider-Man No Way Home. Now, when I wrote that, just in case anyone thought otherwise, like I wasn't trying to condescend or patronize those who enjoyed it. I genuinely believe Spider-Man No Way Home is a very likable movie and has a lot of good stuff in it. I just think that the movie itself isn't very good. There's a lot of problems with it and whatnot. Um, and like, I mean, Cool Man here just hates it altogether. Would you say there's he's hating it too tonight? Would you say there's good stuff in No Way Home? Would you give it that much credit, or
Yeah.
you just hate
Okay,
everything
I'm
about
not
it?
gonna say. I'm not gonna say that there's nothing good in it. And even being a little MCUified, Toby and Andrew's Peters are
Mm.
still pretty solid, and they slip back into those roles really well.
Oh yes, they do.
Especially like Toby, like he hasn't done this role in over a decade.
Mm.
So it's like, so yeah, the fact that he can come back and still play Peter Parker and Spider-Man and it
Mm.
doesn't feel that off, like that's pretty impressive. Like there are a few
Indeed.
things that I enjoyed in this. I think on a fundamental level, this is a mess of a movie.
Yeah. No, I agree. The best way I can summarize No Way Home is that it's a movie with a lot of good in it, or I don't even want to go as far as to say a lot of good. It's got a modest amount of good in it, and the good stuff that's in it is really good. That like it's almost like I feel like the movie itself doesn't deserve the good stuff in it because there are clips from this movie that I'll go back and rewatch probably countless times because like again it's really good stuff, some of it, but but at the end of the clip I'm going to be like, oh yeah, this this brilliance is part of attached to Spider-Man No Way Home and attached to the MCU. So um yeah, no, it's just it's kind of a shame in a way. But I mean, like, I enjoyed going to the midnight premiere and like enjoying or trying to enjoy this movie with like a packed out theater. Everyone who was granted, there were sometimes I wanted to punch my theater members in the face, but like for example, like I don't know that they like I some of the reactions were good, like the reaction to Andrew, the reaction to Toby, the reaction to Charlie Cox, but some of it got a little bit too much. Like they'd freak out over like when Andrew saved MJ, they're like, "Oh my god, he did it! He did it!" And they flipped out like, "Yes!" But I was just kind of sitting there like, "Really? You didn't see that coming? Really? Were we all leaning on Disney to give us this? Was it that important?" Like, I don't know. Again, I'm not really. People were asking me like, "Why? What did you think of Andrew saving MJ in your video?" Because I didn't have it in the video. And I was just like, I was going to talk about it. There was a part I had ready to, what was it? Yeah, I had a sectional plan for it. I basically said, look, I didn't say it was bad or anything. I just said it was kind of forced and it was a bit too on the nose and very much just a box that had to be ticked off. It's a perfectly fine moment. It doesn't break anything or anything like that, and it's cool seeing Andrew's Spider-Man feel like a sense of self-worth from doing that, like because he was feeling pretty shitty, like he was even telling the other Spider-Man, and then like remember Toby's like, you're amazing, say you are amazing, like he's trying to give Andrew that leg up, which is good because Toby's the oldest, the most wisest of the three. I don't even know if wisest is a word, I'm sorry. And like where was I going with this? The Andrew says MJ. What I was going to say for that part was they could have just done it in a different way. Like maybe Lizard was going to tear Michelle apart or something, and she was cornered, and Andrew couldn't get to her. Tom couldn't get to her in time. So then Andrew shows up.
Andrew, don't get to her in time.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, not again. But yeah, like I was thinking Andrew could have like showed up, landed in just the nick of time, and like fought off one of the villains that had MJ cornered. Maybe even Goblin for that matter. And that would have been a less on the nose way of like, the whole idea of it is like, Andrew made it this time. Or it's like, hey, there are other ways to show that without it just having a shot for shot recreation of it. Anyway, Joel, thanks for becoming a member again. I feel like he's become a member like 5 times. Anyway, thanks for becoming a member. Really appreciate it. Memberships are below, guys, if you want to join, become a member and all that jazz. And Mr. Joel here, I heard Joel is getting married or got married. Which is it?
It's you're about to get married, right, Joel? Like you're it's like going to happen like tomorrow or it's right. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joel, but like isn't it like really soon that you're getting married? Because I know he's been talking about it.
Yeah, homie's eloping soon, so give Joel your best, guys. It's good to see that stuff, especially in times like this where we're all got to be distant from one another because of the damn virus. But people still getting married, thankfully.
Yeah, it's Saturday. Yeah, like that's what it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, mate. Yeah, so congratulations on your wedding. All the best to you and your fiance, soon to be wife. Yeah. I just want to highlight some of chats here. Bradley, how you doing? I was never a fan of Electro's design in TASM 2. I don't think many people were, buddy, but I do think it was weird how they like came up with an excuse to like switch him over in No Way Home. They did that as a direct reaction to people not liking the way he looked. And
it's funny because it doesn't really make any sense because they never explain why he looks more normal. I guess we're just supposed to believe that the different energy made him different, but like, but
change his color. They made him sexy. They made Jamie Foxx like look like the ultimate dork to the ultimate stud, and it's like electricity did it, guys. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm sorry. Apparently that was a problem in TASM too. I remember watching Stuckman's review, and he's like he had a freak out in his review because he was just laughing so hard. Like the electricity fixes his teeth. Some shit. I don't know. Is that from the comics or I hope?
Well, the whole living energy thing. Random user. I think it was based on the Ultimate Comics. Yeah. I think it is from the Ultimate Comics, but that doesn't. It's still not like a design people are really thrilled about.
Yeah.
But yeah, like they changed him just because it was an unpopular design, despite the fact that the movie explicitly establishes he was pulled right before he died at the end of Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Okay, well,
and
look,
he was still
to be fair, he does actually show up initially blue like he is in TASM 2, and they change him over in the No Way Home in the MCU universe because it's like different electrical energy. It's a stupid fucking explanation. But I'm just saying, they do kind of address it a little bit, like why he changes in that. Like he did start off blue, is what I'm trying to say. But like, the explanation is still stupid. Sorry, go on. Fine. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh, no. You're saying what I was saying.
Okay. Angel's here. Angel, this is chat. I have the coof. Pray for me. Yeah, Angel's got COVID, guys. So, give her your best well wishes and all that. Sorry to hear that, Angel, but rest up, binge some anime, watch Fairy Tail, and welcome to Demon School, and the time will fly. Trust me. Hell, if you're going to spend a week in ISO, freaking, you still won't have enough time to watch Fairy Tail, even if you binge it. It's long. I do think that moment was a nice bit of minor redemption for Andrew. I mean, again, like I didn't overly hate it or anything. I just kind of groaned when I saw it. I was like, all right, fine, we can have this. But there was nothing particularly, again, writing wise, nothing bad with it. It's just I just thought it was forced. That's all, which I think is fair. They foreshadow the fact that Andrew was going to save MJ. I don't really find the scene where he saves her is forced because it's a callback. I understand that it's a callback. I just don't think. Look, if it was Mark Webb, like showing him save MJ like this, like in Andrew's universe, like let's say Mary Jane Watson, who was meant to be played by Shailene Woodley in TASM 3. Let's say Andrew saves her in the same manner he saved Michelle in the same shot-for-shot remake by Mark Webb. I would accept that far more because he's referencing his own work and he's obviously trying to make that, it's a direct continuation of Andrew's story and it's canon that way. I don't really count No Way Home as canon because it's a completely different team working on it in a completely different universe.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, like if this was, and I think I was talking with the Angel about this movie a lot, and I think it was her suggestion that if there was a Gwen Stacy who was pulled like before her death in the Amazing Spider-Man 2, because she knows Spider-Man, she knows he's Peter. So if she got pulled in and he saved her, and then he tells her basically, what's going to happen, and when she goes back to her like timeline, it splits off and creates a new timeline where Gwen was saved. So even though he still lost his Gwen, he still sort of created a timeline where she lived. With a split timeline. And I'm like, you know what? That would have felt far more like personal to him to get closure on losing Gwen. If he could save her and he doesn't get to keep her, but he gets to see her one more time and say goodbye.
Yeah, no, it is really weird how what is it? The girlfriends, or is it Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy don't make an appearance in No Way Home.
Well, yeah,
I mean, look, I do understand. I mean, I really shouldn't be giving them this pass because it's Disney and Sony. They got a big fat fucking checkbook. For budgetary reasons, if you're gonna tell me they cut them out, I'm like, they could afford it. Pacing issues, I think, is a better reason why they could have maybe cut it out. But and apparently, if I've heard rumors that Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy were meant to cameo in this movie. Like they were meant to show up, but they cut that scene apparently.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Because I've heard a lot about like scenes and whole plot lines that were cut out from the movie.
Well, I mean, dude, Tom Holland, this is what I got to tell people. When people tell me like No Way Home is like the best Spider-Man movie of all time and it's a masterpiece and like the whole 99% on Rotten Tomatoes from critics and audience members. I don't know if it's changed since then. I couldn't believe how people were blowing it out of proportion. I was like, guys, don't hail it as a masterpiece. Remember, if you're going to tell me this movie doesn't have problems, big problems, like, and that's why I made it very clear at the start of the video. Tom Holland himself said they didn't know what the fuck they were doing when he would show up to work. And they'd have to write portions of the movie in just before filming. Like, how fucking well thought out could that movie be? Which, I mean, it's what we're going to get into. This guy's going to try and explain every single plot hole, and he's going to do fucking triple backflips in his head trying to do it. But, it's just, for the most part, I'm just going to call bullshit on it. It's going to be fun to watch, though. I can't wait to watch it. There is one interesting point I think he makes, but Cool Man kind of set me straight on that. Well, I'll tell you what it is when we get to it. Just quick before we get started. Ace Moick says, "Where's Harry Osborn with his snowboarder goblin suit?" Okay, so obviously James Franco wasn't going to be in it, but
rewatching Amazing Spider-Man 2, which was a miserable experience, but not as bad as No Way Home. I was thinking, why didn't they just pick Harry as the representative from Amazing Spider-Man 2? He's the character who knows that Peter is Spider-Man. That's why he targeted Gwen at the end. He's alive.
Agreed.
And wouldn't it have been fascinating if you had that Harry interact with Willem Dafoe Norman?
Because I agree, but here's what you got to remember. Not many people liked his Green Goblin, and they really liked Jamie Foxx because of diversity quota and star power. So they used Electro, even though it made no fucking sense.
Yeah, but more people hated Electro than they hated Harry. Most people were just kind of meh on Harry, thought him like his freak out design was not good. But then I'm like, okay, well then just do what they did with his design, because at the end of Amazing Spider-Man 2, Harry looks normal. He's recovering from that weird like scaly look he had. So just have him look like that the entire movie. Just oh my gosh.
Anyway, Clanker Boy. Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Those clankers.
Oh, Andrew
yeah,
super chatted. And
No Way Home was originally supposed to come after Multiverse of Madness.
I just found that out earlier.
That would actually make a lot of sense. And I reckon it should have, because the way the multiverse, I don't know if they got a different way to open up the multiverse in that film, but like the way they opened up the multiverse in No Way Home was just fucking abysmal. And Jesus Christ, the amount of people that came to me and said, NOMZ, it's not the real Doctor Strange. Or NOMZ, this happened in Loki. Loki's responsible, not Doctor Strange. He's not an idiot. It's like, you watch the movie and you're like, no, sorry guys, didn't work out.
It's a scroll. No, it's not a scroll.
It's a scroll. Hi, how you doing, Kev? What's up? That's also a nice super chat. Normal chat from where'd he go? Skids. Yeah. Congrats on 1,000 subs, cool man.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, a homie here hit that 1K, and he's going to be doing a lot more reactions with Angel. He told me so. Okay, he didn't actually tell me. I just want him to. Because I really like your reactions, dude. Your reactions are great with Angel. I like watching. I've watched a couple of them. But I've rewatched the one with Bayonetta because Angel just freaks. It's like her reaction to Bayonetta 3 is probably what my reaction would be to Spider-Man 4 if it was announced. So
yeah,
I would lose it.
Yeah, I'll keep doing that because I wanna get more subs, but I also got memberships. Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I got memberships.
Yeah. DTX speaks. What do you really think of Spider-Verse, NOMZ? I feel like I've answered this question a lot, but I'll just whatever. I'll say it again. I enjoy Spider-Verse. I think until No Way Home came out, I thought it was the most overrated Spider-Man movie by a long shot. There's a whole bunch of stuff I don't like in the movie. Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff in the movie that doesn't make sense that I hate how people would just ignore. And there's a couple of parts in the movie that really frustrate the shit out of me. Biggest problem I probably have with the movie is Uncle Aaron's death. I really don't like Uncle Aaron's death. I think it's one of the dumbest things they could have possibly done. And I thought it was just, not to mention Kingpin. Shit, I'm starting to think about it now. I'm remembering all my issues with it. But like, I think it's a very enjoyable movie. Far from the worst Spider-Man movie ever. Like, its heart's in the right place, and it actually does a lot of stuff really, really well. And I actually took time out of my video when I was trashing the multiverse concept in No Way Home because it's garbage. I gave Spider-Verse its due by saying how honestly well it did its multiverse concept. And it's not perfect, but it's way better than No Way Home's. And I'd even go as far as to say its multiverse concept is great in Spider-Verse. So yeah, look, I got problems with Spider-Verse, but I don't hate Spider-Verse by any means. And I'm actually very curious about the sequel. I actually am interested in the sequel. We'll see how we go. But like, yeah, there's yeah, Uncle Aaron's death, man. Fuck. Oh, fucking hell. Jesus Christ, I hate that so much. Anyway, let's go down and I think it's a super chat. I missed. Ace, how you doing, pal? Thanks for the super chat. It's stupid how they do constant rewrites just to prevent plot leaks online. Yeah, that too. Yeah, that's probably one of the main, or that, and they just didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Yeah, they just, to try and dodge fan theories and shit, they'll rewrite their movie. Like, oh, shock value. That doesn't make any sense. Alex09. I'm seeing a lot of new faces in this chat. I don't know why people like Marvel movies so much. They're mostly very mediocre. I think a large portion of them are mediocre. I think there's quite a few standouts. But there's also it's also starting to like become overwhelmingly skewed in the the direction of garbage. Like it's becoming just complete garbage now. Coleman thought it's been garbage for a while, much longer than I have. But he's there's
actually a thing that I don't know if I've actually talked about this here, but I've thought about this for years. Is what I like to call the Avengers effect, where
we spoke about this. This is where we spoke about how Joss Whedon kind of kicked the MCU in the direction like that everyone's tried to. Sorry, I'll let you elaborate.
Okay.
But like,
you
basically said,
So Avengers came out, and because up until Avengers, the MCU movies were generally pretty liked, but no one was super crazy about them except maybe Iron Man. Thor, okay, Incredible Hulk, okay, Iron Man 2, okay, Captain America, okay, but Avengers, that's where everything clicked. There's a reason why it broke the box office records. It earned over $1 billion. No superhero movie was making that much money before Avengers. It's a very good movie. It's enjoyable. It's got a lot of heart. It's got a lot of great chemistry between the characters. It balances out. Yeah, it balances out a fairly large cast of main characters really well across a couple of hours, where it doesn't feel like any one character just sat around doing nothing. And that I think Avengers was so good. It has colored everyone's perspective of things afterwards, even though, because you remember, Iron Man 3 was the first movie after Avengers, but that didn't kill the MCU. Then you had Thor: The Dark World, which a lot of people didn't like. And the only one that was accepted by a lot of people was Winter Soldier. But why were people so forgiving of those last two movies they didn't like? Well, because Avengers had put it in their heads that, this is what the MCU is really like. And it's one thing that it was so good. It put people on such a high that it's taken us like 8 years, even with numerous bad movies, to get over that. And it's only after Endgame that a lot of people stopped, they came down, they settled back down, and then they're like, wait, there's actually a number of bad movies in the MCU. So yeah. So it's just, it was so good that it basically just colored everyone's perspective for years. And even though things had been a mess for a while, most people didn't even think about it, just because they're still riding on Avengers hype from 2012.
Yeah. And like the humor, like here's the thing: once Joss Whedon gave them that, if it feels like they've like Marvel Studios, I think, has just been like to every director, like, okay, you got to repeat the Whedon formula, so just chuck it into your movie. Make sure there's as much of that as possible, because like we talk a lot about how a lot of the MC movies, in terms of style, feel the same. Granted, they're like different. Like, for example, Thor Ragnarok, Taika Waititi, Winter Soldier, the Russo brothers, bloody what was the other one? Guardians of the Galaxy, James Gunn. So you do still get some of the director's voice, but the humor in which a lot of the humor, which I think I'd say the humor is what is mostly criticized by like people watch the MCU. Even normies criticize the humor. They're like, even though they eat it up a lot.
Yeah, the problem is that the humor has gotten super samey across the movies and the characters because the reason why the quips, the constant quips worked for Tony Stark is because that's his character. That's the reason why he quips. He's just that much of a confident, well, kind of a douchebag, but a likable douchebag. So he's throwing out quips, pokes, prods, everything all the time. And that's his personality. That's why, and this is why he plays off so well against Steve, because Steve is very straight-laced, very by the books. This is why they have such great like interactions, especially in Avengers when they're arguing, because they're so totally different. But the problem is that because that worked for Tony, they start trying to do that over and over again. It works for Guardians of the Galaxies because Peter Quill's character works with it, and he hasn't. There's enough. It's more goofy than Tony Stark, so it feels like it still gives Peter a bit of an identity. And the Guardians of the Galaxy movies still have a lot of extra humor otherwise. Yeah. So it still has its own bit of identity. But then when they want everything to be quippy all the time with every character, a lot of these characters start losing their identity because they start melding into each other. And that's something that even normies see. Yeah. Maybe they might not be able to explain it as well, but they feel it.
What was I going to say with the whole, what was it? The humor, it's like they all try to replicate the Whedon humor in Avengers, to admittedly to varying degrees of success. But I think we kind of just clicked for us a little while back, saying like, since Avengers, like Phase 1 was probably the most unique and distinguished of the MCU, and then after Avengers, obviously Disney really took the reins, and like how samey has it been since then? Doesn't mean it's all been bad, but it's lost a lot of what when people talk about the product being like, I watched a video a little while ago about how Disney's like the negative effect that Disney has had on the movie industry. It's a very good video. It's done by I think Just Stop, and he basically just outlined like how so many of the movies are so disposable now since Disney took over. Again, not all bad, just like disposable, samey, not distinguished, overly controlled and corporatized. And it stems from Avengers because Joss Whedon nailed the formula that was set up by he brought all the puzzle pieces together that Favreau and the other directors set up, and then Whedon kind of again Avengers was like a ginormous success, like pretty much unparalleled for what its ambition and what it accomplished at the time. And then they just, what do corporations do? If something works, just keep doing it. And
but then they
a lot worse.
And it's funny that they tried to constantly copy Whedon after kicking him out. Like, it's so weird because that was even before like his scandal that they found out that he was cheating on his wife came out. Like, this is like all before that.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's like, and it's so weird because this happened like right after Disney came in. Like, okay, well, like, because I remember after Avengers was such a huge success, they announced that Joss Whedon was going to be like overseeing the MCU, doing what Kevin Feige supposedly does now, which makes sense. Like, this is a guy who's really good with comic books and stuff, and he's the guy who made your most successful movie. So you would think, all right, let's just put him in charge. And then what happened after that? Nothing. Like, he made Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That was a show he made. It was to bring Coulson back and sort of reintegrate him, coming up with an explanation for how he's alive again. Yeah. And then, 6 episodes into that, he's suddenly off the series. Like, and then
Kevin Feige screwed Whedon.
Oh, yeah. And I know Ghost. Yeah. Ghost. Oh, yeah. Ghost said this in the chat. Look what happened to him after Age of Ultron. Like, Age of Ultron, I'll say this again, and I'll say it a million times. Age of Ultron was definitely a product of executive meddling. and I really want to know like the details of that production, because I feel like Whedon didn't want to do Ultron, but then they forced Ultron in to save Thanos for later. Yeah. So, and then Joss Whedon was forced into making a movie that he didn't want, which is why the scenes that are enjoyable are just the general banter that feels like this is something Joss Whedon would write. And then you get to the plot and it's just like, this is dumb. Like, what's going on? Why are these characters just having these weird relationships? Like, why is Bruce and Natasha suddenly a thing? Like, this has no buildup. Like, it's like
that's probably my biggest problem with Ultron is the Bruce Natasha romance.
Yeah. Like this is stuff that doesn't feel like it was something that Joss Whedon came up with on his own.
Yeah.
It feels like this was something he was pushed into. And I know I've talked about this with like Ghost on like my Discord server. Like it's a bit of a conspiracy theory, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if like Kevin Feige was like doing some really nasty stuff behind the scenes to ruin Age of Ultron, to like make Whedon look bad, so they had an excuse to get rid of him, so he didn't have any competition to be in charge of overseeing the MCU.
Yeah, Kevin's Feige. I mean, look, he's essentially the male Kathleen Kennedy, is how I describe him. A dude who came in late to the party. I mean, he's always had a role at Marvel, but then again, Kathleen Kennedy's always had a role at Lucasfilm. But he showed up late to the party. Undermined the people who actually put in the work, and he's now standing on the shoulders of giants, pretty much. And
what work has he done? And it's so weird because whenever you talk to people who think that Kevin Feige is like a genius who planned out every minute of the MCU, but then it's like, okay, well, you say you hate Iron Man 2. Well, yeah, okay. Well, what about Iron Man 3? Well, I mean, what about Thor: The Dark World? Well, I mean, you don't like Ant-Man and the Wasp? What about Black Panther? What about Captain Marvel? You say Endgame has problems. You have all of these issues with these movies, but Kevin Feige is behind them.
Yeah.
Like, so what's the truth here? Like, you're only saying that because you like some of these movies, but you're ignoring the movies you don't like because it goes against the narrative that Kevin Feige is a genius.
Yeah, no, I can't stand Feige. I hate what he's turned it into. I hate how, I mean, look, here's another thing I think people need to remember about No Way Home. What was criticized about, what's been some of the biggest criticism of both Spider-Man and the MCU leading up to this point? Okay, first big thing is MCU Spider-Man is not real Spider-Man, or is very unfaithful, and John Watts and Kevin Feige don't understand Spider-Man. Okay, that's the first big criticism. The second, and this is more of a criticism on the MCU sucks at making villains. All right, and that's not to say all their villains suck, but a lot of them either suck or are just incredibly mediocre. And it's fine to have a mediocre villain if the focus is meant to be more on the protagonist and developing them. In case, you give the protagonists like a fodder villain to take down, build them up, and then you save the real villains for like when the Avengers come out. I mean, obviously that takes out a lot of the, the suspense when watching a disposable. It's what makes MCU movies disposable in a way. But where was I going with this? There's nothing wrong with having mediocre villains like that, but that has been the biggest criticism of the MCU. And what does Spider-Man No Way Home do? Instead of making their own, Dr. Octopus, instead of making their own Sandman, instead of making their own Green Goblin, what do? They just steal it from everywhere else.
Yeah.
So what No Way Home is, in a lot of ways, and this is where people, so many people are so busy sucking its dick. I'm fine with people enjoying No Way Home, but I'm talking about like the stands here, guys, like the fucking fanatics, the people who just bought it hook, line, and sinker and just, will not see the light. Like, I mean, look, Bolt is, Bolt's a good friend of mine. I've been having a few words with him about No Way Home, and you've seen him in the chat and whatnot. Like, he thinks No Way Home is very good, and more power to him, but he admits there's problems with it. He still maintains it's good, and that's fine. This dude understands the criticism, right? He is not a stan. I'm talking about the MCU stans here. They're so busy sucking this film's dick, you understand, that they didn't realize that what No Way Home is in a lot of ways is the MCU conceding defeat, conceding an admission of guilt. Like, yeah, you're right. We can't make good villains. Yeah, you're right. We don't understand Spider-Man.
So we're just going to cram all the other villains from other movies, hoping that people like this.
Yeah, because people actually like and revere these villains that someone else put hard work into making. People like these Spider-Man, and these Spider-Man are far more faithful to the comics. And we're going to make this story and twist everything we've done to Tom Holland and recontextualize it into a ginormous... like the third movie was meant to conclude the origin story for how Tom Holland would become the Spider-Man he's supposed to be, which is just, I mean, even though I like what they did at the end mostly, it's still just them copping out and being like, yeah, see, look, you guys wanted real Spider-Man? Okay, cool. Tom Holland is real Spider-Man now. When originally, I'm actually, people say I'm an MCU Spider-Man hater. Not really. I actually didn't have much of a problem with the whole Iron Boy Jr. stuff. Yeah, he's Iron Boy Jr. in a Spider-Man costume. I didn't mind it, though, because of how he was introduced and brought into the MCU by Tony Stark. Like, why wouldn't Tony give him all this tech? Why wouldn't Tony give him every advantage possible? Et cetera, et cetera. So that didn't bother me. I thought Tom Holland's Spider-Man worked well within the confines of the MCU. Them backtracking and trying to make him more like, the Spider-Man from the comics, this far into his journey and whatnot is just a giant cop out, and it's conceding defeat, and that's what the MCU did. Obviously, they did it in a way that people would still deliver them praise for it, which is why, like, again, I tell people this movie isn't some masterpiece. It's just got a lot of stuff in there. It's been corporately catered to make you like it. Well, and there's nothing wrong with liking it. I get it. I understand why people like it. You know what I mean? I don't think it's all garbage, but I think the corporatization behind it is honestly quite pathetic and very slimy. And I think the plot writing structure is abysmal.
Well, and that's the thing of, like, the way that they design No Way Home is, like, look at a lot of the stuff that it does that people are freaking out about. It's the stuff that is, like, laser focused on, hey, you've been criticizing us for like 5 years on this, so we're suddenly going to just change everything, right? People complain about Uncle Ben. All right, boom, just make Aunt May Uncle Ben. Boom, now we killed her off.
I hated that so much.
It's the same, right? Like, okay, well, why does he keep using Stark tech? Well, at the end, he doesn't have Stark tech. He makes his own suit. Okay, yeah, but he still has the main suit and the nano suit. There's no reason why he wouldn't use them, except, of course, they're like, look, guys, he's now wearing a classic suit. We basically are retconning everything to try to be about his origin story, even though his origin story was, like, already happened before Civil War.
Yeah, exactly. And you even hated that, how they, like, excluded Uncle Ben and, like, just did it that way.
Yeah.
I personally was fine with it. But I think we can both agree it's like the whole Aunt May as Uncle Ben now is actually worse than what they originally did, because not only did they ignore Uncle Ben, they're still ignoring him. They're just taking the quote and taking his role and giving it to another character who is not meant to be that character. And they're also retconning their own work, which is what probably pissed me off the most. Not just the whole Uncle Ben, it's the fact that they openly spat on Civil War and Homecoming, two films that I actually still very much like, by the way, and think are pretty. I mean, granted, they've soured on me a little bit. You can thank Hate Man here for that, but I still maintain that they're pretty decent movies. You know what I mean? So, like, look, I think we've gone on a bit of a too much for No Way Home. Like, we're meant to get to this video, but like we're outlining like what a lot of Marvel stands miss and what gets overlooked and what doesn't get criticized enough, and why people should have their eyes more open to this. And we're going to come across this fucker over here who's from ScreenCrush, I think, and they're gonna try and do mental gymnastics and plug up every hole. And
and the reason why we're criticizing this is not to be hateful, evil, bigoted people. Like, I've seen so many people act like that. Like, they take it personally when you criticize this movie. And Like, you can still enjoy the movie. I think it's absolute garbage. If you like it, that's fine. But I'm talking about this in an objective sense. It's a badly written movie. It is incoherent and nonsensical. If it's the same thing like with The Force Awakens, like it's the same thing that when I started criticizing it back in early 2016, everyone was like, "How dare you say that?" I'm like, "How dare I? I said it's a bad movie. I didn't say you're a bad person." It's like, that's the thing. Just keep this in mind when we talk about this. We're saying it's a bad movie. We're not saying you're a bad person for liking it, because there are movies that
we're not even saying you're dumb for liking it. Like I that's the point I've tried to stress. Like, I get why people like this movie. It is a very easy movie to like for obvious reasons.
Yeah, it's crammed to the brim with fan service. It's meant to make you go, I recognize that. It's member berries. Like that's what it is. It's constant member berries, where it's like, it's that character I liked. Oh, look, Peter turned his suit inside out. Now it looks black like the Venom suit. Oh, it's like, it's constant. It's meant to do that. Like, that's the thing. So if you have that reaction, it's the same thing like when when Han and Chewie first show up in like The Force Awakens, they go down to the Millennium Falcon, and then Han is like, Chewie, we're home. That's meant to be your, oh my gosh, they're on the Millennium Falcon again. It's been decades. That's the exact same thing with No Way Home.
Yeah.
Like, it is fine for you to like it, but it is also fine for people not to like it.
Exactly. And we're going to get into the video now. I'll bring it up in a second. I just want to answer some of these chats, and
I mean, I have the video.
No, I see it. Angel says, and yet they kept leaking. The movie kept leaking anyway. This is in regards to when we were talking about how that they kept rewriting it to dodge plot leaks and fan theories. It's like, they kept leaking shit anyway. JW Goju fan, thanks for becoming a member, buddy. I really appreciate it, and I think you left a super chat down here too. Thanks for the generosity, man. I appreciate it. I remember being begged to see No Way Home, and I outright refused to see it because I find the MCU extremely overrated. I feel Marvel is like Bayformers, convoluted and messy. Well, I don't think it's quite as bad. I mean, look, parts of it are worse than Bayformers, I'll say, but I think the majority of it isn't quite to that level.
Imagine if you had 2 to 3 Bayformers movies releasing a year. That's the MCU. But it's like, the Bayformers, like, okay, the first movie was pretty good. The second movie, not as good, especially because of the writer's strike that was going on at the time. The third movie it has likable parts, but it's still a mess. After that, though, like, for the Age of Extinction and The Last Night,
look,
those movies are messes.
Can I give you guys a perfect like example of like, okay, look, and I know how everyone says Bayformers is trash, Bayformers is awful, blah 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 blah. First of all, like, Transformers are just like, it's just meant to be fun movies, guys, right? As long as they mostly make sense, I'll enjoy them. They don't have to make all sense, because I mean, I don't really expect it to. It's a crazy premise. It would be nice if it all made sense, but I can still enjoy and like and appreciate all the good in movies that don't. Like, for example, the first Transformers movie, I still think is pretty good. The second movie I used to adore when I was a kid, and then I watched it as an adult, and I fucking hated it. It's probably I have trouble figuring out which I hate most. Transformers 2 or Transformers 5. They both suck. Like, Transformers 5 is more boring, but Revenge of the Fallen, number 2, is actually, I think, worsely written. I have to go. No, I refuse to go back and watch them. I'm not going to do it. But I actually really like Transformers 3. I really like how they like tied in the moon landing and all that jazz. I thought that was interesting. I certainly think it has a lot of good action in it, and good acting and good special effects and everything. Optimus Prime's a fucking beast in it, and that's all I need to enjoy a Transformers movie. And then we have Age of Extinction. Now, Age of Extinction, has been a while since I've seen it. I remember it being bad. I've been told it's garbage. Some people think it's the worst by a long shot, but I actually really enjoy and like Age of Extinction, despite the fact that it's trash. It's actually one of my biggest guilty pleasures is Transformers 4. Something about that movie really just makes me want to rewatch it and have a good time. I don't know what it is, but maybe it's Mark Wahlberg. I don't know. He's good in it. Stanley Tucci as well. Stanley Tucci is like one of the few people who can make Michael Bay humor actually work. He's a very good actor, that guy. I also liked Kelsey Grammer as the villain. Optimus Prime and the new Autobots are actually pretty cool as well. I hated Mark Wahlberg. I hated his daughter. I hated her boyfriend. I hated TJ Miller, but then again, I hate TJ Miller in everything. But yeah, no, Transformers Age of Extinction, I fucking really like and enjoy it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Despite the fact the movie isn't particularly very good. Its plot's probably a mess, but its action's great. It's a popcorn flick, and you can enjoy it. It's kind of like Venom's a popcorn flick. Even though Venom's writing is terrible, its plot's terrible, but its character writing and dialogue is great. Its humor is great. Its action, actually, I was actually really disappointed in the action for Venom. It's like, I do like some of it, but like the fight at the end between Venom and Riot, that was very disappointing. It was like a giant goof fest. It was really. And I don't normally criticize CGI, but that was one of I thought the CGI was so bad in that last fight that I was like, this is garbage CGI, and that's coming from me, and that's a lot coming from me because again, I don't really mind CGI all that much.
Oh, Angel says she wants to come in.
I don't know if that's a good idea with her having COVID, but we'll see. Because we're about to get into the video.
I think she wants to cover the video.
It's just
look. Let's let her in, and then if she's feeling sick, like too sick, then she can drop out anytime she wants.
All right, yeah, we can do that. All right. But yeah. So I don't know. I just want to talk about Bayformers real quickly because, it's look, those movies are just a splat of God only knows what from Michael Bay, but there is some good in them, and it's fine to enjoy them, even though I personally can't stand the second and fifth one. And yeah, it's kind of like the same. My adoration for Age of Extinction is fine, just like people's adoration for No Way Home is fine. It's fine, guys. Really. Granted, I haven't seen Transformers movies in a while. I think I watched them beginning of last year, actually. I did skip the second and fifth one. Anyway,
Angel, you won't get COVID from me on stream.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Bloody.
Send that link. Send that link.
Yeah. Okay.
Send that link.
Okay. JW, thanks for the super chat, buddy. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really behind on this chat. Jack Skiridia, Skirata, Lego Skywalker Saga was announced today. Thoughts? I don't play Lego Star Wars. I'm sorry. Hope it's good for those of you who do like it. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up to the chat here.
I like the Lego Star Wars games. I played the old ones.
Electro never even knew Spidey's identity.
Yep.
Why didn't they get Topher Grace, Venom, or Dane DeHaan's Green Goblin along with Willem Dafoe one?
That's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, I agree. And we're going to get into that in a second when we watch this guy's video. We'll ScreenCrush's video.
What were you saying, NOMZ? You're like, I'm just waiting for Topher Grace to show up right before he died. Where is he? Any day now.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. All right. Angel's coming in. I'm just going to send her the link real quick. I just wanted to catch up on everything first. All righty. But as for the video, guys, I've called on some YouTuber favors from people who know how to help me with copyright, and they've sent me some stuff, and I forwarded it onto YouTube, and they've been really nice and helped me out with it, and now everything's been sent off. And we just got to play the waiting game. And with any luck, we'll get the video back up on the main channel soon, and then I could take it off NOMZ, because I actually uploaded it on NOMZ just for shits and gigs at the start. Like, I was talking to I was like, should I upload the No Way Home video to NOMZ and just see what happens? And then you're like, I don't know. And I was like, I'm going to do it anyway. And then I did it. And then, but it was also just in case the copyright happened. And then, lo and behold, it happened. Like, it wasn't just a claim, mind you, it was a strike. And it was taken down forcefully. Like, that rarely happens. I mean, well, it's Sony. I can't believe it happened. But, like, that happens rarely, guys. And I was like, wow. Well, I'm glad I already had it up on the other channel. Turned out to be a good move. Anyway. Alrighty, so yeah, we're just waiting for Angel to come on now, and then we'll get started on the video.
You want to bring the video up?
Yes, we can do that. I can do that. Cool Man has the reins. And Cool Man's going to be having, you said you're going to be having a little podcast on your channel to celebrate 1,000 subs?
Yeah, thinking of doing that in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Figuring out, like, you know, who's going to come on. And because I want to, like, ideally, I want to get you, Angel, and Mando on. But it's all going to come down to if schedules align.
Yeah, it was like, guys, I'm one of the reasons the podcast has been delayed so many times because I've been actually juggling jobs at the moment, and I recently finally secured my new job in like this week, and my schedule, like, I'm not free on the weekend to do this. I gotta get my COVID booster shot, but I was free today to do it. That's why we're not usually having it at the normal time. We're having it today instead. And this might be the norm going forward because I might be working weekends, but we'll see how we go. Let's go. I see.
Let's go.
Cool Man making the money.
Hell yeah!
So it took you long enough to show up. How you been? You won't get code from a stream. I know.
While we're waiting for Angel, I wanna go grab something real quick.
Go for it. I'm just chilling with chat over here. Last Night is the worst one. Yes, I agree. Fuck. It's hard for me to agree there because I really hate Revenge of the Fallen. At least has better action, and it has John Turturro. So I think Last Night is the worst too. Yeah, I can agree with that. Nothing is worse than Bayformers. Again, Transformers 2 and Transformers 5, I'll agree with. Transformers Age of Extinction, I enjoy despite itself. Also, MILF Aunt May, no, just no. Yeah. If they made her more of a character after Homecoming, I would have been like okay with it, but like going forward, but they didn't. They just kind of saved her till No Way Home, and then it just tossed her the Uncle Ben line and killed her off. I was like, you fuckers. You didn't want to put the work in, did you? Man, it is funny the lengths some people will go to when they go to defend the MCU's bad writing. Yes, indeed. I agree, Nemesis. I agree. It's funny. I agree with my Nemesis. Angel.
Hi.
How you feeling?
Uh,
We're going to watch a video of a guy trying to plug up every Spider-Man No Way Home plot. How excited are you?
that sounds just about as exciting as every time I cough, my headache magnifies to a billion-fold. I've never had a headache that intensifies when I cough, but yeah, thanks, COVID.
It's, yeah, it sounds to me like I've heard the Omicron variant isn't too bad, but it sounds to me like you got Delta if the virus is that aggressive.
I have no idea what I got. Who cares? It sucks balls.
Okay. NOMZ, where the fuck is next Avengers of the prequels? It's still a long way off. I haven't started it. I am thinking though of doing a video on George Lucas though. Actually, it's not a Revenge of the prequels, but it's actually a video I've got a few videos to make, actually. Here are the 3 I want to make. You guys ready? Here's what I want to make. Next video I want to make on the main channel. I don't want to do anything until the video comes back. And I sort of give that some breathing room because fucking Sony. But I want to do a video on Mary Jane Watson. I want to do a video on the Matrix sequels, particularly their action. It's going to be, I think, a response to some of the other YouTubers. Because I'm actually a pretty big fan of the Matrix sequels, the entire trilogy, in fact. And I want people to remember this. Please, guys, remember this. Because apparently Resurrection sucks. All right? And I don't want people... And I haven't seen it. And I don't want people pulling a sequels prequel argument on me and say, oh, you're just saying the Matrix sequels are good because the new one sucks. And I'm like, no. I've always liked the Matrix sequels. I've always loved the trilogy. That is bullshit.
He's only saying it because Cool Man's not on right now.
Oh, what's he gonna fucking do? Where is he? Where the fuck is he? What's he gonna do? He ain't gonna do shit. The Matrix sequels are gonna fucking.
He's gonna take me to Australia to cough on you.
I don't know why I found that funny. Anyway, it's one way to die.
Fear me.
Anyway, but like, yeah. So,
all right, I'm back.
Yeah. All right, cool, man. Matrix sequels are fantastic. Go fuck yourself.
Die.
See, I told you.
Anyway, yeah, second video I think is going to be on the Matrix sequels. I had a person leave comments like, when are you going to talk about Matrix? I was like, dude, I'm dying to talk to it. I'm just like kind of slowly working my way towards it. But I want to talk about the Matrix sequels, again, particularly their action. I might make a video later about the plots later, but we'll see how we go. Because people say the action in the Matrix sequels is boring. I'm like, bull fucking shit. Anyway, that's 2, and the third one I think is going to be the George Lucas video. It's kind of going to fulfill the same purpose as Revenge of the Prequels, but it's not going to be Revenge of the Prequels. It's going to be a bit different. It's going to be a more like, basically just talking about misconceptions surrounding the man. And like people say like, oh, he's a bad director. I was like, no, it's not true. People say, the actors in the prequels are bad actors. That's not true. People are going to say George Lucas didn't know how to film the prequels. That's not true. People are going to say George Lucas was surrounded by yes men. That is not true. And so on and so forth. So that's what the video is going to be kind of like. And then I imagine somewhere in the middle there is going to be a ginormous fucking rant on Obi-Wan Kenobi. And what I really want to do is there's 3 big reviews I want to do this year. There's Sam Raimi Spider-Man 1. Its 20th anniversary is coming up. I want to do that. There is Attack of the Clones, 20th anniversary is also coming up. And there is also Blade 2, which is one of the best Marvel movies ever fucking made. And I really want to cover that too. So that's kind of like, if I can get all that done on the main channel this year, I'll be happy. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it all done though, but we'll see. Anyway, sorry guys, just wanted to give you a little outline. What do you think? I hope you guys like the little roadmap I just gave. Okay, Charlie, I'm getting to you. Cool, man. Why you should bring Mr. Moneybags for the money stream?
You're welcome to show up for my stream.
Yeah.
Bold of you to assume that Cool Man gets a lot of money from YouTube.
Hey, it is said I have made $1.52.
Wait, I can't wait for you to take me to a gumball machine. I get a whole gumball.
Well, there's nowhere to go but up. Love you, Angel. Heart or soon crying face.
Thanks, Charlie.
And Charlie's like, NOMZ, you didn't get that content approved by your biggest shareholder. Which what? Didn't get the upcoming videos. Well, approve me, damn it, Jesus. Spider-Man 1 is 20. Yeah, it's going to be 20 years old in May, and as is Attack of the Clones. So I don't know if I'm going to get those 2 done. I should probably get a move on because I really want to make those videos. I recently watched Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 1. Fucking adored it still, and
I really love it. It's got such great pacing.
Well, it's not just that. I also had this feature because I have the DVD, you see, and there's actually a nice little feature. And the guy who wrote it is very. He seems like he's very with it, like in terms of like communicating to the audience. There's like a there's like a feature that has pop-ups on the screen as you go through the movie, and it gives you all these fun facts about production and the actors and stuff. And like the guy who wrote it, like he wrote like when Toby's casting his first web, it's like was it fun fact, spiders cast their webbing from like their stomach region, and it's like thankfully this is not the case with Spider-Man. Just little stuff like that. He also very fun fact. He also said that the rain scene between Toby and Kirsten was meant to end with the camera kind of panning to the right and having them off screen. It's meant to imply that they were going to kiss. That's how the shot was meant to end. It's meant to kind of fade out as the camera panned down to the right. But in actuality, Kirsten Dunst was actually never meant to kiss Toby in that scene. But she did it anyway because she knew it would be better if she did. And just cool stuff like that. So it's a really cool feature. If you have the Spider-Man 1 DVD, look it up in the special features. The pop-ups are a little bit obnoxious for your viewing experience, but if you just want to get a whole bunch of cool little behind-the-scenes info on the movie, I definitely recommend checking it out.
We're part of the generation that also like had Avatar pop-up edition. I'm sure many who remember that.
Sorry, what?
Oh, there was a whole marathon that Nickelodeon did for Avatar: The Last Airbender, where literally it was just they played all 3 seasons for a weekend, and they did nothing but like, did you know facts kept popping up on the screen in every single scene.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. All right, guys. Well,
big phrase. That's a sexist thing that I sound better with COVID voice. Canceled. Hashtag me too. Just
Spider-Man 1 is your favorite movie of all time. Well, it's my favorite it's my favorite and one I consider to be the best of the Spider-Man movies. I know these two disagree with me. They say Spider-Man 2 is the best. I think Spider-Man 2 is number 2. So
Spider-Man 2 is the best, but Spider-Man 1 is still GOAT.
Damn straight.
Yeah, Spider-Man 1 still has what I consider to be the perfect like depiction of Uncle Ben's death.
Oh yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
And the pacing, I cannot get over again the pacing, how it sets up both Peter and Norman's origins, like the origins of the hero plus the origins of the villain, and how they keep playing them back to back. It's very simple, but it's just Peter, Norman, Peter, Norman, Pete, and then their plots, then merge into one, and I just think it's really good.
I've said this before. It's like Spider-Man 1 does what the Dark Knight did like 5 years before the Dark Knight was even a thing. Like, in terms of like the anarchist villain that the Joker was, that's Green Goblin, and how the Goblin tries to test Spider-Man in terms of, and the line between hero and villain is drawn. And sorry?
I mean, he does do the sadistic choice thing too.
That too, yeah. Your friend the district attorney, or his blushing bride to be, and then he hits him. I always liked the interrogation scene in Dark Knight. That was good.
I can't take that scene seriously anymore because of the parodies on YouTube.
There are some good parodies, aren't there? Yeah.
I can't understand a word you're saying.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Don't kill me, cool man. Don't kill me.
Yeah. All right, guys, you ready? Let's get started with the video. Ready?
All right, let's go.
You're not Peter Parker.
I am so confused right now. Welcome to ScreenCrush. I'm Ryan Airy. Spider-Man No Way Home is finally here.
No,
and
it's one of those
really
channels.
But a few of you had lingering questions and plot holes that you asked
Is it
about
just
on
pause?
Twitter and our community.
Does he look like an older version of Jay from Red Letter Media? A little bit. Can you see it when I'm getting here, or is it just me?
All I get is corporate nerd vibes from this guy.
Oh, for sure, but like
here's a bunch of movies.
He looks like he'd be Jay's dad.
Yeah, kind of.
Now I don't. Now, when I say corporate nerd, I'm not saying that this guy, like is a fake nerd, and all those movies he has behind him, he didn't watch them all. I'm sure he bought them all, and I'm sure he watched them all. I don't know this guy. I don't know this guy at all. But I'm just saying certain channels kind of do this thing where they just put up like basically it looks like that they're in basically a Blockbuster or a comic book store, and they put all their little merch behind them, and they talk all the same way, like this very commercial way, like an infomercial guy that's trying to sell you a product.
Yeah.
And it feels almost Watch Mojo levels of cringe.
Yeah.
It feels like he's playing a character more than he's seriously talking.
Like, I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this. At least when Nostalgia Critic is playing the Nostalgia Critic, he's very self-aware that he's playing a character.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, keep going. I just thought it was... I didn't notice that first time I watched it. I was like, he looks like Jay from Red Letter Media.
Page.
In
So
like
I'm going to explain
20 years.
And Doctor
Sorry, go on.
Strange's spells. What happens to the villains and why Venom was even in the movie at all. So let's get started. We had a lot of questions about the forgetting spell that ends the movie. Remember, Doctor Strange's original spell went haywire. Instead of making people forget that Peter is Spider-Man, it attracted people who knew his secret to the MCU from all across the multiverse.
Pause. Yeah, so all across the multiverse, you mean 2 other universes made by 2 other directors? He said, like, we're getting visitors from every universe. Like, no, you got visitors from like 2 universes. Very specific.
I'm betting
I'm
this guy's excuse is, well, Doctor Strange was exaggerating, and 2, he stopped the spell before it was every single universe came pouring in, and that's what happened.
I don't think he addresses that actually, but it's actually better what he's going to say in terms of.
Trust me, this dude is like an absolute trip. I actually watched this video before. NOMZ begged me to watch it before we did the stream. He's special. But yeah, like
special.
Yeah, just what I needed. As if, like, whenever I had that huge migraine, whenever we were doing the nostalgia critic Lord of the Rings, I could just feel it. I could just feel my migraine's gonna get worse. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, but it's still ridiculous that a spell that was made to make people forget was damaging to the multiverse.
Well, I guess the fast and loose explanation that the movie gives is he's tampering with a dark spell that's like kind of like the powers that come from it, the magic that comes from it blurs the lines between like what is known and unknown.
Yeah.
And try to make sense of that if you can.
He apparently has magic runes all of a sudden that can make everyone in the world or universe forget something.
Okay.
Like, say, Thanos, you could forget the Infinity Stones.
Now, the thing though with the whole Mysterio point, the problem is does it erase evidence though? That's a question that this movie doesn't answer at all, because if it doesn't erase any evidence,
then
it's useless.
That rebuttal.
That means the evidence that Peter Parker is still Peter Parker is still Spider-Man, and so he's still in trouble. But if it does erase evidence completely, then why not just use it to make people forget that Mysterio ever came?
That's the thing. That's the thing, though. I made that argument because I was going off the assumption that this spell does erase evidence. That's the only way it could possibly work is if it erases evidence. So I just by natural assertion,
it's useless.
Exactly.
But if he always had these runes, then why didn't he just use it on Thanos? He could just been like, "Hey Tony, let's go back to Earth. I got
runes that can make it forget about this whole thing."
That Thanos is in the middle of a battle. He's like, "Wait, what was I doing again?"
He was calculating like all those different things,
those
like
14 million futures.
He's just like, "Nah, for some reason this won't work."
He uses the time stone to go to rewind time and goes back to the sanctum. He's like, "Wait a minute, I got a plan."
Well, that's what pisses me off when he's like, "Peter, it's their fate. They're gonna die." It's like, dude, there's like a zillion different futures out there. Like, don't get me started on how dirty this movie does Doctor Strange. Like, fucking, oh my god, like Doctor Strange fans should be fucking appalled at this movie.
Oh, I'm actually really like, even though I don't hate this, like surprisingly, I don't hate this movie. I'm just too apathetic to the MCU in general. I really do like my apathy. Like for a moment, they managed to tickle a little bit of like rage that I thought was long since dead. with how Strange is treated. But for the most part, I'm just so purely apathetic. I don't care anymore. And then I was like, oh, no wonder they tickled a little bit, because I realized there was something I still cared about, and that was Strange. He was like one of the few things that was still in the MCU that was kind of intact, and he's not anymore.
Yeah. Well, I mean, who knows? Like, seeing how dirty they did him in this movie, like, makes me, in a way, like, I swore I was done with the MCU after this. It's like, if Sam Raimi wasn't directing Doctor Strange 2, I wouldn't be seeing it.
Oh,
But
I'm already terrified.
I know that Sam Raimi loves the Doctor Strange character. I know he's very passionate about comic books. I know he's actually gonna give it his all. I don't have faith that the movie's gonna be good, but I do kind of want to see if they redeem Strange in a way in that movie. That's the only reason I'm.
Well,
I'm
you have to remember that Raimi is a guy that can and will be bulldozered by a studio.
I know. Yeah, I know. I agree. I know that. But like, for example, if they give him enough freedom, as much freedom as they gave James Gunn on Guardians of the Galaxy, which they won't, but you know.
And then the other thing, oh right, you don't read comics. Oh, hey chat. Do you know of a certain character named America Chavez?
I don't. I read comics. There's two problems. One, they're expensive, and two, I don't know where the fuck to start.
Is Ghost in the chat? Is Ghost in the chat?
I actually love comic books.
Ghost was here earlier.
Because Ghost, if you're in the chat, I need you to scream in the chat about why America Chavez sucks. Because you're funnier than me. But anyone else in the chat, if you know who America Chavez sucks, just please, everybody in the chat. No, I'm not doing it, Charlie. I don't feel good.
Yeah, everyone's like, I see Sty Games and Thomas are like, oh god, not him.
Okay, chat. Before I go into a spiel about America Chavez, why don't you chat very so eloquently? Hey, Ghost is there. You too. Eloquently explain to NOMZ, because if America Chavez is going to appear in Multiverse of Madness, why she sucks.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's Ghost. Why did you mention her? Don't bring that evil here.
Is that what she is?
No. That's Miss Marvel.
That's Kamala Khan.
Oh.
No, America Chavez.
America Chavez is worse.
She is another universe's version of Captain America.
She punched the leader of Germany before Captain America. What the fuck?
Yes, Sty Games. She is the Marvel version of Batwoman.
Yeah, the show specifically.
No, Anomaly. I want you to imagine a character that her only personality trait is that she screams that she is not white, and that especially screams all the time that she's a lesbian.
That's what's going to be in. That's what they're going to force Sam Raimi to stick into Doctor Strange too.
And that's who she is in the comics. It wasn't like she was originally some like character that they ruined. She was their original creation, and everyone hates her.
Wait, what? Whose original character?
Marvel's. Like, like whenever people say stop taking these characters and changing them. Like, in the comics, like they'll say, oh, Iceman's gay now. And people be like, no, he's always been straight. But that some new writer comes along and changes it. America Chavez is kind of, people say, well, if you want to make your own characters that are this and that, then do it. Okay, well, they did. And people hated her. The reason they hated her is because she's an SJW character 101. She is one of the most obnoxious, worst characters. I might hate her more than any Marvel character just because of how obnoxious she is. Like, there's more morally reprehensible characters, but America Chavez is the most annoying.
Okay, let me ask you. So there's no chance that she's like some sort of parody, right?
Oh yeah, and I'm giving you the light version, Anomaly. I'm trying to be careful as possible to not get anybody in trouble. How much she sucks.
She's giving you the light version of why everyone hates America Chavez. She's so much worse than you think. She's trust Rogue.
But literally, her only personality trait is that she's Latina. And she's lesbian. That's it. And she's supposed to be Captain America from another universe.
But she's better in every way.
American Chavez is in DS2. What's DS2? Oh, Doctor Strange. I thought she was saying Dark Souls 2.
Yeah, see,
Sorry.
I remember whenever I watched No Way Home for the first time by myself in the theater, and then I went back to go see it with my brothers the other day, like right after we did our stream on it when it was all fresh from the theater. I remember I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait till I saw No Way Home with my older brother. Not so much my little brother, my older brother, because my older brother is a huger comic book geek than I am. And because I was just waiting till we got to the end and we saw the trailer, because I knew the moment he saw that shot of America Chavez, he was going to get pissed off. Because if he was actually really looking forward to Multiverse of Madness. And
where did this shot? Sorry, 1 second. Where did this shot happen? Was it in
you
No Way
see
Home
a
in the
shot
movie?
of it's in the trailer for Multiverse of Madness and No Way Home, like at the very end where they show the trailer. You see a shot of a girl with a denim jacket with a star on her back. That's supposed to be America Chavez.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's her outfit from the comics.
It's a very lazy costume. It's supposed to be easy to cosplay in. But so soon as that shot showed up where you see the denim jacket with the star, I just felt the biggest smile on my face because I heard right next to me, "Ah!" And I was just like, "Yep." And I was just like, "Yep, I know. You saw it too, huh, brother?" And he's just like, "Why her?" And I was like, "I know." And he's like, "No, it's gonna suck." And I was like, "I know," because of America Chavez destroys everything she touches.
Anyway, let's keep going with the the video. Excuse me, I gotta clear my throat.
The solution was to make everyone forget who Peter Parker was, so no one could remember that he was Spider-Man, because in a way, he never existed. Now, the first question we had about this was, why would Doctor Strange forget if he remembered casting the forgetting spell after the full moon party at Carmartage? Well, I mean, that's simple. The Carmartage spell was to make everyone else forget, not Strange. But now, if anyone...
Well, they never actually specify this. Like, there's literally no details given. He's inventing these facts.
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, it gets worse, but like...
Oh, yeah. This is only a minor issue. But, like, that he's going to keep doing this throughout the video.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he'll just invent headcanons. And so this is what actually happened.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like... Is this really one of the reasons, like the problems people have with the movie? I didn't really have much of a problem with Doctor Strange forgetting in this movie.
Well, like, I think it's stupid that he wouldn't by default make himself remember just because
I think it's okay that he can forget, like a spell saying, because if spells should have rules.
Oh my god, I just realized how stupid this is. Actually, Christ, I can't believe I didn't see it before.
However,
Doctor Strange, cool man, you just said it. Sorry, Angel, can I cut you off for a second? Doctor Strange could just, if he can say everyone forgets Peter Parker is Spider-Man except person A, B, and C, why the fuck can't he just say everyone's going to forget Doctor Strange? Everyone is going to forget Spider-Man except Doctor Strange.
Well, yeah, I know. Like, he's been making all these exceptions.
Himself.
I don't know what benefit it would have for him not knowing Peter Parker is Spider-Man, or any of the Avengers for that matter. Like, I don't know why at the start he wouldn't be like, okay, it's going to be everybody except the Avengers because we're your allies.
Mm-hmm.
And if
exactly.
Then Peter would be like, wait, no, not just the Avengers. Now, I get why, because if you notice, he said, you changed my spell 6 times, and Peter corrects, and he says 5 times. Notice how many villains pop in? 5. So it's supposed to be like, blah, but if he's had this, and this, then that means we'd have to pull in more villains. And I was like, wait, but you made that rule.
Yeah.
You're the ones who did it.
Yeah.
Who did it.
Well, yeah, like, and of course, this goes back to the issue of why wouldn't they talk for 5 minutes before making the spell?
Because
Strange would, if he was in character, say, okay, I can make everyone forget, but I can also give exceptions. So just make a list of who you want to remember you, that you're Spider-Man, and then I'll cast the spell. And it's like, and then he's like, okay, I'll remember, because I don't want you to suddenly pop up here and me going, who the hell are you? Why are you in the Sanctum Sanctorum?
Yeah. Admittedly,
because that's what would have happened. If everything was successful, that's what would have happened. He would have seen this kid like there in his home, like in the sanctum
Admittedly,
sanctorum,
though, that would have made for a funny scene because remember, he said if
Mm.
everybody would forget Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Like, that's all the spell would be. And he'd be like, what are you doing in my Centaur? And then Peter, all we have to do is pull out a mask and put it in his head. And he'd be like, oh my gosh, you're Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, because they would still have remembered fighting alongside Spider-Man against Thanos,
Yeah.
but they just wouldn't remember that he's Peter Parker.
And then, of
Which
course,
means the Avengers would then go and find him again. Nick Fury would go and recruit him into the Avengers again, even if they didn't remember him. Like,
yeah, no, it's just Christ. You guys just remind, like, again, like the amount of stuff that's wrong with the plot at the start. Like, there's a reason why I spent like a full 20. I should have spent 40 minutes on it. Like, why Peter and Strange wouldn't just have a conversation, especially just so that he doesn't forget. Like, Doctor Strange doesn't forget. I was like, I can't believe it didn't click for me. I don't know why, but yeah, and Corman says, like, Doctor Strange could just say everyone's going to forget except me, like he did with MJ, Ned, and Happy, and Aunt May. Christ, this movie's done. There's a reason why I don't call it good, guys. It's not. I don't want to hate things. I'm not trying to hate, but this is what happens.
I still had
when
fun
you
with the
think
movie
about
despite how dumb it was, and I think that's just because I had fun with the crowd, and I think
The
everybody's
crowd
just
made
having
it
such
better.
and I think it's just everyone's just having such a miserable. Everyone's had a miserable year last year, and everyone had a miserable year before that year, and people just kind of needed something to let go, and just have
Agreed.
fun for once. And I get it.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that you have like, it's really not ideological. It's just it actually just like we have 3 male heroes being 3 male heroes. Like, yeah, that's kind of unheard of. It's not a good movie, but you know what? I don't blame people for having fun with it because you know what? Yeah, it was pure escapism. Sure, I hated the first third, unironically, but I don't know. I don't hate the movie, but I don't blame people for falling in love with it because I get it. I get like just wanting to just lose yourself in an experience and just have fun and go with the ride. For me, the movie's more like a roller coaster. Like, I don't see like there's nothing really that deep or profound or well written about it, but it's a rush for everyone, and everyone goes out and they had fun. I was like, sure, go ahead, have fun. I don't care. But you know what? I'm happy for the people who are happy. Like, I'm glad that that's the reaction you had. I'm glad people could have something good in their lives for them. Sure, maybe I didn't get that same reaction, but I'm glad that that was your reaction. Like, that was my reaction coming out of Ghostbusters Afterlife. So I'm glad other people could at least have that one movie last year that for them, that's what it was. For some people, it was Dune. For others, it was Kong versus Godzilla. Like, everybody had like maybe just only one movie they liked last year or 2 at best. And you know what? And I'm glad you guys got that one for you.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, all right. Cool, man, you want to keep us going?
Yep.
Remembers Peter Parker at all, then people from all across the multiverse will be attracted to the MCU once again. So he had to make himself forget. But most questions we had were about the paper trail. Nino Black.
But why did he make himself forget?
Flash Thompson's book go away. Marcos Baez says, what would happen if someone watches a YouTube video about Peter being Spider-Man? Will they remember, or will they know since that's the point? Or
I actually like this. This is like the one part of the video that I actually like. Keep going.
Right after watching. So it is possible that Strange's spell did eliminate all physical evidence of Peter's existence. After all, he does a great job of just wiping people off the streets during this battle in Infinity War. But I don't think that's what happened here. The spell didn't change reality. It enchanted people's view of reality. Imagine that everything about Peter Parker has become sort of dim, like some unremarkable store on the street that you've never noticed before. And suddenly one day you go, wait, there's a hardware store there? How long has that been there? Why are they shutting down? I've never even noticed it before. In other words, whenever someone sees a reminder of Peter Parker, their mind just kind of automatically avoids it. Flash Thompson might remember that he wrote a book, but in the same way you might remember a short story about a pony that you wrote in 3rd grade. I mean, you know that it's there, but you don't remember all the plot details about what little acorn.
But the movie never says that it does that.
Yep. It never once specifies the details of the spell.
Yeah, that's
I'm
true.
I'm fine with a mind wipe, and I'm fine with like whatever explanation they could give. The thing is, the movie doesn't give it. It's just they forget now, and it doesn't
Yeah.
elaborate. And I get it. The
Yeah,
movie's
that's
about
true.
to end, but like maybe elaborate the rules on it. But again, that would involve Peter and Strange having like a conversation, and he could
Yeah.
really explain things to Peter.
Gotta avoid that conversation, otherwise you don't have a movie.
I hate
But
I hate to quote them. I really hate to quote them because I don't like them, but don't ask questions. Just get excited for product and then consume next product.
consume.
Consume product and then get ready for next product.
Yeah. Look, here's the thing though. Like, I agree that they should have elaborated more, and it would have, but they just didn't want to put the work in. However, when they just say the spell works, like everyone's going to forget. Like, I'm willing to give. Christ, can't believe I'm about to say this. I'm willing to give them a sort of benefit of the doubt that they were relying on us to sort of just naturally assert how the spell would kind of just like it is magic, remember? So I'd imagine,
but magic
say, like,
still
what
needs
about
some kind of rule. Like no,
Oh,
and
of course.
this is what's
Of
crazy,
course it
especially because in Doctor Strange, this is something they bring up about the magic, about like there are rules and limitations
Yeah,
and
of
things you
course.
can and can't do. So like it's already established precedent in this movie with the character of Doctor Strange that there are certain things that there are rules you need to follow, which No Way Home breaks all of them.
I know, I agree. I'm just saying that like
all form of
they were
world
relying.
building
They were
needs some kind of explanation. Even Harry Potter, not always, but even Harry Potter for the most part tried to explain some things. It wasn't simply just you can just do this. Yeah, sure, later on they kind of did that, but they still tried to set some ground rules. Any story
Yeah,
with
of course.
any form of magic has to set some sort of ground rules. It can't just be do whatever you want all the time, and then that means there's just no stakes completely.
Yeah, I know. That's not what I was saying. I was saying, yeah, obviously do set the rules. But like, I'm just saying, from the filmmaker's perspective, they were relying on us to naturally assert how a spell like this would work.
I don't like that because if there's no evidence really to indicate. Now, I'm fine with saying like we're gonna dive more into it in another movie. Like, sure, okay. If another movie does fully explain it better, that doesn't like if Multiverse of Madness explains it better and it doesn't contradict anything in No Way Home, then I would unironically applaud them for that. But I don't like the idea that the audience should have to write the movie for them. Now, I don't need everything spoon-fed to me. I do like inferring and theorizing. I love that. That's one of my favorite things to do about movies. But at the same time, this movie doesn't give any explanation. If it was a vague thing, like a very vague thing that you could infer, sure. But this movie doesn't explain it at all. It's just simply it'll make you forget. That's it.
True.
It doesn't elaborate.
What I was gonna let me just kind of for a second. What I was actually gonna what I was getting to was because he's about to show the Obliviate spell from Deathly Hallows Part 1, and you know how it shows like Hermione not just wiping her parents' mind, but like the photos her memory would be erased from photographs and media. All trace of her would be gone from their memory. And that is sort of how I just like inferred the spell works, something like that. But what they should have done, I think what you're trying to tell us, Angel, is they could have either told us or they could have shown us like how the spell worked. And what they could have done is they could have like shown like they could have done the same thing. I don't care if it was a ripoff of Harry Potter. They could have shown like Peter disappearing out of books and out of photographs and like off Times Square, for instance. Like it would just show an empty. He would be completely wiped from not just people's memories, but the internet. All trace of him would be gone. You have no birth certificate, things like that. They wouldn't actually have to tell us. They could just like give us like a couple shots that take,
or like a little montage thing. Like
Yeah.
even if it's like a minute long, like the movie's already pretty long. 1 minute wouldn't kill me. I mean, who knows? Maybe other people might be angry, but I wouldn't.
This movie's plot is so fucking thin. I can't believe it stretches 2.5 hours. It's kind of like Last Jedi in that way.
Well, it's like I told you. This movie it surprised me how long it is for how much it rushes things. But I get it. It's trying to juggle so much. It's like it's trying to be all 3 Lord of the Rings movies in one movie.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think.
Well, okay, no. Anomaly.
Anomaly.
I'm not talking about like how good those movies are. I'm talking about how think about everything that goes on in those movies. Like that's a lot of story. I'm saying they're basically trying to condense something that really they should take their time on, and they condensed it all into one giant thing rather than. Honestly, I think this movie should have been in 2 parts, like what they're doing with the next Spider-Verse movie.
Yeah, no, I think that's actually a fair point.
Well, yeah, like
split this movie up into
something Angelrin and I had talked about in private was like how they could have had an entire movie dealing with the fallout from people finding out that Peter is Spider-Man before you even touch the multiverse, and that would have been a great way to bring in Daredevil. And have you can actually flesh out the entire like first act of what No Way Home is, flesh that out into its own movie, show the court scenes, actually show Matt.
Yeah, you could have it like just like Daredevil and Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Oh, can I? Sorry, go on. Finish this, and then I got a funny story to tell you.
It would be like that one episode of Spider-Man.
Or it could even be a Disney Plus series. I would actually subscribe to Disney Plus if it meant you could have like an entire TV show, like with like all this stuff, including the multiverse with Spider-Man. Like that sounds like fun.
Yeah, and wouldn't Matt Murdock be such a great mentor for Peter? Especially dealing with like the fallout of people finding out who he is and being ostracized, and then Matt Murdock, who was before he became Daredevil, he was the Man in Black, who was kind of hated by everyone because most people thought he was just like a monster who ran around like beating people up, or then he was like hated by like the mobs and stuff, and he's just like, look, I know what it's like to deal with a bunch of people hating you and wanting you dead. Like, says,
yeah,
but you know, we can make this work. I can help you. I can help clear your name. And it's like, yeah, because it feels like there should be an entire movie about the trial of Peter Parker, or like what Angel said, you could have had this be a Disney Plus series, and then you can have that be like a couple of episodes in the show. Where, yeah, and it's like, because honestly, I think Spider-Man lends itself really well to TV show. You know,
I mean, it always has. That's why there's been multiple cartoons of it.
Yeah,
there's there's been a Toei live action show. A little silly, but it's there and it's awesome. People look it up on the internet. It's like just look up Japanese Spider-Man. It's great. Or Toho Spider-Man.
Where it's at.
Like
90
Spider-Man is great. Spider-Man's a great character, and I think you could have a lot of interesting stuff that you could explore. He's the most popular Marvel character for a reason, and I just feel like he's a lot of untapped potential that they're really not fully getting into. Now, granted, they might. Who knows? Just because if I'm apathetic to Marvel doesn't mean that I'm right. They could turn things around, and that'd be freaking cool, and I'd love it. But also, I don't know. I'm just so apathetic to everything now.
TASM 3 and Spider-Man 4. Come on, Sony. Don't be cunts. Give us what we want. Give me what I want. I can't speak for everyone else. Anyway.
You know what? I'd be willing to give them a shot after seeing how Toby and Andrew were in this movie.
Yeah.
I was very black-pilled to the idea of them originally, but then when I saw No Way Home, and I was like, you know what? They clearly still got it, and if like pipe dream, but if like the stars all aligned and they were good and no studio interference, they let the directors have complete creative control and just had a lot of fun with it. I think then that it could probably redeem like the bad tastes in the mouth the previous movies had for Andrew and Toby.
Well, they were never the problem. It was
Sony. No. It was always studio interference. Andrew Garfield has made no secret about how bitter he's been about the Sony interference.
I gotta look into the Garfield stuff. I'm more familiar with like the Spider-Man 4 debacle than I am with the TASM 3, but I'll do a little bit of research.
Poor Andrew.
Can I tell you guys
the funny?
He was. can I tell you guys a funny story about No Way Home now? It's not really, I mean, it is to do with No Way Home, but like, so, and I'm sure chat will be happy about this. So chat, one of the things I did over the holidays, one of the reasons why it took me so long to get the No Way Home video out, like, yeah, I was working on it daily, but you know, it was the holidays, right? You want to spend it with your family. You want to relax a little bit and all that jazz. I didn't get much of a holiday, but the days I did have off, I wasn't just, you know, hanging out with family and all that. I was also binging Marvel's Daredevil, the Charlie Cox Daredevil. And I've told Cool Man to do the same, and he's taking his sweet ass time, but he's
I've watched like 5 episodes. Don't start.
All right. I'll let you off for now. Anyway, look, and let me just say, I fucking adored Marvel's Daredevil. So everyone who says I'm a hater, take note. I fucking love Charlie Cox. Willem, not Willem. I'm thinking of Wilson Fisk. Vincent D'Onofrio. D'Onofrio. Fantastic fucking series for the most part. Season 2 is. You can thank Lauren Hisrich,
I need to go back and revisit it. I remember having mixed feelings on it, but that was only after watching it once, and I've never really, you know, that was more of a casual viewing. I never really did a deep dive viewing, so I'll have to go back and rewatch it again.
Yeah,
but I do remember always liking Charlie Cox. I felt that he was the perfect cast. I was actually talking to Cool Man about this, about how Tom Holland is so miscast as Nathan Drake for Uncharted movie. And one of the names that we threw out there were like Charlie Cox would have been a perfect Nathan Drake. But another one I thought we threw out there was like, wait, Sony, you have already another Spider-Man who'd be perfect for Nathan Drake, and even kind of looks like him a little bit. Andrew Garfield.
Yeah. And I was like, yeah, you can have Andrew Garfield play the young Nathan Drake. And then you can have Charlie Cox play the in his 30s Nathan Drake.
Yeah. I don't know enough about that. I will say one thing though. Like, I really do feel like, and I think I forget, there's another YouTuber who said this, and I agree with it. Like, Tom Holland, I love Tom Holland, but he's really fast becoming like Hollywood's new like Tessa Thompson. I think
that's a little unfair. That's a little unfair to Tom Holland. I'd say he's more like Paul Rudd, where he's starting to appear in everything.
Exactly. That's my point. I mean, like, granted, Tessa Thompson is like the woke darling of Hollywood. That's not Tom Holland, but Christ, it just feels like he is now their fucking. They're just gonna slap him on every.
No, Ghost. Nathan Fillion is obviously a good choice. We were just suggesting other choices other than him because he's the most obvious one.
Yeah, I'm basically, everything mainstream turns to shit, and now it's like I'm kind of getting sick of seeing Tom Holland everywhere. Even though I
like Tom Holland a lot. My problem with him casting him as Nathan Drake is he's just too young for the role. Tom Holland still has a baby face. I feel like you need to let him grow up a little bit more. And it's not his fault that puberty hasn't seemed to fully hit him yet. I mean,
he's just doing his job. He's just making money.
And God bless him. Like, when he hits his 40s, he's going to look amazing.
Talking about Tom Holland, right?
Yeah, Tom Holland, because the fact that he still has such a baby face right now and in his 20s and he looks like a teenager. When he is in his 40s, he's going to look like he's like in his smoking hot 20s probably still. that kid's where's his fountain of youth? I need some of it. Places. Like, that sounds amazing.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I'm kind of hating that he's become, and he's already like Sony's poster child. Hey guys, just telling you, Spider-Man No Way Home, we love you all, we appreciate you, please no spoilers online, guys, we appreciate if you don't spoil anything. And he does the Sony his Sony corporate yes man videos for the company. But it's also kind of, just side note, it's kind of ironic that Tom is the one giving the don't give spoilers talk, because he's the one that has a hard time keeping a lid on spoilers anyway. So yeah, I kind of hate what they're turning Tom Holland into. Anyway, sorry, back to my story. I started with Marvel's Daredevil. The reason I said that is because, look, I loved Marvel's Daredevil. Netflix series, again, for the most part, fantastic. I don't want to go on too much of a tangent there, but same short story, I really liked it. my brother, on the other hand, he's very anti superhero stuff. He's very like he likes, like Martin Scorsese and ordinary movies. Scorsese, whatever. Fucking anyway. So,
That's okay. He's probably German, right?
What,
NOMZ?
me? Who? What?
No, because of
Completely
every
lost me.
name.
What?
Because of every time you like a certain person's name, and you're like, yeah, they're probably like German, like Eisenhower or something.
Oh, it's still going there, Ollie. All right.
Because it's
Anyway.
funny. Why wouldn't I go there?
It is funny. Anyway, but yeah, he's into real like, serious tone drama kind of movies and comedies and stuff. He's not much for the superhero genre. He likes sci-fi fantasy like Interstellar and like Lord of the Rings and stuff. But
then he probably liked Dune, didn't he?
I don't think he's seen it. I really want to see it. I still haven't seen it. It's on my list, but
yeah, like really a lot of people like could not get into it, like some general audiences, and people are like, you can tell that the MCU has damaged people's perception of movies because so many people are like, where are all the jokes?
Yeah, no,
like,
I really want to watch it and just see for myself. Like,
have you guys not seen a drama before in your lives?
Yeah, seriously.
Anyway, so he's very anti-Marvel. He only likes a handful. Like, he likes the Sam Raimi movies. He likes Dark Knight trilogy. He likes stuff that feels grounded for the most part. I mean, even the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy, even though it's pretty campy and comic booky for the most part, it's still reasonably grounded, right? So you can get into it.
It's also got some charm to it. Like,
oh, of course, yeah, no, yeah, I remember my brother was actually the one who introduced me to Spider-Man. I was, probably playing PlayStation or something one day. This is like when I was like 6 or something, and then my brother walks through the door after being at like a group play date with his friends. Like they were like 8 or 9 years old at the time, and the whole bunch of them, my brother's friends, like parents, took the whole group to the movies to see Spider-Man back in 2002. He came home, and I don't think I've ever seen him so excited when he came home from a movie before. He fucking loved Spider-Man. He thought it was fucking awesome. And like, again, like I said, he's really anti-Marvel, so I haven't seen too many reactions like that from him in the years since. And this whole time, he still always loves the first Spider-Man movie and the second one. I don't really know what he thinks of the third one, but let me just get to my point. It's very hard to please him when it comes to Marvel content because he likes the grounded stuff. So he's really not an MCU fan. All right, he's so far gone from the MCU. But I told him, because I had dinner with him Christmas Eve. I said, you know what you'll really like? Marvel's Daredevil. It's on Netflix. It's fucking awesome. It's about as grounded as it gets. You should watch Marvel's Daredevil. You fucking love it. And his fiance is like, yeah, we should watch that. And he's like, I'll think about it. What is it? Boxing Day, which is the day after Christmas, or the day after that? I forget. I get a text message from him. And he's like, dude, Spider-Man No Way Home is fucking garbage. I fucking hate everything about it. Why the fuck did you send me to watch this fucking human excremental waste? What the fuck is wrong with you? You know I hate this shit. And I'm like, I'm just kind of confused. I'm like, what? Spider-Man? Like, dude, I hate that movie for the most part. Why did you go watch it? And he's like, because you told me to go watch it at Christmas Eve dinner. You told me to go watch Spider-Man. I said, I facepalmed. I was like, I told you to watch Daredevil, you fucking numpty, not Spider-Man. Watch it on Netflix, you fuck.
His brain checked out. He's like, superhero in red? Got it, Spider-Man.
That's how out of touch he's. Like, you confuse Daredevil for Spider-Man. He goes watch probably one of the least grounded Marvel movies ever. And I mean, hell, I'm pretty forgiving as a Marvel fan. I enjoyed parts of No Way Home, but I still, for the most part, didn't like the movie, which means he is gonna fucking want to burn it to the ground. He didn't finish it. He left. He quit. He left his fiance and her brother.
Chat. Do you hear this? Can you all stop getting on Cool Man's case? We found someone who's even more of a hate man than him.
Oh yeah, no, he hates Marvel way more than Cool Man.
At least I watched the whole thing.
Yeah. That's he left.
Anomaly's brother is the real hate man 229.
Yeah, but like he left, and he left his fiance and her brother because they went in as a trio. it was like almost like a family trio, and they went to watch it. He just left them to watch it, and he just went out and had like a coffee or something. He's like, I can't do it, and he texted me, and he's like so angry at me. I was like, dude, what are you doing? And then when he realizes how much he fucked up, he's kind of like, oh, and then he just it's the funniest thing. Anyway, so that was my story. I just thought I'd worth sharing it. Let's get back to the video because I didn't want this to drag out too long, this podcast. So I was hoping to get it by 3 hours, maybe 3.5 at the latest.
I will want to point out one thing.
Sure.
20 years ago, about 20 years ago, Spider-Man 1 came out, the Raimi one. And if people don't remember, because if some people aren't as old as I am, I was 12 when it came out. That was right after 9/11. So the world was kind of like, there was generations of people that never grew up in a time of war and stuff like that. And so then that was just like a shock to the whole country. And so it was a scary time for a lot of people. So Spider-Man kind of gave country a form of escapism, like from that darkness and happiness again. So even though No Way Home is not that great of a movie in comparison, I like, this is what I'm trying to say whenever I said earlier, like, chat, like, I do not judge you if you love this movie, like, at all, because I understand what it means to live in a time of darkness, and then you go into something and it just gives you, a bright spot in your life. Like, it is completely, like, when NOMZ and Cool Man, because I'm apathetic, but NOMZ and Cool Man absolutely hate it. Like, they do not judge you. They do not hate you. They do not think you're stupid. They just don't like the movie. But trust us, we all understand, because we've come from a generation that grew up because of. I'm 32 years old, chat. Like, I knew what it was like a time before 9/11. Like, I remember it very, very clearly. Like, so, like, we're older and we get it. We get it, what it means to, like, have a really sucky life and a really sucky year, and then suddenly it doesn't matter how stupid a movie is. You're like, yeah, well, I had fun, so let me have fun. It's okay. You can have fun. It's fine. And I'm happy you're happy.
Yeah.
Okay. Little thought over. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. What she said. I just want to answer these 2 super chats real quick. I apologize if you guys have left the chat already. I'm sorry it took me so long to get to these. The guy in that video is simply injecting his head canon. That's all there is to it. Lol. That's kind of why I chose it, because I wanted to giggle at the the absurdity of what he's going to try and string together to justify the plot holes in this movie. Thank you, Star Games. I appreciate the super chat. Charlie, the vibe I'm getting? I'm getting a new Rockstars vibe, Angel, in terms of the corporate note. Oh, definitely. And new Rockstars, and the Canadian lad is another one I want to freaking react to, because God, I see all these mainstream companies just shilling the shit out of this movie and all these theories and like justifications, and people are
the title
eating it
of
up.
The video.
Garbage.
I can't remember the title of the video, but there was a video because of a Robot Head, and it was years ago. He was in a podcast where it was a video where basically saying, if you hate The Last Jedi, you're sexist, all that stuff like that. But I'm telling you, that guy had a setup just like this. Like, it is uncanny. It almost like, do all of these corporate, like, okay, not corporate, because I don't know if anyone's paying him other than YouTube, but they feel corporate. They feel like they've come out of an assembly line.
Yeah.
like do all of these shills, like, do they take notes? Like, why do they all dress the same and do this like same type of like layout with the movies or the books behind them, like set up in just a way like as if they're at some sort of store? Like, I don't get it. Where's that memo? How much does it pay? Because if it pays well, then sure, I could sell my soul. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm too whamming for it. You ever notice that? It's always men. That's sexism.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Anyway.
Okay, chat. I'm done joking around. That was cringe to say that.
That's all right. Let's get back to the video though. I think I'm done telling the story. So yeah, let's just have a laugh, shall we?
Thomas said Raid Shadow Legends is probably paying them.
Speaking of being paid, let me tell you about Raid Shadow Legends.
Yes, this podcast is not sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, but
because
if it
we're
was,
not getting paid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get to the video.
Now, Jameson would know that he rose to power by attacking Spider-Man, but not the details.
Oh, that
of
was
his
another thing
original
I actually
bombshell
hated in this
story.
movie,
I'm not
besides
just
Doctor
making all
Strange.
this
I
up.
hated
This is kind
Jameson.
of how the forgetting spells work in
Yeah.
Harry Potter. And
Stop.
this has actually happened
Stop.
in the
Why isn't it
Yeah.
like it's like not it like cut out and then it like reappeared? Do you mind rewinding it in just like 10 seconds
just
or
making all
so?
this up. This is kind of how the forgetting man, but not the details of his original bombshell story. But
Okay, but like I also hate how No Way Home is like, oh yeah, by the way, he's like sitting in his basement.
Yeah, I hated that
But then the next time you see him, he has a fully professional set, and I'm like, you're trying to make it seem like, oh look, he got all this attention. I'm like, okay, yeah, but they didn't build that set in a day. Like,
I honestly thought that was like kind of like a spiteful slap at like internet news outlets like YouTuber commentary channels and stuff. That's what I thought it was. What?
Actually, are you talking about the Daily Bugle?
Well, I'm talking about the depiction of Jameson in his basement.
Yeah. No. Do you know what they're trying to satirize?
What?
They're trying to say J. Jonah Jameson is this universe versus Alex Jones.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, sorry.
Like,
I think I did hear that from someone.
He's not even funny. Like, come on! I've seen people who made fun of Alex Jones. They're way funnier than this. Like, he's just annoying. Like, it's like they're almost afraid of going hard in on the whole conspiracy theory angle because J. Jonah Jameson is a funny character, and Alex Jones is a meme for how insane he comes across to a lot of people because he probably is.
Jesus won't eat you, but I will.
Yeah.
He just comes across a little unhinged. That's all.
Yeah.
But they don't lean in on that. Like that, you could have had an unhinged J. Jonah Jameson, which that's not even J. Jonah Jameson's character. But if your point is you're trying to make fun of Alex Jones, then lean in on the crazy. They don't. They kind of play it safe. Like it's like they're afraid of offending people who hate Alex Jones because of he's evil alt-right. I was like, okay, but you hate him and you're trying to make fun of him. So lean into it. Lean into the crazy. Lean into that. Like he's detestable. No, he's not even detestable in No Way Home. He's just annoying. He just comes across as a typical run-of-the-mill, like just sleazy journalist. Like there's nothing like.
There's no nuance or depth to his character at all.
Well, look. Also, and look, here's the thing. I actually enjoyed the cameo at the end of Far From Home because it was just a cameo of J. Jonah Jameson, played by J.K. Simmons. I didn't realize they were going to make an entire fucking movie out of it. Him and others. That's like
it's because they know people love him as J. Jonah Jameson, but that was not J. Jonah Jameson.
But like J. Jonah Jameson doesn't really make like. To flush him out like the way they did, like it doesn't make much sense in the context of the MCU because for some reason he has a ginormous hate boner for Spider-Man. What?
Sorry, my dog is like trying to climb on my laptop. You are not a little dog.
Oh, okay. I thought you were telling me to stop. I was like, okay.
No. Get down.
But yeah, like and I've heard this from many people, and they're correct. Like, why is he? J. Jonah Jameson must hate Spider-Man. But like in the context of the MCU, why does he have a hate boner for just Spider-Man? Where's the Devil of Hell's Kitchen? Where the fuck is
it's supposed to be because of Alex Jones. He's a conspiracy theorist. I'm like, okay, lean into that. Why do I not see like him talking about Spider-Man conspiracy theories? Like like right and left, that Spider-Man works with the lizard people and they're going to enslave us all. And then Lizard pops out of the truck and it'd be like, see, lizard people are real.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm making myself die from laughing.
It's all right.
Yeah, like I can't believe they had Lizard in this movie and they didn't have a single underground lizard people conspiracy line.
Like, come on. Or they could be like Spider-Man's working with the globalists or the Illuminati. Come on, give me a conspiracy theory.
Oh, I know they could
Spider-Man is a member of the globalists.
They also could have brought in is fucking Captain Stacy from The Amazing Spider-Man.
Yes, they could have.
Before he was killed by Lizard.
Yeah, like there's a lot of.
I would have liked to see him actually. I like, and he'd be like, "Hey, Peter." Like, could you imagine if Garfield runs into Captain Stacy? It's like, "Hey, is my daughter alive?" From your point, it's like, yeah."
Sweat's very nervous.
See, I'm not the Spider-Man. I'm from a different universe, and bye.
That would have been awkward as shit. Anyway, so
I mean, granted, it would have been a lot angstier, and he probably
I
would have
wish I put
cried
that in the
and
video.
apologized profusely, and he'd been like, "I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. I'm so sorry."
Imagine
couldn't
if
keep that
he
promise.
comes into the universe while he's dying, and after he's told Peter that.
Oh my
and then he's like,
goodness!
Captain Stacy, what are you doing here? And why are you almost dead? He's like, Peter, did you keep my promise? Sorry,
Cool.
sorry, man.
Cool-
She's
cool
kind
man.
of already dead.
Cool man's the other man said he put the chemicals in the water and turned the spiders gay.
God.
You see, Spider-Man put the chemicals in the water, and he turned the spiders gay. I always told you he was a menace.
Yeah. Charlie Spur, you're not corporate enough, Angel. You're too spontaneous to be a corporate nerd.
That's true.
I don't really get the spontaneous.
And I would
part,
never
but-
get paid for it.
Connor, how you doing, pal? J. Jonah Jameson in the PS4 game was a better Alex Jones style take. I agree. And guys, actually, I've actually been playing the PS4 Spider-Man actually recently. Started playing it. I'm about halfway through it, and I'm absolutely fucking loving it. I thought it was going to be like a tedious start, like this god awful tutorial that's going to take you like 3 hours to get through because I don't think you've never played a video game before. Nope. They just give you the fucking web shooters, toss you into the city, and say, have at it. And I fucking got hooked from like the first 5 minutes.
I can't believe I'm actually going to praise something from this video game, but cool, man. You remember that really awful Devil May Cry reboot?
Oh,
Okay, but remember the evil demon that's supposed to be a parody of Bill O'Reilly?
yes.
He was like unironically the only funny thing in that game.
Yes.
Like, even that was a better parody of Bill O'Reilly. He's just like an evil, demonic Bill O'Reilly that's but he was actually funny because he'd say things like just doing God's work. It was so stupid, but at the same time, I'm like, it's actually kind of a little bit spot on.
Link fan, how you doing, buddy? It's good to see you in here. How does he say Spider-Man's a villain? He does. He says Spider-Man's a villain. Wait, are we talking about J. Jonah Jameson still? Or it just seems weird how MCU's JJJ is physically just bald. Bald version of the Sam Raimi JJJ. Yeah, but look, like I kind of forgive that because, you know, again, he's like the best. I mean, look, Grant, I still maintain that they should like.
We
they
know the
should
real reason why they
make
didn't cast a different actor.
Yeah. Look, here's the thing, though.
It's because of everybody on the internet and their mother says nobody does a better J. Jonah Jameson than J.K. Simmons. Like, everybody and their mother says that. It's the same way people say no one does a better Green Goblin than Willem Dafoe. It is probably why they've never tried to do a Norman Osborn Green Goblin, is because they know they can't top that. It's probably why they've never done a Doc Ock, because they know they can't top Alfred Molina. They've never tried.
Yeah,
they've tried. They tried to do another Harry, and it failed miserably.
Yeah,
like
look. Here's the thing, though. I can look. J. Jonah Jameson is like the one cameo like where they steal him and repurpose him for the MCU that I can like kind of forgive because not just because of how well the
my
actor's
dog will
cast,
not stop licking my hand, so I'm going to take him outside.
Okay. Not just because of how well he's cast, but also simply because he's just a fun character. He doesn't really affect much in terms of the plot. So I can forgive them using him as a cameo and like taking him into the MCU. And again, like I was kind of excited when I saw him at the end of Far From Home. I was like, hey, good to have you back. Even if it's just for a moment. And again, I didn't know what was to come at the time. And in retrospect, I would have like clawed my eyes out. But
I still don't like that because I think it's out of character that Jameson would willingly out a 15-year-old kid as Spider-Man.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was used well. I'm just saying, like, if they were going to take one character and repurpose him for the MCU, I think Jameson would be the lessest of evils, if that makes sense. Is lessest even a word? Fuck, I'm bad at this.
The lesser of two evils.
The lesser of many, many evils, because there's a lot of cameos. Ronaldo Bernal. Noms, where's your favorite Spider-Man movie? Spider-Man 1. Sam Raimi Spider-Man 1. It's my favorite. It's the best. Yeah, that one. Cool, man. Do you want to keep us going with the video?
Or do you want to wait for Angel, or do you want to?
Did she say how long she was going to be? It's just because, she's
just going to put the dog outside.
Okay, it's just all right. Because it's going. Where this is going, it's going to go longer than I thought.
Yeah, because she's the one who hasn't seen this video at all, so
that's true.
I don't want her to lose context.
That's true. Okay.
What
how
context?
Because he was like,
Oh,
let's start
that's
the video up,
completely-
and I was like, let's wait for.
Link fan
Angel
has
to
a
come
great
in.
point. JJ in the Raimi films wouldn't even sell out Peter in the first film.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
that's what
wouldn't.
I'm saying. Yeah, and
Granted, he did put his what is it? He did put Peter's name in the Bugle, saying that he took the photo, but that was after he was attacked, because obviously he didn't want to get attacked again. But in that moment, he would not give up Peter. He's like, no, I can't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's supposed to be the thing that journalists protect their sources and stuff like that. But by that point, the reason Peter's name is listed is because then Peter, instead of being freelance, became, like part of the workplace. Like he wasn't just freelance anymore. Like he actually became part of the Bugle staff. But that's neither here nor there. Jonah Jameson has always been established in a lot of comic books. There's more to him than meets the eye. Like there's a deeper side to his character. There's some iterations, but one iteration where he hires Peter immediately, despite the fact him thinking that Peter's pictures are amateur hour, and even
was it Betty
like
Bryant?
well, no, not Betty. It was the
it was the black dude, the senior editor guy, right?
Yes, him. Yes, it was him. It wasn't Betty. It wasn't Betty.
Bobby.
Yes, it was Bobby. Thank you. I'm having a brain fart because COVID. Bobby was even saying to him, like, why'd you pay him that money? Why'd you take those pictures? That kids' pictures are amateur hour in this comic. And then you see Jameson is looking up an article on the computer, and he says, look, that kid's clearly going through stuff right now. And then the article says, Ben Parker killed in a robbery, and he says that kid, he just needs some help. So it shows Jameson only paid him just to help Peter because he noticed Peter was this is the nephew of the kid that's going through a hard time. And then you're just like, oh wow, like that's one comic iteration. Another like other stuff is Jameson. The reason he hates vigilantes, superheroes in general, is he doesn't trust people who wear masks and stuff like that, but also because if he doesn't trust anybody who goes around saying they're superheroes, he doesn't believe people are heroes 24/7 because his father was a decorated veteran and he also abused him growing up as a child. So he doesn't believe anybody who masquerades themselves as a hero. He feels like, oh, those people, they have something to hide. And so like, there's always like, not all of them, but there's a lot of iterations that show that there's more depth to Jameson than meets the eye.
Okay. Anyway, you guys want to just chose to change his pick to Jameson. Anyway, let's keep going, shall we? The video.
Yep.
I'm not just making all this up. This is kind of how the forgetting spells work in Harry Potter. And
I'm not making this up. I'm just bringing an entirely different franchise to talk about this.
No, but look, I get what he's going with the examples. I can appreciate that at least, but this is
the thing is though, that's not what the movie did though.
Yeah. What I'm saying is,
the movie, we don't know if it did that. That's the problem. But we've gone through this though. Let's keep going. We haven't even got to the bad stuff yet, like the really bad stuff.
This has actually happened in the comics more than once. For instance,
wait.
And this is
okay. Look at the background. The Batman Forever. Focus on that.
Happened in the comics more than.
You mean
once.
Batman and Robin?
No, Batman Forever.
Oh wait, no. Oh wait, yeah, no.
In the back.
Yeah, that's right.
Look. Those aren't shelves.
For instance, the scent work in Harry Potter. And
this
has actually happened in the comics.
That's a background cloth that is printed out to look. Look, watch it wiggle.
Once. For instance, the Sentry.
Oh my gosh, it wiggled.
Heroes in the Marvel
Yeah.
universe.
Oh my gosh, go back. It wiggled. Chat, look. Chat, look at it. It wiggled.
Getting spells.
Yeah,
cool, man.
Right
play it in mute it.
Slow it down.
Slow it, yeah.
Yeah, I just saw that. I
speed.
was like, wait a minute, did I see that right?
That wiggled.
Because-
Oh my gosh. Is he really a fake geek? Is he really a fake gamer girl? Chat.
And this
Mute it.
actually happened in the comics.
Yeah.
Oh my
look
gosh,
at this.
chat.
It's wiggling.
Oh my god.
It's not a real background. He doesn't have those movies up there. That's just a background tarp with all that stuff printed on it. I can't believe it.
Oh my gosh, Chad, is he really a fake geek girl?
Go to times go to times 25.25, excuse me. I just want to say it one more time.
Yeah, just it's mute it. Chat, just watch it again. I'm pretty sure I can see what Coolman's seeing now. Did it? There we go. It's moving. Oh my gosh, there's a bubble. It billowed a little. Oh my
It's
gosh.
not real. Those aren't real shelves.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Let's
Oh
All
my
right,
gosh.
yeah. I'll go back again.
This is our Ace Attorney hold it moment.
Yeah, hold it.
No, it's okay. Just
spell's working.
Yep, keep going.
Harry Potter. And this has actually happened in the comics more than once.
Yeah, you're
For
right. I can
instance,
see it.
the Sentry.
Yeah.
He was one of the greatest heroes in the Marvel Universe. Best friends with Reed Richards, Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, the
I think
Hulk.
it's easy
Peter
to say at
Parker even
normal
won a
speed.
Pulitzer by taking a photo of him. But the Sentry was also, subconsciously, a villain called the Void, who was threatening reality. So Doctor Strange, Reed Richards, and everybody worked up a spell to make him forget and make the world forget that he was ever a hero. It's very similar to what happens in this movie. Afterwards, if someone starts to remember something that they shouldn't, they just think, oh, I'm not allowed to remember that, and then they go on with their lives. Peter Parker doesn't even remember winning that Pulitzer Prize. So if someone did come across evidence that Peter Parker was Spider-Man, they would just ignore it, not notice it, or think it was fake. I do think that there is still a paper trail. Like Peter would still have his birth certificate, because at the end of the movie, MJ still has the Black Dahlia necklace that Peter gave her in Far From Home. She would remember that she got it in Europe, just not how she got it. Then Edits asked, how does everyone remember that there's a Spider-Man despite...
Okay, but like, again, he's bringing in the comics and going, well, something kind of similar happened in the comics, so that's how it works here. I'm like, yes, but the movie never establishes this. Ever.
Yeah, the movie is far too vague on this front. And again, just pointing to a comic or a movie with something similar doesn't mean the filmmakers thought of it. Like it's kind of it's them plugging up the holes, right? Like what are you giggling about?
I just had a horrible thought. Cool, man.
What?
Okay.
You know how we say Anita Sarkeesian is totally a fake gamer girl because she never actually played those games she took pictures with?
Yeah.
She actually had physical evidence of those games, though.
Yes! She's just got a bunch of game cases, at least. This guy can't even manage that.
Okay.
Don't die.
This is killing me.
All right.
Oh.
Anyway,
I'm in physical pain, chat, literally and spiritually.
Pain.
I'm just
Lol.
laughing because I'm going mad.
anyway. Let's keep going.
having their memory wiped about who Peter Parker is and, well, everything about him. Well, people still remember Spider-Man, especially that he was blamed for Mysterio's death. They just don't remember Peter Parker. Kind of like how you may remember that there was a live action.
There doesn't seem to be any indication that at the end of the movie that he's any more blamed for Mysterio's death.
Yeah.
That's the thing I don't get.
I imagine he would still be blamed for it, wouldn't he? Because they just made people forget who's behind the mask.
I imagine he would be, but weirdly, when J. Jonah Jameson goes on his rant, he doesn't bring up that Spider-Man killed Mysterio.
Yeah.
That's the part that confuses me, especially because of the other thing that makes this also really confusing. In the Morbius trailer, Morbius. Yeah, Morbius. My COVID brain is killing me. Okay, in the Morbius trailer, there's a shot in an alleyway where you see Spider-Man with, I believe, murderer spray painted over him. So that made people go, "Wait, is this set in No Way Home universe? Is this Sony saying that that Peter Parker solely belongs to the Venom universe now, or is that Andrew Garfield, or is that Toby Spider-Man?" And if that's the case, then why is murderer plastered over that?
Well, it looks like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man.
It does. That's what adds to the confusion. But it has murderer plastered over it.
Yeah, no.
So it leads people going like, "What is even going on anymore?"
Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, let's keep going. Superboy, 1988. I have no idea what that is.
Superboy show in the 90s, but you can't remember the name of the actor who played him. Spider-Man and Peter Parker are basically two separate identities. Quentin Anderson asked, shouldn't Peter be able to simply tell Ned and MJ what happened, and they'd at least know? In a world of aliens, wizards, and the blip, they'd be pretty amenable to that kind of explanation, especially if it was coming from Spider-Man himself. The reason Peter doesn't tell MJ and Ned the truth at the end of the movie has nothing to do with them believing him. I
don't think this is a plot hole at all. What the hell?
No, it's not.
No, that's not.
No,
this is just him looking for something to fucking fill his video with.
Yeah, like
Okay,
no one.
like,
the movie is explicit about that.
Who is actually complaining about this? Most people universally say that that's one of the good things about the movie.
Agree, me too. Yeah,
is the fact that he doesn't tell them, and the fact that he decides I'm not going to be selfish and drag these two in my life full of danger, and just let them have normal lives. Like I think that's even a moment. Like I was like, wow, they went there. That was good.
Yeah, no, that
For
was
the first
actually,
time in his entire life, Peter Parker in the MCU has taken responsibility for something.
And it was downright heroic. It's Peter sacrificing his own wants for their needs. Like that's what heroes do. And I was just like, no, that was good. Who complains about that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, look, he was just asking a question, but this guy said he's trying to answer plot holes and shit. That's his. We just say "and question."
Well, I know, but he's also pulling out comments like, but
no
who other than this one person made a comment? Why didn't he just tell Ned and MJ? Like, who actually asked that other than this one person that you found?
Yeah.
Like this is not something, because most Spider-Man fans even the normies came out walking out of it understood the reason Peter didn't tell them is because he was not being selfish and he was thinking of their needs above his own.
Yeah, exactly. Keep going. Let's keep going.
Now, it would be hard to rekindle his romance with MJ, but I mean, I'm sure they'd find a way to make it work. This was actually Peter's original plan, but he changes his mind when he sees the bandage on MJ's head. He doesn't want to see her get hurt, and when he sees that she and Ned got into MIT, it hits home.
Spoilers! Just kidding.
Right. So basically, everyone that wasn't blind saw this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Vate in the chat. If I said your name wrong, sorry. Lord of Mars. Okay. I didn't point it out first. That was Cool Man who noticed that first. I just ran it into the ground.
Yeah.
And now he has that poor puppy dog. Is that even a real puppy dog?
Okay, that looks like a real dog. I did not see.
What if it's a stuffed? What if it's like a stuffed toy and he has a position like
as somebody who's a former dog groomer, that looks like a very real dog. All right,
like,
so
it could be let's play. Let's see if it actually moves. Let's see if it actually moves.
Let's see if it wiggles.
Yeah.
You guys are ridiculous.
No, that's not for real. I'm
second here.
See, that's a dog.
Oh, okay, it's real. It's real.
Taking
Okay.
Pictures of the shopping.
That poor dog.
You're gonna print it out and hang it up.
It's a cute doggy.
Imagine if it was like
a good doggy.
Imagine if it was like animatronic or something.
The sponsor of this video.
That's a cute little doggy.
All right.
That's what he only has it in there for the fucking sponsorship. It's like, hey guys, I got a dog here, and I have a sponsorship that looks after dogs. I don't fucking know what he's doing.
All right.
Who cares?
Anyways, Charlie's gotta leave.
Oh, Charlie, bye.
He sent a super chat. Wow. Send a super chat saying bye.
I got him. Charlie, it's been a pleasure. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself. We'll be back soon. Like, we'll see you maybe next week or whatever. Alrighty. Let's rewind a little bit. I think he's put another question up there. Cool, man.
Did Matt Murdock get him out of trouble with the cops? I think it's pretty obvious.
How is that a fucking?
No, who asked that?
Look,
who actually asked that?
There's no name attached.
No, he literally explains it. But the problem, I think, is that they don't show any of it. They just go, "Oh yeah, I can get you out of it," and then they skip past it. Like,
yeah,
wait, what?
Yeah, like, it is kind of weird that Matt Murdock just shows up and like Peter's instantly off the hook. I understand pacing.
Now, based on what the movie gives us, I actually can believe that Matt Murdock gets him off. It's just that we just didn't get to see it. It's just basically an off-screen moment of awesome, basically, you know?
Yeah.
Like, man, I bet you there was a cool court scene that we just sadly didn't get to see. But it's obvious how he got there. Happy hired him.
Yeah.
Like,
I can believe Matt Murdock.
Like everyone and their mother kind of
actually. I think he would have volunteered. Matt Murdock.
Probably,
This is the kind of story that would have interested Matt Murdock. Probably Karen Page got him onto it.
but he can't do anything unless he's hired. My point is, Happy obviously hired him because Happy's the one with the paycheck.
Well, he nothing until he's hired, but like he also does volunteer to take cases. He does it even in the show. So chances are he probably would have volunteered, and Happy chose him. And,
but
I know that's not my point. My point is legally you cannot represent someone unless they seek you out. Even if you offer your case, somebody still has to take it.
Well, they have to hire you. Yes, of course. Yeah. Okay.
And my point is, it's like everybody knows why he's there because Happy hired him, and Matt's a good lawyer, and
he's a really good lawyer.
He got a literal murderous psychopath who blatantly killed people in front of an actual people off the hook because he's that good of a lawyer.
Oh, I love his speech. His speech,
and then afterwards he dressed up in his suit and beat the guy up. But like,
that was great. Yeah, he's like, now, ladies and gentlemen, my clients. I love what he was referring to. He's like, my clients, should he be released, could face a judgment of his own making. Meaning, like, he was basically telling us, the audience, and the jury that I'm gonna kick I'm gonna kick the shit out of him as soon as he's released. But as for right now in the courtroom, given the facts, he must be found not guilty. And he's like, yeah, the law doesn't have to convict him, but I'll still get him.
Yeah, Chad is right. He didn't pet that dog, so that makes the video an automatic 0-10.
Sure. but wouldn't
I say the dog dodged a bullet.
Yeah.
That dog is a good dog. It deserves all the head pats.
Yeah, but wouldn't it have been amazing to actually see Matt in court defending Peter? Like, actually see him do it. Like, I would have loved to see him give, like, a speech, even if you don't show the whole... They obviously wouldn't show the whole court case.
Yeah.
But, like, just a bit of the trial.
What I mean, this is where we could kind of go back to the whole No Way Home could have been a two-parter or a trilogy even. You
or
could
TV
have
series
this
even.
be, the legal struggle being Peter's the first movie, the multiverse dilemma and all that, and find the villains could be number 2, and then the Toby and Andrew stuff could be number 3.
Yeah,
or something to that effect. I don't know.
Well, and if you remember from the ending of Homecoming, they were setting up the Vulture to come back. Like what
happened to that?
Yeah. Where's Liz?
Well, like, wouldn't it have actually been interesting if, like, while the court case is going on, Peter and Matt teamed up together to stop Vulture and his resurgence to come back? Yeah, like that could have been like the big villain plot along with the trial stuff.
I think the other reason that they kind of dropped it though is one of the biggest criticisms with the MCU Spider-Man movies from the detractors anyway is they're kind of tired about how both villains had some tie to Tony Stark and rather being Spider-Man villains,
Vulture and Quentin Beck were both absolute garbage villains. I'm just saying that they had already set up Vulture to come back.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm just saying, I think them like dropping it entirely because they're like, oh, people say we need to stop involving villains that involve Tony Stark. Okay, so instead we're going to bring in these other villains from other universes. I mean, I don't know. You guys could maybe invent a Spider-Man villain for him that has nothing to do with Tony Stark. There's also that option.
Yeah. It was like there are two. It's like that one guy who has the 2 buttons in front of him and he's sweating. That meme where it's like create villain that hates Tony Stark or steal other villains. Like those are their only 2 options.
I mean, I feel like there's other choices that you could have done. But...
You would think.
Yeah.
But I agree. Like they did set up Vulture, so Vulture should have returned. And even though I don't like Vulture, I know Vulture does have a lot of fans from fans of Homecoming. So I do feel like that is a waste of a character for people who like him. At least for them.
And the whole, we need villains that aren't tied to Tony Stark. Again, I go back to, okay, so your answer is just to steal villains that are tied to every other fucking Spider-Man franchise.
I mean, like Spider-Man has so many villains. Like, there's a lot you could pull from.
They're still missing Kraven, Morbius,
Chameleon. Sony's gonna be like, nah, those are ours now.
Oh my god, Shocker's actually a pretty decent Spider-Man villain. They fuck Shocker.
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth.
And they just gave it to that fucking mopey bloody diversity hire in Homecoming.
Like they literally
just gave him a
killed-
fucking gauntlet. It's like, how the hell is that Shocker? It was so weird. Like the guy had the personality of a mop, and I forget what Shocker's character like he's meant to look like, but
Okay, so chat, if you're trying to understand what Coolman and I were referencing, just when you finish this stream, just type in YouTube voice overacting at its finest. You'll see something from the 90s Spider-Man cartoon, and it is
wonderful.
It is hilarious. I love it so much. I love that cartoon so much. It's like it's a scene where it's like overacted and he's just screaming at Shocker. And what even makes it even funnier is if you go to the comment section and you just read everyone's comments, like of just people just laughing at it. And some of the people can be really funny sometimes. Just saying.
Oh, comments are wonderful. 90 Spider-Man's where it's at, guys. Fans still want a film based on Kraven's Last Hunt. Thanks, Mega Jetty. I appreciate the super chat. And yeah, I've heard, I think I watched a Chris Stockman video where he fawns over that comic. He really likes
it's a good comic.
I don't know too much about it, but I've heard.
I would recommend people check it out for yourselves and see what you think. I think it's good.
It has a reputation for being pretty good. So yeah, check it out. Anyway, let's keep going, guys.
Yeah.
Linking Peter to a murder. There was the video that was doctored to show him ordering a drone strike, but I'm pretty sure they could check Edith's logs and see that that's not what happened. However, Happy Hogan and Stark Industries get into a lot of trouble, partly because they had an army of weaponized drones orbiting the Earth that they gave to a mine.
Okay, like that is something I hate Far From Home so much, but like this is something that pisses me the hell off. Tony Stark, who shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries and only made the Iron Man suit to protect people, wouldn't make a giant satellite full of evil murder drones.
No, he wouldn't.
And then he wouldn't give it to a child. Like, that makes no sense. Why wouldn't he give it to someone like Rhodey? Like,
I mean, yeah, I agree. You probably should have given it to Rhodey. I mean, Rhodey was the only one besides himself he trusted with an Iron Man suit, so it makes complete sense he'd give it to Rhodey.
But yeah, there's zero reason for him to give it to Peter.
As for Peter, here's the thing. I can imagine Tony Stark has a lot of faith in Peter and does want him to sort of, I suppose, take his mantle at some point. But obviously, yeah, he's too young at the moment. And there are other choices to give Edith to when maybe Peter could take over it when he's ready. I don't know, but
older.
What I honestly, the biggest problem I have with this plot is how easily Tom Holland or Peter Parker just gives Edith to Beck. And it's like, yeah, take this, no problem. Like I really hate. Like, I did not like, and I didn't like Quentin Beck because I thought he was a pathetic villain. He gets fired and he holds a grudge against Tony Stark, the guy who eventually saves half the universe, and then he gets all of these other fucking shitty, bitter ass fucking Stark employees who are also let go or also made redundant to join his little anti-Tony Stark posse, and they spend like years working up a coup to eventually take back control of Stark. And it's like, do you have any idea how many people would have to sign off on that and keep that a secret and fucking would have to have absolutely no fucking lives and no fucking sense of self-worth to let themselves get sucked into that scheme? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, it's a very Far From Home is fucking far-fetched. It is.
MJ1 Media also has a comment. I was thinking maybe we could respond to it.
Sorry, which one?
Very recent one.
Anomaly Angel, I believe. He made the satellite with drones as a result of Ultron and the lead up to this. I can believe Tony Stark making the drones. I just don't his suit of armor around the world he spoke of, but I don't agree that I don't agree that he wouldn't ever give it to Peter, but Rhodey would have been the much better choice, and he absolutely would have.
He trusts Rhodey. Rhodey's his best friend.
Yeah. Rhodey, he's the only one that he trusted with another Iron Man suit. That's it. Like, I
mean, I get it. I get it. He gave Peter a lot of technology, but he was clearly trying to groom Peter into a superhero like him and Rhodey.
Well, like in Homecoming, it establishes that the suit had like a bajillion other features that were disabled, literally described as training wheels. Like, so you're telling me that immediately, like after that, then he's like, yeah, he helped us fight Thanos, so I'll just give him my army of murder drones.
It's like this. Imagine you are like a motocross racer, and you have but you like injure your leg, and you have a best friend who's also really good at motocross as well, and you decide to hand the keys to your motorcycle to, instead of the best friend, to your toddler who got on a tricycle that you're teaching how to ride on the tricycle. It's like, wait a minute, hang on. Like, wait till he's at least old enough.
Yeah. I just want to answer a couple of these chats. Hey, NOMZ, have you played Minecraft yet? No, I have not played Minecraft yet. Thanks, Mystic Space. It's on the list. Ghost further elaborates on Quentin Beck here. He says he holds a grudge because his project wound up only being used by Tony himself. As I recall, they spun the stories that like it wasn't really Tony's fault that happened, as far as but he held the grudge against Tony. And this is the part that really gets me, which he says here. Since Iron Man 3, they held that grudge. All those fucking Stark employees. I'm here to tell you right now, the only
that's a lot of time in between now and then.
I have more of a right to hold a grudge at Iron Man 3 since Iron Man 3 than those fucking Stark employees do, because you know how much I hate that fucking movie. I would be more justified in doing what they did than what they fucking had reason to do it to Tony for, because fucking Iron Man 3 sucks so bad. Just putting in perspective, they held this fucking petty grudge, and Ghost puts it further outlines. Fucking Iron Man 3, years and 5 years since the snap. They were fucking planning on doing this. Time. Exactly. And they're like, hey guys, we finally got control of Edith. It's like, shouldn't you fuckers have moved on by now? Like,
also, Jesus the other Christ. Thing is where is Pepper in all this?
Yeah, like never once does she come up.
Like, now correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Pepper the one being Tony's wife as well legally? She would have the rights to everything.
Well, you remember she was made CEO in Iron Man 2.
Yeah, yeah, she's the CEO, but also as Tony's wife, like legally. When you're married in America, usually like whenever the spouse dies, like the other spouse, they get all the shares and like get everything of the spouse, and anything that is like except anything that goes in the will, like it goes immediately directly to your spouse and your next of kin, which would be their daughter. Obviously the daughter's too young for that stuff, so it's like did Peter really put these drones in his will or something?
Yeah,
or did Tony? Brain mush. Sorry.
What's to say? Normally, I watched the Book of Boba Fett. It was bad. You were right. It was garbage.
I've seen some clips. Anomaly, did you know that they try to humanize the Tusken Raiders?
I've been told. And
yeah, they're just like feel bad for these guys, and I just keep thinking.
I was annoyed with it. Yeah, go.
I just keep like thinking back, and I want to play that clip over and over again to those people in Attack of the Clones where Shmi's dying at Anakin's arms, and I'm like, yeah, but feel bad for these people, guys. Look at how they brutally tortured this woman slowly.
Yeah. I hated that they could fucking speak to Mando in Mandalorian season 2. Like, when can we get a Spiderman and Batman movie? When Disney, God forbid, grows Microsoft's balls and spends like $200 billion to buy DC Comics. Probably worth more than that.
No, never let that happen.
Oh, I agree. No. I'm just saying, if Microsoft has proved anything, is that
also that's not going to happen because Warner Brothers owns it. So they would have to buy Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers is already buying out a lot of other companies too. Mm-hmm. They're doing just what Disney does.
Imagine if, I think Microsoft is doing what Disney does.
No, I'm saying like Warner Brothers, they have Discovery now, like the Discovery Channel.
How much was Fox bought for, by the way? Sorry to cut you off.
They have Rooster Teeth. They have Crunchyroll. There's a lot of things that they have now.
Angel, how much the Fox deal was?
I don't remember. I just remember it was a lot of money. But the thing that stings me the most is that, Do you remember how much Disney bought Star Wars for?
Yeah, $4 billion. And Star Wars
Yeah,
is worth
and then
way more than that.
and then you look at how much Microsoft bought Activision, and then you cry a little inside because of Activision has so many scandals going on with it, and it apparently is okay. I know it's got a lot of IPs, but just to know just that a company with that many scandals is still worth more than Star Wars, it just makes me sad. It just makes me very
Well,
sad.
as Activision, I think is the worst company in the world. I mean, it's toss up between them and Disney, but they are a bunch of greedy.
I will say this: Activision
scummy.
currently looks like the worst company because of most of their stuff is publicized right now of what they do.
Good. I honestly think EA gets too much flack.
There's skeletons about Disney that we don't know. Like, let's be real.
That's true, but like, I honestly think, look, EA is a pile of shit, but I honestly think they're like Activision's scapegoat. The amount of shit that Activision has done that like just flew under people's radars.
Oh no, EA and Activision used to be equal for years. Now EA smartly decided that they just need to shut up for a little bit, and that's why the heat is off them. Because it's like, someone else is going to screw up and people are going to forget all about what we did.
But I think that's what
I was like, you know what? That's business. What you should do. You should shut up and stop trying to virtue signal.
I know, but like, I think Activision is essentially doing the reverse now. Like, they were just doing their slimy business practices and making sure not to get caught and just letting EA, the headlines are filled with EA's controversies.
Yeah.
So
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. If you want to let your skeletons stay in the closet, you need to shut up. Like, that's what these businesses like. But at the same time, I'm glad these businesses I'm glad these people virtue signal because they signal to the world that they have skeletons in their closet, and now we can find it out because they're stupid. They're all stupid.
Well, the virtue signalers are the fakest people on the planet because they're full of shit. They're projecting. They're
Well, yeah, it is. It's all projection.
Yeah, exactly. What about Ubisoft, Nintendo? I think Ubisoft or EA are next. I think by Microsoft. Nintendo's going to stay where it is. I think Microsoft really liked Nintendo, and
Microsoft tried to buy Nintendo already. They got laughed
a long time ago
room.
in the GameCube years. And Nintendo laughed in their faces and told them to get out.
Is that really what happened?
Yeah.
Yes.
What is it? Oh, went off for sale. Fuck off. Greedy corporate executives.
Well, basically, it was
greedy American men.
Okay. It was during the GameCube years because if the GameCube wasn't selling nearly as well as the other systems at the time, which was Xbox and PlayStation, and Microsoft were trying to basically gobble them up, kind of basically make Nintendo go third party, but all their parties go on theirs. And Nintendo laughed in their faces, told them to get out. They're not for sale. And then look what happened. Nintendo made a jump back with the Wii. And then when the Wii U entered its dork age, people were saying, Sony or Microsoft are going to buy them out. Which people I'm like, guys, we've been through this song and dance before. Nintendo will laugh in your faces, tell you to get out. We're not for sale. And then what happened? They bounced back again with the Switch. Like, they're probably going to go through another dork year. People will be like, Nintendo's going to get bought out. And then they'll laugh in their faces and say, no, we're not for sale. Get out. And then they're going to make another resurge.
Well, here's the thing. I don't even really think Microsoft. I think Microsoft's just happy to let them be. They're on really good terms with Nintendo. Nintendo gets
they are. They're doing crossplay. Xbox Live is on Nintendo Switch. That's the weirdest part to me.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You didn't know that?
No, it's been a while since I picked up my Switch. So
with crossplay, you can do it with crossplay stuff, like stuff that you can connect with Xbox and Switch.
Like if you want to do Minecraft with your friends, you get Xbox Live on your Nintendo Switch, so you can do crossplay with Xbox.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was on my lunch break when I found out the Activision news. I was just like, what the fuck? And I got a video coming out about it too. I did a rant. I got to do some.
I will say, I still think
stuff,
I think Activision's going to get away with a lot of scummy stuff because of this buyout. Like, the people who are responsible for a lot of things, they're just going to be quietly just shuffled away and allowed to, quit instead of be fired. To give them the least blowback as possible, so that way then Microsoft could just happily be like, look, we're not gonna throw you to the wolves, you just leave and we just take your IPs and go. I feel like they're gonna get away with
I know. I'm worried they're gonna get away with
I know they're gonna, because that's how corporations do things all the time. They let scummy people get away with things. But at the same time, as much as that pains my soul, I will say some of the memes have been really funny.
Yeah. Well, I'm just happy that we don't have to fucking, the Call of Duty sims will be putting money into Activision's pocket anymore. Granted, they have more money than God now since Microsoft gave them a big fat check. But, at least with, people aren't going to shill out $100 a year for a crappy Call of Duty game anymore because it's going to be free on Game Pass day one when it comes out. So,
anomaly. There, I don't know if Cool Man showed you this meme, but somebody said, you remember in Spider-Man 2 where Harry says, it's over.
I have nothing left
except for Spider-Man. Well, somebody put the Sony logo over Harry's face.
Yeah. Oh, me and Cool Man have a glorious meme coming out about this. It's I've already spoken to him about it. He's gonna put it together, and it's gonna illustrate.
There's this other meme that made me laugh where it was like Sony just like Sony players being like with the Michael Jordan, and I took that personally. And then somebody put the Xbox logo of Michael Jordan, and they cut that like out so part of the meme where he says, "And I took that," and it's like, this is Microsoft.
Yeah. Microsoft.
As much as I hate Activision, the memes did make me like the memes. They've been good for my poor little COVID soul.
Yeah, no, I mean, I am excited for the moment with what it means for their IPs in Microsoft's hands. They're going to come to the Microsoft service, and they're all going to be available on Game Pass, and the new ones are going to be available on Game Pass at launch. But it's too early to tell how exactly this is going to affect both the industry and the company, because we still haven't seen diddly squat from the Bethesda purchase. Bethesda hasn't really fucking made anything yet since Microsoft took over. So
other than like some of their old IPs going into the Game Pass.
Well, that's the good stuff. And it's all going to be in my video. I basically say, look, here's stuff we can say for certain. All the games we want to play that we usually fork out full price for are going to come to Game Pass, both new and old. Current gen and past generations. They're all coming to Game Pass. We're going to be able to play them all. We're going to be able to save a whole bunch of money. That's a certainty. What about what comes next? Like,
okay, Anomaly.
What about 5 years from now, 10 years from
Anomaly,
now?
You're going to miss the funniest part of this deal, though.
What?
Okay, think about it. This is technically like Sony owning Spider-Man. Like, so they can still put Activision games on PlayStation or Nintendo, but you realize since Microsoft owns Activision, that means they get a cut of profit from other.
I know, exactly. And like again, even though I hate Activision, and I mean, it does kind of burn me that like some of the scumfuckery they've done.
Oh, I despise them. Activision Blizzard are probably the worst gaming company ever.
I think they're the worst company in the world. Honestly,
I think Disney might be worse because somebody in the chat did point out that, well, the whole concentration camps thing with Mulan.
Yeah, I mean,
again,
it's close. It's
good
narrow,
point.
but so I mean, but at the same time, Activision's products get brought into more consumer-friendly hands, and the most hilarious part about all this is the giant kick in the balls this delivers to Sony, and it's more of a like, people like I say this in the video too. It's like I don't hate the PlayStation 5. I hate Sony. It's a bit different. So
oh yeah, I hate Sony.
Like
I have
I'm
a
gonna
PlayStation
PS5
4. I hate Sony.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I'm sure the games are fine and the platform is okay and whatever, but like, I hate Sony. So like, if Microsoft buying out Activision not only gives me, free Call of Duty, free Diablo, whatever on Game Pass, and
this also probably means Crash and Spyro are going to come to Game Pass.
Yeah, oh my god, Angel, I saw the best. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. I won't put it up. I'm just going to read it out. But goddamn, it made me crack the fuck up. Where'd it go? Please, sometime I can find it.
Like how surreal is that, Cool Man? That Crash and Spyro probably will be like on Xbox.
Guys, go to I can't. It's a couple of days ago. Sonic the Werepog on Discord. All right, you know when Doctor Strange is casting the spell in Spider-Man No Way Home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's this fucking hilarious meme. It's like the entire world is about to forget that Crash Bandicoot was ever associated with PlayStation.
Oh no!
Brilliant. Should have put Microsoft on Doctor Strange's face, but yeah.
Like,
Oh,
listen, I
brilliant.
hate all these companies gobbling up other companies. I do hate it. But at the same time, somebody gobble up Konami. I want more games. They're not going to do it on their
What is
own
it?
without somebody
Someone
forcing
gobble
them
up
to.
Bandai and force them to make a good fucking Dragon Ball Z game, please, because they've been complacent and shitty for so fucking long. I can't stand them.
Bandai's been okay with other properties. I'm fine with them being as the way they are.
No, they've been coasting with Dragon Ball, man. The Kakarot should have been way. Kakarot was enjoyable and
I don't touch Dragon
I'd
Ball
say it was a
products
good
anymore. You
experience,
know
but it was
why?
what? Sorry.
I said I don't touch Dragon Ball products anymore. You know why?
Yeah, I know. Anyway, Mystic Space. You guys know MC Bedrock Edition is worse than Java. I don't know what the hell that is. I'm sorry.
Minecraft Bedrock Edition. There's
I don't know.
There's a Java's the browser-based one, and Bedrock is the downloaded one.
Okay. What about Dragon Ball Fighters? That's a good point. I will say though that Dragon Ball Fighters was still a little bare bones at launch. I mean, I fell off the train pretty quickly. I thought about getting it back, but haven't quite done it yet. Kakarot though was so disappointing. It was a good experience, but should have been way more than it was. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try out Scarlet Nexus. I believe that's Bandai. It looks a lot of fun. A lot of my friends liked it. And that their Tales of games are good.
Yeah.
Oh, they do Tales of? I
that's
got
Bandai.
Tales of Vesperia. I got the Tales of Vesperia.
Yeah, Vesperia is
definitive
like
edition.
really. Yeah, Vesperia is really good. I love
I've been
it.
meaning to play it. I just haven't. I played like the.
You'll like it.
tutorial,
It's really
but
good.
It looks good. Anyway.
All right.
Yeah,
The movie is careful to show the Department of Damage Control seizing Stark technology because this means.
Okay, now this is a question. Remember in Homecoming, remember how they established that Tony Stark was in charge of damage control, and it was because of them taking the stuff from Vulture that made him evil. But now they're like, no, damage control is totally separate from Tony Stark.
Wait, what is this? Back up a little bit. I want to see what this is in regards to.
Yeah, we kind of went on a tangent
of trouble, partly because they had an army of weaponized drones orbiting the Earth. That they gave.
Oh yeah, he's explaining why Pepper is not doing anything because she's dealing with legal troubles because
Yeah.
Well, why couldn't they have a throwaway line of Happy saying that?
That's too hard.
Anyway,
I mean, come on, the Avengers did that throwaway line, like saying, "Oh, we escorted Jane, to safety to one of our Shield facilities." Like easy done.
I couldn't resist. I had to highlight this one. Hate Man 229. Why do you hate Far From Home? Oh, I thought he asked, did you hate Far From Home? It's a long story, isn't it? Cool, man.
It's a bad movie. Like every aspect of it is bad.
The stream has already been on for 2 hours and 42 minutes.
Yeah, we should.
Do you want chat to be on for 5 hours? Do not open that.
It'll take me an hour just to talk about the reasons why. Yeah. So let's just keep going.
A minor. The movie is careful to show the Department of Damage Control seizing Stark technology because this means that Pepper and Stark Industries can't help Peter out. Now, I'm sure
that's
if
bullshit.
Tony were alive, he could have just vouched for.
Yeah.
The damage control seizing Stark technology, so can't help Peter out. Bull fucking crap.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Like at the very least, they could have Pepper cameo, like she could cameo, like at least in a trial scene if they had a trial scene where she's just like, "Yeah, this is all bull crap." Like even if that's all you had her in the movie, I still would have taken that because then that would be acknowledging that Pepper should get a say in some of this.
Yeah, or wouldn't it be great if she was like, "Hey, you guys need to work at a lab. Just here, I'll just secretly let you into one of the Stark labs." That would have made a hell of a lot more sense than a freaking high school science lab.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like if she established like a workplace for Peter, but Peter brought, like, let's say Peter didn't want to bring him back to that lab, like the villains, and he instead brought them to Happy's apartment, like because he was staying at Happy's apartment because he didn't want to lead like anybody to this secret lab because he knows, what if something bad happens? Okay, I'll just leave them here.
Yeah.
Which is also stupid because if people live in that apartment, Peter, what are you doing? Actually, what he should have done is he should have led him to some secret lab, and then later he leads the Peters to Happy's apartment. Because at least then they would have like some stuff in Happy's apartment. Like that would have made more sense than the high school like science lab. Like I don't get Peter's decision of bringing all these dangerous villains to a populated apartment building.
Yeah. No, it's really
Like,
yeah,
okay,
it's
I
really-
know because of COVID, we don't actually see all the people that live in that apartment, but you know, people live in apartments. It's not just
Yeah.
happy.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Superheroes left who know Peter very well, at least not on Earth. This also explains why Pepper didn't just write Peter and his friends a letter of rec to MIT. Her reputation was being dragged through the mud.
Oh, fuck off!
People
That's
asked
another
why
thing you could have
Peter's-
done. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're just
they never
pointing out.
say.
You just. I
they
didn't even
never
think
said
of that. You just
they
pointed out
never
another
said
problem
that-
with the goddamn
They
film.
never said that her that she was dragged through the mud. Like
yeah,
at
he's
the,
literally creating this.
like now, if the movie said that, then I'd be like, okay, fair enough. But the movie never says anything about Pepper.
Oh god, this is getting to my why did he go back to the cloth suit? Oh, can't wait.
Oh no.
Press play.
stopped using Stark Tech at the end of the movie and went back to a cloth suit. Well, first of all, because it's awesome, but also maybe the Stark suits were too damaged to be repaired. Captain Erie says Edith not helping. Well, yeah, of course Edith doesn't help.
Oh yeah. So it's just
The movie and went back to a cloth suit. Well, first of all, because it's awesome, but also maybe the Stark suits were too
Fuck
damaged to
you.
be repaired. Captain
they're just too
No.
damaged to be repaired. No, they
That's
weren't.
Bullshit. No, they're not. And pretty much nanotech kind of repairs itself. That's why it's nanotech.
Like I feel like there was a scene that would explain why he switched to the claw suit. I feel like there is a missing scene that probably would have explained it and it was cut for time.
Mm.
I would like to see that scene because I feel like there should be some explanation for why Peter makes his own suit because of none of his suits were damaged. Like, well, I mean, sure, even if you say that the new one, the newest one was damaged, fair enough, but he's still got like two more, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and the homecoming suit, like regardless of even if it's not like fully functioning, it's still leagues better than a homemade one. Like just from it's got more protection just wearing it than anything else that he could make.
Like, I get it. I understand why they did it. It's because of us detractors wanted to see Peter make his own suit. We wanted to see a homegrown Spider-Man, his own, like, pulled up by his own bootstraps. Like, that's who Spider-Man is. Like, I get the intention and I appreciate the intention. It just logically doesn't make sense why Peter would let it go and make his own, like, little suit. And
Why would he endanger himself and other people by using lesser tech?
But believe me,
Yeah.
I get the intention, and the reason I know I get the intention because if you look closely at Peter's suit, because if it looks very closely to the classic comics, like especially in terms of color with how bright it is. But if you look very closely, some people on Twitter actually discovered this when looking very closely. The front of Peterman, wow, I'm so tired. Spider-Man, his suit. If you look closely, the logo is designed, even though it's black, it's designed more closely to Raimi's logo. And the back spider on his back actually looks a lot like Mark Webb's spider. So it's almost in a way Peter making a suit that is a fusion of the two Spider-Man he met, which I think that's in theory, that's actually very heartwarming to say that those two left a huge impact on him. And he kind of wants to carry what they taught him throughout all of his adventures. Like, that's a nice thought. The problem is logically, again, why would he use lesser tech? Unless there's a reason for it. If there's a reason, like all his suits were damaged or something like that, and he had to make his own suit, I can accept that. And I think then that makes him making a suit that, you know, honors both Toby and Andrew also extremely like then the thought really counts because not only is it logically sound, but because it's already emotionally sound, but it's not logically sound. But then you got the emotion and the logic, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's keep going.
Yep.
Yeah, Edith not helping. That's a good
Erie
one.
says Edith not helping. Well, yeah, of course Edith doesn't help. That Stark Tech was seized by the government. No one creates.
That was never established.
Well, I mean, wait, don't all the drones get destroyed anyway? Like, didn't Far From Home?
No, because Edith
Edith is the AI.
There's a scene where it says that his AI was offline.
What in
And
went
yes,
home.
right whenever he was looking for the MIT lady on the, and he's like trying to scan with his hood, and it said Edith offline, or whatever, something like
Oh
that.
wow!
So it said
Yeah.
Edith was offline. So it sounds more like the government just
reason.
turned her offline. But
Then just get her back on.
okay, but if you're the point was, well, okay, the government just turned it off just forever. Like, wait, you're telling me Pepper and Happy just can't secretly turn it back on? Now,
Yeah,
granted,
well-
yes, they're but the thing is, that's the only line we have in the movie, though. Did that mean the government turned it off, or was it just simply Edith was just simply offline in that moment, and that's why Peter had to just annoyingly put it back on, like run around on the street in his suit to try and find her? I don't know. I see this movie twice, Nick.
Because
My
the movie
brain
would
is
be
mush.
over in 5 seconds if she was allowed to work. Anyway,
Yeah.
let's keep going.
More importantly, Peter has no way to repair the suits or to get new ones. Happy Hogan mostly knew Spider-Man as Peter Parker. I mean, Peter Parker was the kid that he gave the suit to. It's kind of like Peter not remembering that he won a Pulitzer Prize for taking a photo of the century in the comics.
Wait,
If
hang
Happy did
on,
remember
pause. He would have no reason to help him? He knows Spider-Man. That's established at the very end of the movie where they're both visiting May's grave.
Yeah, I know her through Spider-Man.
He's like, me too. So he knows Spider-Man. So Peter, as Spider-Man, could go to Happy because Happy still remembers Spider-Man.
As a fan of 80s, 90s Spider-Man, I have not watched a Spider movie since the Raimi trilogy. How about that? Tippy here's got a good point. Edith was taken away at the beginning of the movie. It was shown. Oh,
Yeah. There was that scene where, like I said, it says it's offline. Like, I do remember that. I remember him trying to turn on her AI, and it says it's offline. My thing is they never try to establish. Like, it's almost like Peter just gives up from that point on. It's like, okay, Edith's just offline. Like, there's no trying to talk to Happy to see if he can get her back online. Like something. Like, even if it's if even if it's Happy saying, like, I'm sorry, Peter, my hands are tied legally. I don't like, I think you're just going to have to sit this adventure out without Edith. And then Peter could be like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I would just like, I've seen this movie twice. I can understand why you guys missed it because there was that one quick scene that I just realized I remembered him, like where it said Edith was offline whenever he was trying to look for the MIT lady.
Okay. Adem High, Far From Home, Peter's Mind. Let's give these glasses to a guy I met a day ago. That's kind of yeah, we're on the same page.
Sorry.
Erodian. He just gave up and went to jail.
Oh, I remember that meme.
Oh, I love it.
That okay, see, that would have been so much funnier if that plot leak was real.
Just gives up and goes to jail.
Also, because of that, Doctor Strange wouldn't have been ruined because if he was actually trying to keep the timeline from like breaking on itself, and that's why he was absent for most of the movie because he was trying to keep everything stable. At least his character would have been intact. Sure, everything else would have been in shambles, and that plot still sounds terrible. But at least his character would have been intact.
Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. The video.
Spider-Man a suit, then he would automatically connect this to him being Peter Parker because he thinks of him as Peter first. But at the end of the movie, Happy does say that he knows May through Spider-Man. And this is true, but it was a charity event where Spider-Man appeared, not necessarily.
No,
that's not what Happy says. He doesn't say, oh, I only know her through a charity event. And remember, only Peter Parker is erased from his mind. Not Spider-Man. So you're trying to say that this is the only memory he would have of Spider-Man is through a charity event? Like, he met... okay, I get it. He could be like, well, okay, then that makes that line saying that's how I know May is through Spider-Man. Like, it's not saying that, oh, I only know Spider-Man through May. It's saying I know May through Spider-Man is what he's saying. Like, he's saying he met Aunt May through Spider-Man. He knows Spider-Man already because of Tony.
Yeah.
Like it's not May is how he meets Spider-Man. It's the other way around. He meets May through Spider-Man.
No, he meets Spider-Man through May is what you're saying.
No. He doesn't meet Spider-Man through May. This guy's saying, well, see, the charity event, that's how he met Spider-Man. No.
Right.
Happy already knows Spider-Man because of Tony. He meets
That's true.
May through Spider-Man. He
Oh,
meets
right,
Aunt
yeah.
May through Spider-Man. Peter's saying, I know Aunt May through Spider-Man. And he's
But
saying,
isn't that what he says at the grave, though? That he met May through Spider-Man? So what's the issue?
okay, no, this guy is saying, see, he wouldn't really know Spider-Man that well because he only knows her through Aunt May.
Oh, I see. So he's the one who's getting it backwards. Right. Okay. That makes sense. Yep. I'm with you. Let's keep going.
Linking him to being Peter Parker. There's going to be a lot of things that are sort of touch and go in what people remember and what they don't. Someone else asked, why doesn't Peter use his celebrity status, his superhero connections, or even the Skrulls to clear his name? Well, there's a couple of reasons. One, he does not know that Skrulls exist. And why would they care that this kid is framed for murder?
No. They're actually really concerned about this because these two were actually placed in charge of this by Nick Fury. I hate this, and I hate this reveal. It ruins a whole lot about Nick Fury. But that's what happened in Far From Home. But like, these Skrulls don't do anything else to help because they're actually really concerned that they mess things up in this scene when like they call and talk to Fury. And
he's just chilling in space somewhere.
Yeah, and I'm like, you're telling me that he hears about that Nick Fury wouldn't keep an eye on what's going on Earth? That he wouldn't at least tell them to do something and have that guy act as Nick Fury? Why does everyone seem to know Nick Fury is off-world in this? Like the average cops are like, Nick Fury's off-world. Wait, you knew this, but Peter didn't?
I don't know, man. I didn't know, but I mean, I can understand Peter not knowing what the Skrulls are, but the Skrulls could have done something, and the Avengers could have done something, and no Avengers reach out to Peter, which is really weird. Like, dude's being outed and labeled as a murderer. I mean,
I get it. Matt Murdock, it's awesome to having him there. I'm just saying, what's wrong with letting Matt also have a couple of extra advantages? Because this Peter is a lot more well off compared to other Spider-Men. He has a lot of friends in high places.
Yeah.
Like the Avengers, Nick Fury, Stark Industries. Like that. I get it. The whole point of this movie is to break Peter down so that way he doesn't have all that anymore. It just wasn't executed that greatly, but the point is it's great that he's got Matt Murdock. That was a really cool cameo. I like that scene. There's also just more to it. Just I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see what other garbage is spewing.
And like I said, he has no superhero friends on Earth. Oh, and speaking of Matt Murdock, a lot of people are asking if
he has no superhero friends on Earth. What are the Avengers to you? A joke?
Yeah.
Oh, this one. The Netflix show.
But notice how quickly he segged that away. Oh no, all his friends are just not on Earth. I'm sorry. What? The other Avengers are on Earth. Like, Strange, how he said, hey, we saved half a universe together. I think we're well beyond calling each other by our last names, basically.
Yeah.
Like, you could call me by my name. And
Rhodey is a thing. Pepper is a thing. Who else am I thinking of? I'm coming up.
Ant-Man's on Earth. Like, Bucky's on Earth. Like, granted, it'd be really hard for him to get in call with T'Challa, but there's a lot of heroes on Earth. Bruce should be on Earth at this point.
I think Rhodey is the big one here.
Rhodey. Well, and there's also Falcon. Like there's a lot.
You have
a
show about Falcon in the Winter Soldier. You have them doing stuff. Like, you're telling me that they're not on Earth?
Yeah, he's just like his only friends are not on Earth. And I'm like, wait. He fought alongside the Avengers, and half of them are on Earth.
Yeah, no, great.
And I get it. They're not buddy with Peter like Tony was. I get it. But they're still his allies. Like, Strange was willing to help Peter, despite the fact that him and Peter have only met a handful of times, simply because they fought by his side.
What about Professor Hulk? Shouldn't he be helping Peter?
Yeah, because I said, Hulk, Bruce is good friends with Tony.
Yeah.
And Peter's Tony's protege. Why wouldn't Bruce
Yeah.
like? I feel like this is so. No, they can't. No, shut that door. We can't have them help. Why not? They just can't.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let's get to the other Netflix shows are now officially canon in the MCU. I mean,
I think they're not. I think this is Disney trying to, like, Charlie Cox is going to be like kind of like how they got J.K. Simmons.
they're going to imitate. They're
I
going to
think
try and
they're
replicate,
gonna-
but they're just going to imitate.
I think they're going to do a new version of Daredevil because if he's apparently going to appear in the She-Hulk show, which
Oh joy!
which on paper that sounds like it could be a cool show to superhero lawyers in the Marvel universe, but I'm just scared of what they're going to do to She-Hulk.
No, I'm more concerned. They can fuck up She-Hulk as much as they want. I don't want them to touch Matt Murdock.
No, because they've already ruined She-Hulk so much in the comics, and it seems like they're finally trying to reverse it, but I feel like they're gonna backpedal again on her. And I actually really like She-Hulk as a character. I love Jennifer. I love her a lot. She was Deadpool before Deadpool was Deadpool. She was like a fourth wall breaking hero. She's like this like Amazonian beauty. She's smart. I love her. She's a great character, and she's also a lot of fun to play in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I love playing as her. I love She-Hulk. I just and yeah, they're gonna ruin Daredevil too. At least that's I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, good. I'll happily be wrong.
Well, they already ruined Kingpin.
Yeah, Did you hear about that, NOMZ?
I've tried to blot it out. Anyway.
So you have heard that.
Yeah.
How they killed him off.
I'm in perpetual denial. Anyway, let's keep going.
Shows are now officially in the MCU. My guess is kind of. I don't know if we'll ever see a new season of Luke Cage, even though we really should. But Marvel can keep the parts about those shows that they like and ignore the rest. Kind of like how the world is now ignoring that Peter is Spider-Man. We also had a few random questions like this.
It's not funny.
That's not an explanation.
No, he went by that fast.
Also, I mean, the short answer is no. I mean, they're going to try and tie it in, but it's like the same deal. It's like, does that mean the Raimi and Mark Webb trilogies are now like part of the MCU? No, they're completely separate. They're their own thing.
Now, the Netflix shows were originally supposed to be canon to it. They originally were, but ever since Disney acquired Marvel, they've kind of really hard ignored them. But the MCU shows didn't. They referenced a lot of things in the MCU, like with Daredevil, as you know, like it referenced like the whole like the power vacuum going on in New York after the battle in New York.
Yeah.
They're still pretty gun shy about directly referencing it. They never say, as far as I've watched, they never say the Battle of New York. They just say that thing, or that crazy.
There's a detail you're missing actually. Like in Ben Urich's office, he works at the New York Bulletin. There's actually he covered a story and like it's kind of like with the Daily Bugle how it has like Spiderman headlines. There's actually a front like a retro paper that says the Battle of New York on it. Like
no, but
I know, but my point is that they clearly originally were supposed to be.
They were supposed to be, and then Disney was like gun shy about it, and they're like, well, we don't really want to, and then they just ignored it. It's the same thing with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That was supposed to be a tie-in series for all the MCU movies, and then like after Winter Soldier happened and S.H.I.E.L.D. was gone, they were like, well, we'll just do whatever.
Yeah, it is really weird. They're just I feel like after the whole Disney Plus thing, they only want to acknowledge anything they put on Disney Plus.
Yeah, but
I think they're jealous. I think Kevin Feige resents the fact that Daredevil was better than like 90% of the things he's shoved into that now cesspool of a cinematic universe, and he's fucking butthurt about it. So I imagine they'll take what they want from the Daredevil series. Like they're obviously taking the actors and the characters, but they're going to reference Jack.
They clearly must be jealous considering they killed off Kingpin.
Yeah, that too.
Like, you brought him in just to kill him. So many Daredevil fans were like...
I mean, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen to Toby, but I guess it's one of those rare occurrences that Sony...
Well, no, because
Sony had control.
Because Sony's in charge. Sony was never going to let Disney do that. Like, Sony was like... in major control of that. That was never going to happen.
Sony. I'm kicking I'm jumping for joy. I'm doing backflips that Microsoft owns Activision because it spites Sony. You know what I mean? Like, that's how much I hate Sony. And I'm happy Sony had control of Spider-Man when working with the MCU. That's how much I hate Disney. It's just a scale of how much I hate these companies. The only company I actually kind of like is, I mean, I actually do like Microsoft now. Okay, that's one. But the other company that I actually like and like entertainment is actually HBO. HBO, I actually think that's actually a pretty decent company. Regardless if they put out, trash or excellent stuff. Like, as a company, I think they're actually pretty decent in terms of ethical practice. But
Sorry.
I mean,
there's a comment that I really like from MJ1 Media. Disney is like Pirates of the Caribbean.
Take what you can, give nothing back. Oh, that's actually really good. Maybe Jay's on fire today. Anyway, one thing is that Electrify. All right, let's keep playing.
Yeah.
You notice he won't reference like the people who like ask easy questions, like the
also
Daredevil
notice how he's like for certain questions he won't highlight the actual comments of a person that says it.
Yeah,
and then when he does highlight a comment that a person says, notice he doesn't show the like to dislike ratio of the YouTube comment.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So how much is a person like? It could be a comment that nobody's paying attention to, like maybe has one like. And I was like, where's all the comments that has like thousands of likes on it?
Yeah. Cherry picking. Anyway, let's keep going.
Otto Octavius turns good, then Electro blasts him. But in the last fight, Otto turns up and Electro trusts him. Why? Well, for one, Otto shows up fighting Spider-Man. It's not like he goes in guns a-blazing and fighting the villains. So why not trust him?
No! The last time they saw each other, they fought. Like,
I don't remember that very clearly.
And he was on Peter's side.
I'm pretty sure Max wasn't trying to like. He didn't have like a grudge against Doc Ock or anything. He was just kind of trying to flee.
But Peter's on his side. They saw that because he was helping. Soon as he was cured, he immediately was on Peter's side to help cure the rest of the villains.
Yeah.
Max should not trust him. He's like, hang on, I'm going to deal with this one myself. And he should be like, dog, did your chip get fried again? Because if so, cool. But I want to fry him myself.
Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Like, he should be suspicious, especially because of Max's also, like, people forget this. Remember, he also used to work at Oscorp.
That's true.
Like, and they don't let stupid people work there for the most part.
Yeah.
No, and Max was shown to be a genius. He was just socially awkward. Like,
yeah,
the dude, he's not dumb. Well, and the thing is, the one thing that Amazing Spider-Man 2 showed was his big weakness was his crippling reliance on people's attention. Like, so if because that's the thing, that's the reason why he teamed up with Harry in the movie in the first place, is when Harry's like, I need you, I need your help, and he's like, you need me, and that's why he decided to work with him. Like, that's his big crippling issue of him like having like codependency on people. That's why he worships Spider-Man. Like, yeah. So it's like the fact is that, well, of course they just scrapped his entire character and invented a new one for No Way Home. But like,
it's just because of nobody liked him and TASM 2, and they just had Jamie Foxx play another Jamie Foxx character.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, he's a lot more attractive in this movie, but And yeah, he's not as lame as he was in TASM 2, but he's not interesting either. Like, he's just kind of a nothing. I mean, yeah, he got a couple funny lines here and there, like when him and Sandman made the comment of like, I guess you got to be careful where you fall. Like that legitimately did make me chuckle, because I'm like, yeah, because that's because it is poking fun to stuff like that do happen in comic books all the time. Like, I thought that was actually kind of cute.
Yeah.
But but also him picking on Peter for having Star Wars Legos was a little bit weird. I was like, wait, you're not a cool person in your universe. Just because you suddenly look hot in this universe doesn't suddenly make you a cool guy.
Yeah.
What are you
And
picking on him for having
I
Star
hate
Wars
that they-
Legos for?
I hate that they turned Jamie Foxx. Like they made him look like he just walked out of Hollywood instead of looking like the dork he was in No Way Home. I don't know. I just don't like what they did with him in No Way Home. Sue me.
I just don't think he was that interesting. Like, yeah, sure,
wasn't.
he wasn't.
It's 'cause
He wasn't lame like he was in TASM 2, but he just didn't really leave an impression on me, like, at all. He's just kind of just another handsome face, and that was about it. I mean, I do like how he like craved power, and like that's why he didn't want to leave, because of, he didn't want to go back to being a nothing, and this universe gave him more power. And I did like the detail that like he sensed the energy coming from the arc reactor, and that kind of like made him a little hungry for it, which I'm like, okay, that's kind of neat. But the problem is and people say Spider-Man 3 juggles way too many villains. Well,
Yeah.
like these villains aren't allowed to breathe. And they kind of are like, well, these villains already, so we don't have to. And I was like, okay, but this isn't even the same Jamie Foxx from the last one, so you kind of have to do a little bit more with him. But him and Sandman were so underdeveloped. I mean, and Lizard was just a prop. Poor Lizard.
Also, like one of the parts I hate about this scene in the apartment, in the Happy's apartment, is Peter senses like Spider Sense picks up Green Goblin's personality change.
Well,
I'm like,
it's supposed to signify danger. If Peter is sensing that there's danger now, like there wasn't danger before, and now there's danger. It's not that he suddenly can sense a personality change. It's the Spider Sense is always, I sense danger. So Norman is now danger. That's why he's walking down and he's in that daze, because he senses danger, and that's whenever he turns and he realizes where the danger is. It's Norman. But they slow-moed it a little bit too much. He should have ran down there a little bit faster, but I get it. They wanted the cool shot with the breathing and the atmosphere.
I think Spider Sense was meant to sense physical danger, imminent danger, something, if a projectile is coming your way, or so like flashback punch Peter in the back of the head, which might have actually killed him, by the way. That's but like like Norman Osborn getting taken over by his insanity, like it, like it's Spider Sense is not a fucking, it's not a fucking mind reading power. Like I
don't think it's meant to be a mind reader. I just think they're playing a little bit fast and loose with it.
Yeah, I mean, well, at least it wasn't as bad as fucking Spider-Verse's use of it. Well, actually, honestly, I think that's up for debate. I don't like the way it's used in Spider-Verse either, but like, at least no one read. Oh, actually, no, they do read each other's minds in Spider-Verse. No, Spider-Verse is probably the worst Spider-Sense. Anyway. All right, let's keep going.
Probably thinks the cure didn't work because he underestimates the science skills of the Spider Guys. Daniel Bresford says because guns ablazing and fighting the villains. So why not trust him?
Why would he underestimate it whenever he's seen firsthand Peter and Norman create that chip out of nothing for Doc Ock? Why would he underestimate? Why would he? Especially when he could sense something was wrong whenever they put that cure on him, and he didn't, and he felt uncomfortable, and that's what Norman was preying on. Like, come on. Why would he underestimate that? He clearly could sense that this was going to take his power away, and he wasn't underestimating them in that moment.
Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Charlie's like getting mad at his bake because if they're putting a stop to him. They're telling Charlie, like, instead of drinks and he had one too many, they're like, you had one too many transactions, Charlie.
Anyway,
it's okay, Charlie. We still love you. Sorry. Excuse me. Man.
Because he underestimates the science skills of the Spider Guys. Daniel Bresford says, after everyone forgets Peter and he says goodbye to everyone, he swings off the Statue of Liberty to the city. Valid. If you've ever played a Spider-Man video game like the excellent Spider-Man 2, then you know how hard it is to get to and from the Statue of Liberty. But in this case, he could have grabbed onto a helicopter that's off screen. After all this damage, it makes sense that the police or news helicopters would come by to survey the wreckage. Someone else asked why.
Okay.
That's just
First
nothing.
Of all,
That's just
first
who
of all,
cares?
why are you even showing that comment? Second of all, who actually asked that? It's off screen. Nobody actually cares of how they got there. Like, it's New York. There's many ways he could have gotten there. He could have taken a boat for all we know.
Could have swam. Anyway, why isn't the Stark suit impervious to paint? Well, this is so fucking stupid, and of course no one's quoted here.
Who actually asked that? Who actually asked
That's
that?
the shit that actually fucking matters. That's another problem I have with this. He answers shitty questions with dog shit, invents his own, and he doesn't actually, he only touches on like one or two really big problems I have with this movie.
Normally, should we be surprised by somebody who has a DVD curtain, as Cool Man found?
Anyway.
Please tell me that was just, whoever you are, please tell me that was just some weird glitch in your camera. And please tell me that you actually have real movies that you own. Because if you went to the effort to instead just print out a cloth that looked like DVDs, I'm going to cry.
I forget this part of the video. Actually, cool man. Let's hear what our lovely host has to say.
Why the Stark suit is not impervious to paint. Good point, especially if it's nanotech. I think that nanotech probably could remove any paint if Peter actually knew how to use it to do that. But also, I don't think...
I'm pretty sure he knows how to use the suit, buddy. But you're completely kind of... First off, this is stupid. And second of all, you're dodging the question with that. So, sorry.
Third of all, who actually has an issue with the paint? Like, that is a tiny nitpick.
I just think it's a dumb reference. Beyond that, I don't really care. So,
well, I mean, I get the purpose for it. They did the reverse suit, like
Adam
sure,
spells it out fucking perfectly here.
Well,
make some shit to add it to the runtime of the video. Yes, thank you.
Like, I get it. It's just so Sandman can recognize him and think it's his Peter. Like, I can accept that. I don't care. Like, the paint thing is so non-issue. I really don't care. Like, why are you treating this like it's some plot hole?
Andrew's comment is fucking hilarious. Fuck this guidance counselor looking fuck.
Hey,
I don't know.
There's a really hot guidance counselor in Persona 5. Let's not slander all of them, all right? I'm just saying. Maruki is my boy.
It's just like, it's something I would say. Like, I mean, what I would call him a bucktooth beaver looking.
Actually, I'd say he looks more like a school camp counselor.
The summer camp guy.
Yeah, for summer camp.
It's the shirt and the patch on the shirt. Although if he had the patch on the sleeve, he definitely looked like the summer camp guide.
Like, come on, kids, we're gonna teach you today. We're gonna teach you today, like, the safeties of hiking.
Yeah, right through this curtain, kids.
That's cruel.
You're right.
No.
That curtain. I mean, can I imagine what the Discord's memeing about that fucking curtain behind him?
What? Oh man, do you think the Wizard of Oz is behind the curtain?
Anyway. Yeah, he looks like a fake pasta.
Okay, first of all, dressed bear, I'm sure you were a much better dressed camp counselor, so don't worry, we're not making fun of you.
Hey, I was a summer camp. Oh, God. I love you guys. Anyway, let's keep going.
It's just nanotech at all. It's the one that he made in Far From Home. So it's not nanotech, and Peter wouldn't have even thought to have made it impervious to paint. I think it's just a smart cloth. If I'm wrong about this, tell me down in the comments.
Let's let this one go. I don't have the energy.
Okay. Anomaly. I think you should highlight Tippy One's comment, the most recent one.
This guy got the Iron Spider and the red and black suit confused. How do you even do that? That he did. I just I don't have the energy to like point out why this guy's take is a pile of shit, because this issue is a fucking it's so
who cares?
inconsequential.
Who
I
cares
don't
about
care.
this? Who cares about the paint on the
Exactly.
suit? Like,
How is this a plot hole?
this is what he thinks nerds think is a problem. Like, no, like, yes, nerds nitpick a lot of silly things, but like, I know I nitpick a lot of silly things. Cool Man
but
can nitpick to Kingdom Come, and I bless him for it.
no, he nitpicked the shit out of Halo 4. Anyway.
No, those aren't nitpicks. You're just wrong. Anyways, but but like, come on, this isn't what nerds actually nitpick about.
Yeah, no, it's just like it's so out of touch. It's like you can tell this is a corporately, he's the spokesperson, for the corporation that owns this fucking channel. This is a corporate channel, and they're just trying to throw
That
out
or
normie garbage to be digested.
that,
to
or
make
he
money.
wants to
That's
be,
it.
because a lot of them will they'll do the same like spiel because they want to be part of the corporate thing. Like, they're like, please, I want to be part of your access media. Please, I want the free stuff.
Yeah. Let's keep going, cool man.
Jay Wynn John says, how do they make a cure for all the villains in a few minutes? Well,
that is an excellent fucking question. Keep going.
John says, how do they make a cure for all the villains in a few minutes? Well, they actually explained this in the movie. Toby had been thinking about a cure for Norman.
Okay, hang on. Pause. No, the dude's wrong. He's trying to be like, look, see, how did they do it in a matter of minutes? The problem isn't that they do it in a matter of minutes. The problem is that they do it in a high school lab.
Well,
I could believe Toby has been thinking about a cure for 20 plus years. That's a lot of time. So I could believe Toby can think of a reason to do it. And Andrew has been proven he already knows how to cook a cure for the lizard. Yeah, that makes sense.
I can buy Andrew curing the lizard. I can't buy Toby curing.
I can. It's been 20 years. That's a long time.
I don't know how Toby would have even known about the performance enhancers though. And even so, the matter of
first of all, I know, but 20 years is a long time, and there's probably a lot of stuff that's been publicized about, the Osborn family. We don't know. Who knows? Maybe Oscorp got there's hundreds of reasons why. I can hand wave it because of 20 years is a long time. If it was 5 years, I'd be like, 20 years, that's a really long time. I could believe a lot can. I accidentally called him Tony, and I immediately corrected myself.
Okay.
That was me. That was my mistake. But 20 years is an insanely long time. There's a lot. 20 years ago, I was 12 years old. A lot happens in 20 years. A lot does. So I could believe it. That's sure, we don't have any context for it, but I could still believe it. What I don't believe is, how could he synthesize it in a high school lab? How could Andrew synthesize it in a high school lab? Also, Lizard. How did they know how to? Because they don't have an explanation for how he knows how to cure Lizard. He said, I've been thinking about how to cure Goblin, but not Sandman.
Yeah, no, Sandman. How the fuck do you even cure Sandman? That is just retarded. You can't cure that shit. And the
biggest problem is not that they do it in yes, they do it in a quick time, but the movie's vague on how long they've been there. So, but it is a matter of hours, obviously, but still, it's that they did it in a high school lab. That's the problem. They're doing it in a high school laboratory. Even with the MCU's advanced technology, a high school laboratory is not the same thing as Tony Stark's magic tech.
I hate the Fabricator so much. Anyway, I feel like they just invented it so it could be abused, like they did.
Is he gonna explain how they cure Sandman?
Let's see. Cool man, do the honors.
All right. I actually just realized that I was muted for the last several minutes.
Wondering why you were so quiet. You're usually so talkative.
I thought y'all were ignoring me, and then I looked at my mic and it was off, and I was like, oh.
I was like, oh no, what if he fell asleep?
I thought you were just tired, dude. Like it was like we're getting to around that time of the time of day where you're almost off to dreamland. So
No, I still have a couple of hours.
all right,
Sorry. Sorry.
all righty.
I mean, after all,
continue.
Norman and Harry going insane is one of the worst things that ever happened in his life, and he became to correct it. And Andrew has already cured the lizard. So for the others, they were using a combination of advanced Stark tech, Wakandan tech, and the combined intelligence of Norman Osborn.
Wait. What?
So they're gonna completely hand wave Sandman completely.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like, no, look, it would have made some sense if they were using all of the most advanced technology in the world. Like, okay, yeah, if you combine Stark tech with Wakandan tech, sure, whatever, they can find cures. But they didn't. They did it in a high school lab.
Like if it was in Happy's apartment with a stupid fabricator, maybe you had an argument. But he's like, oh, but you had the help of two brilliant scientists like Norman and Otto. No. Norman and Otto were helping him then make the cures for Electro and the cure for Norman himself. But that the Norman cure failed. It didn't work, which probably means that Goblin was secretly sabotaging it from behind Norman. As that was at least my theory. The movie doesn't say it, but that's the implication I got from it because he says he's been
I'm
watching.
willing to accept that. That sounds like it's something.
Because he did say
Goblin.
he's been watching this whole time behind Norman's eyes. So
Yeah.
I'm willing to believe that he would have willingly sabotaged it because he probably wouldn't let Norman just cure himself. But the point is, all they made is a cure for Electro then after Octavius was cured because of the Norman one failed. They didn't make a cure for Sandman. So how did they know how to cure Sandman? That's just glossed over completely. And yeah, sure. Toby and Andrew knew how to cure those other two villains, but again, high school laboratory.
Yeah, that is the big issue, but he's completely ignoring it.
Yeah, agreed. Continue. We're getting there. We're making strides now.
Parker. I can buy that they could get this done in a few hours. As Samuel asks how Peter could control a Spider-Man body.
Yeah,
while
he's
in his
just
astral
glossing
form.
over
No, this was-
completely. We're just gonna ignore Sandman, and we're gonna ignore the high
this
school
one,
lab.
we can skip this one. It's pretty obvious what this one was. How Peter can move while he's not in his body.
Oh yeah, this is like spider.
Yeah, it's spider
Yeah.
sense. Like,
And I actually liked this part. I was like, this is like the one part of the Doctor Strange fight I actually liked.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like it would have been funny if he reached for it a couple of times and then he's just like, and then he ties up the body
and then ties up Peter. Like, like that. Then after the joke, then Strange got stupid again. Like in fact, most people's problems is more of how did Peter swim his way back to his body, not how
That too.
Peter's spider sense kicked in.
Yeah, that's I was like, how you can't. I'm pretty sure you can't just swim back into your body. It doesn't work that way. Anyway.
It's a pretty cool moment, and I have a couple of different explanations. One, that it's just pure instinct. His spider sense makes him react. We even see lines buzzing out of Peter's astral head, just like how his Peter tingle is visualized in the comics. And there's another weirder explanation from the comics. Spider-Man has spider sense because he's connected to this great web of the multiverse, and so is every other Spider-Man in the multiverse.
Okay, no, that's only
What
one
the
comic.
fuck?
That's one comic. Shut up. No, that's one comic. Nobody needs this stupid convoluted one comic. Like, you're using one comic. Shut up. No. Shut up.
No,
that's not even in the movie.
That's not how the spider sense is. Like
The spider sense is not the symbiote. Shut up. I don't care if
I hate the symbiote.
but
doing that
I
as
don't
well.
even care if one Spider-Man comic did this. That's just one Spider-Man comic. It's a very simple explanation. Why did you add this convoluted explanation? The movie already had one. It was just his spider sense. Done.
Yeah, no, he's saying, but spider sense is connected to the multiverse. I was like, fucking what?
Like what? And
It's like-
what does that have to do with this moment where he's just dodging Doctor Strange's punches?
Let's just continue. I imagine there's
object
there's
that
other
spreads
shit that he's
throughout
gonna
existence,
say.
So is every other Spider-Man in the
Yeah.
multiverse. This web is a metaphysical object that spreads throughout existence, and Peter can feel tremors on it, kind of like how an actual spider feels an insect touching their web. David Andrews says that just one of Peter's punches should have caved in
That's
Norman
stupid. That
Osborn's
doesn't
face.
explain
Peter
Strange. Why did you add that in there?
This is okay. Look, I only partially agree with this comment by saying that, like, I think Goblin could take far too much of a beating, but Norman Osborn has still had the performance enhancer
No, I don't. I
applied to
don't
his
think.
body.
I don't think it should have caved his face in because of
Well, no, because Norman
he's as durable as Spider-Man. Like in power
exactly.
scaling, he's always been supposed to be.
Exactly. No, you're
And none of
absolutely
his
right.
punches caved in Peter's face. It just bloodied him up. So
Agreed.
Peter's punches bloodied him up too. They're equal in power.
Yeah,
I
and
think,
we have
I
to
think it was
remember.
weird how Goblin was taking Peter's punches and kind of like smiling at him still, and I was like, this should be hurting you.
No,
but,
no,
like,
no, 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 no. It is hurting him. He's what we call a masochist.
He likes it.
mm.
Remember whenever he was like telling Peter, "Are you going to cure me?" And then Tom Holland's like, "Actually, I just want to kill you." And he gets excited and he says, "That's my boy," because
Well, he's more of an anarchist than a
No, no, no,
maybe
no,
he's a
no,
masochist.
no, 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 no,
No, you're
no, 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 no.
misunderstanding.
He's a sadist and a masochist. You know what those are, right?
Yeah, they enjoy pain.
Yes, they
Inflicting and
enjoy
receiving pain.
inflicting and receiving pain. That wasn't a moment of anarchy. That was a moment he's enjoying the fact that Peter wants to inflict pain on him because he's having fun because of it's just he's sadistic. He's
Well, I think it's also the
masochistic.
fact. I think it's also the fact that he turned. He got what he
Well,
wanted.
he corrupted
Peter,
a hero
exactly,
basically.
which is what he wanted to do, and that's consistent with what he wanted to do to Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man and Spider-Man 1, which I actually said in the video, I was happy with, even though I don't count this movie as canon and nobody should because it's not how it works. They were actually pretty damn faithful in their imitations. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
Goblin was pretty consistent.
Norman was very simplistic, but once he was in the Goblin persona, like that
Yes.
was one-to-one Goblin from
Yes.
the Raimi movies.
Exactly, yeah. And again, even though they're not sequels, like Toby and Andrew felt like they came from future.
They did really well. I
timelines.
really loved. I would watch a whole movie where it's just Toby and Andrew like having time adventures across.
I would love to see that.
Yeah.
If
hey, Andrew, isn't Andrew a Doctor
Who
alumni?
If Sony just wants to do their own thing and combine Toby with Andrew in their own Spider-Man project and just exclude the MCU, I'm all for it. Do it. I don't care.
I totally would watch the Adventures of Toby and Andrew.
Just Toby and Andrew, not even Spider-Man.
Yeah, I just love those two. Like their bromance was out of like this world. It was great. I was like, I want to watch a movie with just them. It could be any movie. I don't care. Like cast them in more movies, have them be like stars and like just be like buddies. Like I would watch a buddy cop movie with those two. I want more movies with them.
Let's keep going, guys.
Yep.
Who wasn't holding back, and the guy can catch flying cars. Yeah, but Norman is also a superhuman, remember?
I want to see the progress report on human performance.
Yeah, I already debunked this, and I did it better than you. Shut up.
They showed an 800% increase in strength.
I'm sure they has.
Well, I mean, I'm so again.
Even if he doesn't, this scene was.
It's one of those questions, but it's like it's a no-brainer. You know what I mean? Like he just there's way more crucial shit to the movie that needs to be explained. That's a plot hole that he is just ignoring. He's not covering it
because he's not covering real plot holes.
Well, he's about to try, and it's pretty fucking funny how he goes about it. We're getting to the good.
Well, other than the Spider-Man suit, which he did a horrible job at that one.
Anyway, yeah, keep going.
Scary as hell, and I wouldn't have changed a thing. The last Guitar Hero asked how the nanotech worked on Doc's arms immediately. Well, it.
Oh God! Please explain this to me.
Oh, this is
please try and explain this one to me.
Well, it didn't work immediately. It took a while to assimilate. I mean, we actually see it happen in the movie. That's what nanotech is.
That's dodging the question. It didn't work immediately. It took a few seconds.
But why? Was that Peter's nanotechnology deciding I'm going to invade this, or was that his arms taking a piece of it and absorbing? Either way, I'm like, what? Since when can Peter's suit do that? If that's the case, then why isn't Peter invading more technology with his Spider-Man suit?
Why doesn't he control the Goblin's glider? Boom.
Like there's a lot of things Peter. If Peter had that ability, if it's his nano suit, and if it's just the nano suits just working on their own, what?
Well, yeah. This also calls into question.
Spider-Man.
this also calls into question every time he's interacted with enemy technology while using the nanosuit when he could have just taken it over.
Yep. Not to mention, like, what a middle finger this is to, like, again, Spider-Man 2, whereas, like, you know, Spider-Man had to fucking bust his butt off to fucking defeat Doc Ock. Tom Holland Spider-Man loses and wins via accidental nanotech
Deus Ex
bullshit.
Machina.
Yeah. It's like, fuck you, film. And then they puppeteer Doc Ock around and with a whole bunch of MCU abortion humor. Like, it's like, hey, see, Doc Ock's harmless once you take away his tentacles.
Well,
and
they
like,
keep forgetting that this Peter, like as you pointed out, has the taser web. Like, it doesn't seem to remember that he has that at all.
Look, I basically
is that hooked into Edith, and that's why he can't use it?
No. He had that in Homecoming. That was before he got Edith.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes, it's been a while.
Red grenade and all this other shit.
Yeah,
right?
that's
now,
right. That's right.
Look,
Sorry,
despite
COVID
that,
brain. It's been a while. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
Despite that, Cool Man actually agrees with me here that this fight was actually pretty fucking top notch. You know, it's a good.
It's a good fight.
There's problems with it.
Yeah,
it's
up until this point, it's the best action scene in the movie.
I remember what I told you, Cool Man. I said it's gonna be a slog to get through that first third. I said, like, it's going to be painful. You're gonna really, really hate it. And I was like, and then you were like, this is the slog. And I was like, yep, see. And like already, like 5 minutes in, he's texting me, and I was like, you're gonna get kicked out of the theater. Stop texting me. I know you're pissed off.
I was so angry.
Honestly, I think the first third is actually better. I
mean the tone. The tone is nauseatingly annoying, and the characters are insufferable. I don't care that it's taking place immediately after Far From Home. I don't care about any of these characters. They all suck.
Fair enough.
And I know Cool Man and Cool Man's gonna really. And as much as I don't like them, Cool Man really doesn't like them. So chat, usually if I don't like something, magnify it by 10 and there's Cool Man's opinion. like that's just kind of the way things are. Occasionally, sometimes it's not, and sometimes, but whatever. That's neither here nor there. But like, and then I said, but once Doc Ock shows up, you're finally gonna like actually enjoy a couple of things in the movie where you're gonna be like, oh, you're gonna like this. And Cool Man's like, you're right. That was actually a really, really well choreographed fight scene. I'm like, it is, despite the fact that Peter should have easily won that because he's overpowered. But overall, it is really well choreographed. Everything about it, like the throwing around the cement columns, the tossing the cars, Peter's like scrambling around to save civilians and get them off the road and stuff like that. Like it was all really well done up until this point. And I said, and then you're going to get to a point, Cool Man, where you're going to be just like, MCU. But look, chat, you need to understand something. I told him that he's going to hate the first third of the movie. And I'm not even kidding. I get a text very quickly where in all caps, her last name is Watson.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I was so pissed off.
Angel, you should have seen like when I was at work and I was just going about my business.
That's when I was on stream with you, NOMZ, and I got that text, and I'm just I immediately messaged him, and I was like, "Cool, man, you're gonna get kicked out of the theater. Knock it off."
No, but like when I asked him to watch Far From Home, he could only get through like 10 minutes. He's like, "I'll come back just a few days later." Just a random day at work. I'm just going about my business. It's almost lunchtime. I pop open my phone, and my Discord is just flared the fuck up, and I have like 40 messages from Cool Man, just fucking tearing into Far From Home like a turkey.
Welcome to being a friend to Cool Man 229. He does that.
It was just the funniest thing. I was like, I looked at it. I was just like wide-eyed, mouth open. I was like, I don't even know where to begin with this.
From the beginning.
I had to scroll up like a lot. I had to like flick my screen like 4 times, like just scroll.
It just cracked me up because then and right before that he was like, they did not just reference "Go Get Him, Tiger."
Yes, Betty says it.
I
Oh
was like,
yeah, that's right. Oh,
that
cringe.
pissed me off. That pissed me off so much, actually, unironically, because I was like, no, that's MJ's thing. You can't just take that from MJ, the real MJ. Like, how dare
Hmm.
you?
My
And
breaking
then I
point.
remembered I was apathetic to the MCU, and then I stopped caring.
My breaking point. I had a few breaking points, but I think the biggest one was when they gave MILF
Oh.
May the fucking great power comes great responsibility. I was like, no.
You want to know what was funny?
What?
Nobody in my theater cried at that scene.
You have a very based theater then.
No, and I mean, my theater was clapping like seals at a lot of things. Nobody
Mhm.
cried at that scene. Everybody started crying when it was when all the Spider-Man were meeting up, and telling like their tragic past to Peter. Like when they were getting choked up talking about the past, I heard a couple of people in the audience all started to get choked up. Like I was just like, there you go, audience. There you go. That's what I like.
There's the real shit. Yeah.
And they did get choked up when Andrew got choked up too, especially a lot of girls, because to be fair, Andrew's a really cute guy. So when you see a cute guy emotional, a lot of girls are gonna be like, oh. Andrew's hot.
Well, he's a fantastic actor. He's like,
I'm not gonna lie, chat. Andrew's hot. Even though Toby's my boy, Andrew's hot. There, thirsty Angel Red. You had that for the day. Even though I have COVID, I could still be thirsty. Yuck, yuck. But my theater was still a lot of fun. I do wish that I did see. It wasn't in the cards, but I wish I could have seen it with Cool Man. I feel like he would have had more fun if I was with him, especially also if he was in my first night's crowd. Cool Man. I had this drunk couple next to me. They were so funny. Oh my god!
You were telling me about them.
Oh my gosh, they were so dumb, but they were fun dumb. Like they were so stupid. They kept like asking me questions, like whispering to me, like they didn't know anything, and they just kept asking me questions. I kept answering them. But they're like, "You're so smart about comics." Like, I was like, "Thank you," but okay. This tells you how dumb they are. They are like drunker than drunk, and they were telling me, because I was saying, "Oh, you guys should go see Ghostbusters Afterlife. I really like that movie. If you guys want to go see another movie," because they were talking about how they love going to movies, and they're like, "Oh, you want to know what a fun time is?" And I was like, "What?" And I was like, "Oh boy, they're drunk. I can't wait to hear what a fun time is." And they were like, "You should go see that new Resident Evil movie." And I was like, "Oh, I'll pass." Because I'm such a huge fan of the games. I was like, no, I don't think I will.
That's fair enough.
And I had a mocktail. There was this mocktail. It was really good. I told Cool Man to get it. It's
the spider bite.
Yeah, it's a mocktail, chat, not cocktail, mocktail. Because I don't drink alcohol.
It was delicious.
It was very delicious. And I was like, this cocktail, this mocktail tastes really good. And then this drunk couple next to me, they're like, you know what would taste it better about it? And I was like, what would make this mocktail taste better? Please tell me. They're like, vodka. And I was like, yeah, that's probably what I expected.
It sounds like you've already had enough vodka.
They were funny. Like, sure, they were clapping like seals and everything, but I was like, you know what? They're harmless. They're drunk. They're having fun. Look at how happy they are. You know what? I'm happy for them.
Anyway, let's keep going with the video, guys.
Yep.
Bond with other machines. It's what they do. Lagging Vision asks about Sandman's.
Oh no, that's it. That's it. He's moved on already.
It says they bond with other machines. It's what they do. No, it's not. You fuck. Sandman's heel turn. He had no reason not to cooperate with Peter. Yes.
No, he didn't. He didn't have any reason not to cooperate with him.
That's a good question. All right. Let's see how he spins it. I can't wait to see how he spins
Heel
this.
turn. He had no reason not to cooperate with Peter or even fight him. I'm sure he did. He didn't know this guy. He has no reason to trust him. He barely trusted Peter in his reality. He just went.
No.
What about when the Peter in his reality shows up, dipshit?
I've been screaming about this forever. He shows up. He shows up thinking Tom Holland is his Peter Parker. He immediately, his very first instinct is to help him. So, later on, when his Peter Parker shows up, his first instinct is to instead try and kill him? I don't care if he wants to get back to his daughter. That's still his Peter Parker. He was trying to save a person who he thought was that Peter Parker. Like, if anything, Toby should be like reasoning with him and be like, "Hey, Flint, listen, you got to trust me. Like, I'll get you back home to your daughter. I promise. Just help me fight this guy, and I will push that button and send you home." And Flint will be like, "All right, I'm holding you to it, Peter."
Also, I thought of a
Why is he trying to kill
funny,
Toby?
what is it? Yeah. There's also a pretty funny Pokemon meme someone could make about Sandman playing Electro because electricity doesn't affect ground types or something. I was just thinking.
Yeah, it's true.
Anyway, let's keep going.
I
Wants
need
to
more water.
get home and see his daughter. Why should he care if these other guys get cured?
I just want my kids back.
We also had a lot of questions about Doctor Strange. Like,
Oh no, you
Oh,
skipped past the
can't
rest
wait.
of it. If he didn't want to be cured, but he wanted to get back home. But like the other villains don't want to go home. Why is he working with the guys who don't want to go home?
Yeah.
It's not that he's okay. It's not that he's working with them, and that's what makes the scene so confusing. He's not actually there because he wants to help the other villains. I've seen this movie twice. He doesn't want to help the other villains. He's just there because he wants to take the QB thing from them and push the button himself. He's not working with them. He's just fighting. He just wants the QB thing. That's the thing, though, is he should be fighting with the Spider-Man because of, as he said earlier in the scene, the sooner you guys get cured, the sooner I could go home. He should not have a dog in any of this fight. He should have been like, "Look, if you press that stupid button, I'll help you like cure Electro. Just let me go home." And they'll be like, "All right, look, we're just going to cure these two and we're going to inject this thing in you." And he'd be like, "I don't want you to inject that thing in me. I just want to go home." And then Toby will be there like, "No, he never dies." And they'll be like, "Oh, okay." Well, then we don't need to do anything.
And what was I going to say? This one's good. Peter being Doctor Strange in the mirror direct dimension so easily. Can't wait to hear what you have to say.
It's just like in Drake and Josh when Josh figures out how to do pool because of geometry.
Oh yeah, I think you said this in the last.
Anomaly,
podcast.
I'm still upset that I sent you that clip and you didn't use it in your video. It's easy. It's geometry.
I'm sorry about that. I must have just went over my head.
I timestamped.
Yeah, I know. I just that you gotta understand that No Way Home video was a fucking ginormous slog, and I was towards the end. I was just trying to.
I'm not prepared for
finish the
this
fucking
this
thing.
take, so I'm gonna just quickly just run and go get my dog. So just you can
Okay.
talk about geometry, boys.
All right.
Yeah, no, but like,
How was
yeah,
Peter
towards the
able
end of
to
the No Way
overpower
Home video,
magic?
I was just ready to send it out. Like, there's a whole bunch of shit I didn't include, like the Andrew saving MJ thing, and yeah. But I'm pretty proud of the No Way Home video and how much editing I put into it and stuff.
Yeah.
I think I might have went a little overboard with it, but anyway.
All right. Let's hear what his answer is.
He didn't overpower it. He outsmarted it. The movie Doctor Strange was a really
Well, you see, he didn't actually do this. He just, did it. That's not what people were saying.
good job of presenting magic logic.
Herodion.
Sorcerers pull energy from other dimensions.
Geometry consumes all. He outsmarted Doctor Strange, not beat him. It's like, so you're telling me he outsmarted Doctor Strange in the dimension that Doctor Strange fucking controls? And isn't Doctor Strange going to be super fucking smart himself? He's a goddamn surgeon.
Okay, I can confirm he learns how to do magic in like a matter of weeks, and that's considered insanely impressive because he literally spends all his time reading every single book that's there and learning because he's a super genius. That's how he became such a good surgeon. So he learned magic really quickly because he was so smart. And he still struggled to learn it too. Like he completed it faster than anyone else. It's really the main reason why he ended up becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, because he's just that good. But he was already an established genius who put time and work into becoming, this good at magic.
I
Okay.
yeah, look,
I'm back.
yeah, Peter outsmarting Doctor Strange makes no fucking sense, especially if it's in a mirror dimension that Doctor Strange made.
What was his brilliant counter argument?
Oh,
He
he
outsmarted
didn't beat
Doctor Strange. He didn't overpower him. That was his argument.
That's it?
That's it.
Yeah, we're like, how do we beat him? Well, he didn't beat him. He just beat him. It's not...
Even the way
That's it.
Strange
I'm
learns
guzzling
magic
more
is
water.
very
I'm gonna cough up
scientific.
a fit.
How did you get
Energy from other dimensions. Even the way Strange learns magic is very scientific.
how did you get to reattach severed nerves and put a human spine back together bone by bone?
Study and practice. Years of it.
A lot of people asked, why does Strange still have?
Oh, that's it. Yeah, it's logical. Yeah, except that's not what the mirror dimension is. It's not just geometry. It's literally a complete warping of reality, a strange reflection of reality. That's...
Also, Strange is the one in control of it, not Peter.
Yes, he can literally alter it however he wants.
And also, like, that's not how. Like, go back and watch Doctor Strange. That's not how it works.
No.
It's not how a mirror dimension works at all. And what was that? You brought up something again, cool man. It's been a while. The last time I saw Doctor Strange is when it first came out. Freaking. There was a specific reason, like you only like certain people could like manipulate the mirror dimension.
You had to use dark energy.
That's what it was. Dark energy. Thank you. I am so tired. Like I've only got 5 hours sleep last night.
Yeah, and they didn't reference that at all. Like that whole dark energy stuff, the whole reason it was like forbidden is just never brought up.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Anyway, why does Doctor Strange still have the Eye of Agamotto?
Oh, once again, this is just a no-named comment, so we don't know who said it.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone complain about him having the Eye of Agamotto. The whole thing, it's a relic. Yeah, he always had it. Like,
exactly.
it had the time stone in it, but that wasn't it was already a relic.
It just held the time stone.
Yeah.
The Eye of
keep
Agamotto.
going.
Well, the eye is still a powerful relic that just also happened to house the time stone.
Exactly.
In the comic book, Agamotto is a mystical entity, and the eye is just.
Why are you bringing up the comic books? Normies don't care about it. This has no bearing on No Way Home.
He's trying to be super pseudo-intellectual.
He's trying to give himself credibility by bringing up the relevant stuff.
Okay, but that's not even a point. Like a point.
No, it's not.
Be like an expert without actually.
Like, well, okay, I know, but it has no relevance. Like a point would be is like whenever he was bringing up the Green Goblin stuff, like Anomaly. Whenever I was telling you privately that no, Norman Osborn's actually a lot stronger, and I had a cool conversation with Cool Man about this too, and we cite things from not only the Raimi movies but also things from comic books and all the multiple other media, and it's just like, you know, it's just to be like, no, like Norman was always supposed to be this strong. Like that's not saying that the movies never explained this. It's just say no. See, the movies explain this, and he's always been this way. Like that would be a moment to use the comic books to be like, yeah, it's always been this way. Like here's spider sense. Look at this in the comics, spider sense, cartoons, spider sense. This is why he was able to dodge things. Spider sense. Moving on. Like you don't need and in the multiverse the spider sense actually no, that has no bearing on your point. Shut up and actually bring up something that actually has something to do with your point. But then again, this is somebody with a supposed curtain of DVDs. What? Okay, dude, if you ever see this, please, for my sanity, I know I have COVID brain, just for my sanity, because it's actually hurting my soul. Please prove to me that was just a glitch and Cool Man's wrong, and that you actually have DVDs there, because if not, I will die. For my sanity, whoever you are, please. Please prove to me that you just didn't put in effort to make it look like you had to, like, come on. You couldn't. Come on. I feel like if I wanted to appear like a fake nerd, I would just ask a nerd to just donate me some DVD cases.
Yeah.
He's fishing for nerd cred.
This is the thing I don't understand about with fake geek people in general. Maybe this guy isn't one. Like, I'll try to be charitable. I'll try to be nice. Let's say he is an actual legit nerd, okay? Fair enough. What is it with fake geeks that want nerd cred? Like, there's being a nerd isn't cool. You're a nerd. I'm a nerd. It's like when Anomaly trying to say, I'm a weeb angel. No, you're not. Why?
I am now.
No, you're
No,
not.
you're not.
Damn fucking straight I am.
No, you're
No,
not. And like, and
you're-
that's the thing is, why do you want to be one? You're like, yeah, look at me. No, I'm a loser, and I'm happy being one. But that doesn't make me cool.
Not all of us weebs are losers.
First of all, no.
Notice I said
You're just
us
an idiot.
weebs.
No, you're not one.
You're
You're a fake weeb girl.
yeah.
Anyway, all right, let's get back for real. Let's get back to the video though, because
I'm sure the same is true in the MCU. A lot of people wanted to know how Ned could do magic so easily when Strange struggled.
Oh,
with
boy.
it.
I will
Ned
kill
this
this
is the
person.
holy grail of
Oh,
WTF.
you know what he's going to say.
Cool man, rewind it. I want to see
If he's going to do exactly what we all know he's going to do, I'm going to mute because of I don't have the vocal cords to scream, so it's going to sound horrible.
Ned could do magic so easily when Strange struggled with it. Well, Ned obviously has a gift for magic that most people don't. He says that his grandma told him they have magic in their family.
Yep.
Strange struggled to learn magic.
Yes. Yep, that's it. That throwaway line that makes no sense. That's
Oh
it.
my
That explains
God.
everything.
Wow, Ned has magic in his family, and that makes it
I just
okay.
damaged my voice even
But
more by
Doctor
screaming.
Strange had to work hard to study magic because reasons. It's so stupid.
I
Yeah, it's
totally
because
just
he
damaged
sucks
my
and he's
voice
lame.
even more by screaming at that. But I couldn't let you hear that chat. That sounded horrible.
Magic because he tried to force it.
Anomaly, stop lying. You're not a weeb.
You're not a weeb, Anomaly.
Homie,
Tippy's right.
Fairy Tale. These two haven't. I'm more weeb than them.
No,
you know
that's a normie anime, dude.
No, that
Fucking
is one of the
Fairy
most
Tale for
normie
life,
The
bitches.
river into submission.
While Ned is magic because he tried to force it.
You cannot beat a river into submission.
While Ned is a super easygoing guy who just allows things to happen. Like
Oh
when he
fuck
came-
you!
Oh, I gotta mute.
You fucking dumb cunt! Ah, fucking ear poison you are! Jesus Christ!
Yeah, Ned's just a dude. That's why he does magic. Lol.
That pause. Ned is expression fits how stupid his point is. I agree. Fucking hell. That's dumb. That's beyond dumb. That makes dumb look smart.
How many times am I gonna have to mute so chat doesn't hear my ungodly
You're not a fucking weeb,
mucus
Nom.
screaming?
Yeah. Well, what blows me away is like him acting like Strange was like really slow and bad at magic. Like, no, he was shockingly fast at learning magic. That was the point. Like, that's why he ended up becoming the Sorcerer Supreme after only being at it for what, a few months?
He's a
Like-
brain surgeon.
He was a freaking genius. Yes, he struggled with it at first because he's a hyper logical, like cynical realist. And then he had to once he comprehended the existence of magic, he got it really quickly. Like, so having Ned beat him just because lol, there's magic in his family is an absolute cop out.
Yeah, it's. I don't know where the fuck that line came from or who the fuck would take it seriously. But that is.
The line is thrown in just to justify him using magic. That's it. They didn't want to work for it. They threw in a line.
Look at this. This Link fan is like, I'm a weeb, then read One Piece. Yeah, see, the thing about that is I had plans for my life, a wife, kids.
Then you're not a weeb.
family,
Then you're not a weeb. You're
One
not a
Piece,
weeb.
like,
You're not a
completely
weeb.
derail that if I start
You're not a
reading
weeb. You're not a weeb.
it. No, I'm just making fun of how long One Piece is. And just for the record, Link, tell me if I'm wrong, but I've heard I've heard a synopsis of One Piece, and it sounds really dumb, like really
First
dumb.
of
I haven't
all,
read One Piece. I haven't seen
first
it.
of all,
What?
you say that to my face, I will murder you.
What? One Piece is dumb.
I will murder you.
But
You literally you have to know the context, right? Like,
that's the
first
thing,
of
I don't know
all-
that's what I'm trying to
okay,
say.
okay,
I
anomaly.
don't know the context.
Anomaly, let me put it this way. If you read a synopsis of OG Dragon Ball, if you read a synopsis of Bulma getting turned into a carrot by a rabbit, that Goku dealt with by throwing him onto the moon, would you say, "Wow, Dragon Ball's so dumb"?
No, fair enough. Like, and that's what I was getting to. The synopsis I've heard is that, and it was part of, because people say Fairy Tail's a One Piece knockoff and whatever, and Just Stop was addressing that in his Fairy Tail video. So the way he outlined what One Piece is about, he basically said Luffy has to retrieve the One Piece so he can give Shanks his hat back. That's the plot.
What?
That's the synopsis.
No,
That's
no,
what
that's
I heard.
no, no,
What?
no, 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 no.
Now, but now,
That's
just,
no,
just,
no, no.
I-
That's not the plot. That's Luffy's motivation.
okay, all right. Because like when I heard that, I was just like, they made 1,000
Luffy
fucking
wants
episodes
no,
about
no.
this.
Luffy wants to become the king of the pirates, and he wants to. Once he becomes the king of the pirates, he's returning it. Going to return Shanks's hat, his hero who gave that to him, his hat back. Once he becomes the king of all pirates, that's just Luffy's goal. There's a lot of misadventures that happens in between here and when Luffy finally obtains the goal. Basically, One Piece is, we already know what the ending is going to be. Luffy's going to be the king of the pirates. The whole point of the adventure is to see how Luffy gets there.
Okay.
And he meets so many cast of characters, so many
I can
locations,
imagine.
and there's like world government conspiracies and stuff like that. Like there's a lot that goes on in One Piece. It's not just her pirates want to go get a treasure.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
okay. Well,
it's
like,
it's
you
set
gotta
up-
understand from my point of view, like hearing that, you can imagine like that makes this that doesn't do the show any
see,
favors.
Rizzo gets it. Rizzo gets it.
Rizzo really is a weeb.
Yeah, well,
I am a weeb. I've been
I
at this
mean, look,
longer than
I've
most
seen-
people.
I've seen a character called Monkey D. Luffy, pirates, the way
His
the
name is Monkey
the
D. He's
aesthetic
gonna
of the
be
anime,
king
I've just never-
of the pirates.
First of
I've
all, cool
never-
man, you cite that rap to me, I will also kill you.
I don't know. I just look. I can never get into One Piece. I've never really tried to. I don't think I could. It's
That's because
just-
you
I
never
look at
tried
it-
to.
I look at it. No, but look, I don't know.
First of
Pirate
all, One
Adventure-
Piece is a commitment. You get out of it even for a little bit, like I accidentally did in college, and then you get really behind.
I don't know. I just don't think I can get into it. It's too long. I'm too far behind. I'll just wait for Fairy Tail 100-Year Quest and I'll be happy. Which is getting animated, and I can't wait till it does. Yeah.
You know, you could always just read the fairy tale manga in the meantime.
you
well,
could.
I don't read manga for the same reason I don't read comics. It's just
First of all,
it's
then you're not a
expensive to
weeb.
get-
You are not a weeb.
I am if I say I am.
No, you're
No.
not.
Now,
Weebs
yes, I
read
am.
manga. And second of all, expensive. Loser?
Saps
we
read manga
pirate
because it's
this
so
stuff.
fucking expensive.
We
Literally,
pirate.
go
not enough not to.
online, find, read
There-
One Piece
There
online
are
free.
so many manga pirating websites. You are not a weeb.
Oh, well, I mean, excuse me. Excuse me for wanting to support the official release.
Hey,
You're not
One Piece is
supporting
about
what?
pirates.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was gonna say. Like the irony of pirating a pirate manga.
And second
Anyway.
of all, they're fine. We still buy merchandise anyway. That's where
Yeah, I
they
know,
make
I know.
most of their money anyway.
I don't know. I've been meaning to look. I've seen like the fairy tale manga at like my local bookstore, and I've thought about getting it, but like, I honestly wanted to just get the first issue, just as like a little souvenir. Like I'll read it, but I'll be like, I probably wouldn't be able to get the whole manga. It'd be very expensive because like I tried getting the Dragon Ball
The rule
manga,
of
Dragon Ball Z
manga-
manga.
Rule of
in
manga is
color and-
always
and
rule of manga always better than the anime, except for Yu Yu Hakusho. The anime's better. That's just a fact. That's not fiction.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like manga is the true source material always. It's the canon version of what you're watching in anime. But I don't know. I'm just more of an anime guy. I prefer watching it in on my screen, the music and all that jazz. Anime music's top notch, and just hearing characters talk. Like I prefer that method of delivery, even though it's not 100% faithful. It's like obviously it's varying degrees, but like would I be wrong in saying like anime is like 85% faithful to its source material?
It depends on the
It
adaptation.
depends. It really depends. It's very case by case.
True. I mean, the most I've
Even
heard that
some of the
fairy
most
tales
Even
anime.
the most faithful, like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, still takes liberties.
Yeah, it skips over the first 5 or 6 chapters, and then gets right into the main story.
Well,
I've-
there's
I've-
been filler here and there, but like
I have, yeah.
but
I have
we're
also,
going on a weeb tangent, guys.
I know that's just give me a few minutes. I've heard that One Piece's anime is actually has taken several pretty big liberties from its source material. if that
No,
makes
it's had
sense.
several filler arcs, but that's the problem is because like with most anime, once they create a filler arc, is because of that means they're catching up
Yeah,
to
they
the
gotta-
manga, and they
yeah.
have to let the mangaka get a lot further along, so
Yeah.
that way they don't catch up too quickly. So they create a
Yeah.
whole filler arc.
Yeah,
And One
Fairy
Piece,
Tail.
since
Yeah.
it keeps going and going and going, is going to keep creating filler arcs because
Yeah.
it was like 5 years ago or 6 years ago, Cool Man, where Oda, the creator of One Piece, said that he's halfway done with One Piece, and Cool
Yeah,
Man,
it
and everyone were like halfway there.
Yeah. Well, look. Where the fuck was I going with this? I just lost my place. Yeah, Fairy Tail has surprisingly few filler arcs, considering how long it is. There's actually a season. Pretty much all of season 5 is actually canon, but it's anime exclusive because Mashima didn't have time to fit it into the anime to the manga, but he worked on it for the anime apparently. Anyway.
If he says it's canon, then that's when it's canon. If he
No, it
worked
is
on
canon.
it, that doesn't mean it's canon.
It is canon. I actually got to thank Tippy here for
Okay,
pointing
if he
that out
says
to
so.
me.
But there's a lot of things that he works on, but he's like, oh, but this isn't canon, guys. We're like, shut up. You want Natsu and Lucy to get married and have a baby. Like, we know you do. Stop hiding it.
Well, I mean, he even put out the illustration on Twitter, so
He put up multiple things. We're like, shut up. You ship them. Just
yeah.
you're the creator.
Oh, here's
Yeah.
here's their daughter. Here's exactly what she looks like. Here's what her powers would be. But I mean, it's not like I thought about this at all.
And here's Natsu and Lucy in like BDSM gear because they would totally have spanking hot sex. Like,
What?
chill.
Mashima did that too?
Yes, he did.
Oh yeah, you haven't seen that?
Did he actually do
He actually
BDSM
did
with?
that.
He
Yes.
drew that and put that on Twitter. Not to lose. I don't think I want to see it.
It's. I
Um,
mean,
it's not like-
you don't see
It's not,
anything.
it's not explicit.
But you
I mean,
know,
the-
like
the
Lucy's
anime-
clearly in a dominatrix outfit, and she's got like a chain around Natsu's neck.
Oh my god. Mashima's always had a pretty wild imagination. It's actually a pretty funny episode in Fairy Tail where they're doing a bikini contest. It's actually like a battle, like a tournament battle between two wizards. And then it turns into it because they're both women, and then it turns into a bikini battle, and then all the other female contestants join in the bikini contest. It turns into this like out of control fiasco. And then
Anomaly, answer this once and for all.
What?
Have you seen Cowboy Bebop?
No.
Then you're not a weeb.
Okay. But yeah, more my
Have
point,
you
it's like,
seen Kill la Kill?
I was watching it actually. Yeah.
All of it, all the way through in English,
I've watched
dub,
about 10
and sub.
episodes. I watched it. No, just dub. I watched. I'm a dub
Watch
guy.
both, and then maybe you'll be a weeb.
Okay, but what I was getting at is like that episode of Fairy Tail. Like it starts out as like two women in a tournament battle, then it turns into a bikini contest, and then they start trying on like different themed outfits, and one of them was like dominatrix. It got really wild really quickly. It's like,
Oh, it's
where
Fairy
did this
Tail.
come from? It's it's a very interesting anime. Anyway,
Anyways, chat, watch anime. There's a lot of good
Anime's
anime out
good.
there.
So speaking
and
of
watch
anime-
Welcome to Demon School, Iruma-kin. That's or Iruma-kun.
Chat,
a
you
very
should
good-
watch. There's some really good old school anime you should watch, like Yu Yu Hakusho. Oh, that's a good stuff. And Rurouni Kenshin, also good stuff. And Outlaw Star. Outlaw Star is so good. Watch
Outlaw
it.
Star is a classic.
I love Outlaw Star so much. I want to rewatch Outlaw. We should rewatch Outlaw Star at some point. Cool, man.
Yeah. All right. So speaking of Outlaw Star, Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Spider-Man. Let's go
Why
back
are
to
we
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Even though I do adore my anime because I'm a weeb. Let's
You're
go
not
back
a
to-
weeb, but
Oh,
that's cute.
jeez. You weren't kidding, man. Mashima
He's horny.
he is. I mean, to be fair, like, from like the first season of Fairy Tale, like Lucy like has apparently this ridiculously skimpy panty collection. And like when her friends always barge into her house unannounced, they're like, Lucy, do people actually wear this stuff? And she's like super embarrassed.
Well, anime.
Yeah, it's funny. Mashima is a very it's very crude. It's not
Yeah.
is it? All right. I kind of wish I didn't click on your DM, cool man. It's like I didn't really need to see that.
Cool man.
But you
Stop showing him
weren't
rule 3-4.
lying. You weren't lying.
Yeah.
An item
Anyway,
so
let's
easily.
We're boyfriend and girlfriend now.
There are also questions about the spell that attracted the villains in the first place. Mainly that if it was attracting everyone who knew Peter was Spider-Man, then where was MJ or the Harry's Osborn? Were they wandering around like the Spider-Man were? I mean, maybe, but they're pretty clear in the movie that the spell is drawing people toward the universe slowly, but with increasingly more speed. So it would make
No,
sense. if
no,
MJ and
it's a
those other-
cop out for why they didn't include more characters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Are going to show up in the big portal scene later on. Here's one. Why were Toby and Andrew pulled from different points in the timeline when their villains are pulled from much earlier points? So it gets weird when we talk about the multiverse and other dimensions because we have to talk about
Time travel.
No, we don't.
No.
And like, here's the thing. Andrew and Toby were actually taken from what I would say an appropriate point in time because their timelines had already happened.
Now,
They were going,
I can accept people being pulled from different points of time and through multiverses as well if they said we've tampered with time and space.
that's what they say.
Yeah.
But that's not what the multiverse is. That's not what
I know,
multiverse
I know.
concept
They try to make it to some multiverse thing, but what they should have done is it's not just multiverse, but it's also like full on. No, we've tampered with time and space. Like this is not only is it multiverse, but it's also alternate timelines and different timelines. Like you go all in crazy. If you're gonna be comic book, go all in. Don't dance around it. Like they, like comic books are insane. Like comic books go really balls to the walls and they don't. And I get it, normies, but like come on, comic fans, like we're used to this.
Yeah, no, it's look. I mean, I'm in
Also
a
because
ginormous
we get
point
stupid plebes trying to explain this stuff and they can't.
because it doesn't make any sense. And I had a huge part of my video explaining this whole multiverse bullshit and time travel doesn't make sense. Like multiverse is a completely different concept. You're not really meant to do that. And like if you wanted to have Andrew and Toby come from like later on in their timelines like they did and put them into Tom's timeline once their like movies had concluded, that's far more acceptable than taking them out of their timeline and then just selectively cherry picking villains from multiple points in the same timeline because this is about the multiverse, is it not? So
it can be, but what they could have done is they could have merged multiverse with time travel, but for that they would need a villain like that that deals with like that jumps through time and space, and that could be that villain is like recruiting people from different universes from different timelines. Like
yeah,
but they don't. It's just like well, we kind of tampered with space time. Like, wait, why did you tamper with space time? I just wanted you to erase people's memories.
Yeah, like it doesn't make any sense, and this is why it makes so much sense that this is supposed to happen after the multiverse of madness. There was already supposed to be multiverse shenanigans happening, and I think that if they were going to do a spell in this original version, that it wasn't what caused the Spider-Man to come in, because there would have already been multiverse stuff going on, and maybe something added to it that caused just Spider-Man stuff to come through, instead of it just all being caused by this spell, which makes no sense.
Yeah. His cop out for this is such bullshit. I can't believe people ate this up. I really cannot. It really does drive me crazy. Like liking something is one thing, but like just buying bullshit like this is just it's infuriating.
Well, when you love something, it's love is blind.
Anyway, look, let's keep going, guys.
Okay, and anomaly.
What?
Whenever you say to yourself, how can people justify this? Just remember when Coolman and I tried to jump through leaps and bounds defending The Force Awakens.
That was quite a show.
It was. We're ashamed of it. We're still ashamed of it. We'll never be proud of that.
I love you guys for it. It's some of the best entertainment I've had in the past 2 years. Like, thank you for that video. Anyway, let's keep going.
Went back into the past to change an event, it created a new tangent timeline. And then in Loki, we learned that timelines splinter off all the time, sometimes because of a time traveler, and other times because you were late for work.
I'm fine with this. I'm fine with there being multiple timelines. That's not the problem. It's how they're used.
Flat circle if you view it from above. It's more like all of time exists at once. So Doc Ock, Norman Osborn, and the others were pulled away the moment they learned that Peter Parker was Spider-Man.
That's bullshit.
No.
That is a... Like, here's the thing. Like,
and you know why?
I
You know why
actually-
they had to pull Otto from this moment? Because this is the moment where he realized that Peter's Spider-Man. It's the only moment it could have happened. And that sucks because this is also the moment where Peter is about to convince him to overpower his arms. And then I realized, because this is something where we were like, when was Norman taken? Because the movie was really vague on it. And I realized the moment it had to have happened, it only could have been after the Thanksgiving dinner. Because that's when Norman figures out he's Spider-Man.
Yeah. But then again, this is also broken by Sandman, who is not taken from the moment he finds out Peter Parker is Spider-Man, because he's like, "Hey, it's me, Flip Marco. You remember?"
Yeah, it just picks and chooses. And like I said, that's why it'd be better if it was like a villain or something, like some villain that Doctor Strange is like fighting against.
Dormammu was trapped in the other dimension at the end of Doctor Strange 1, and he could be breaking through, and him attempting to bust out could have been what's causing the multiverse to collapse. And it's just...
And it could even cause the time stream to collapse too. You could, as much as I hate Loki, you could even involve that, like the time stream is also collapsing in on itself because of also the multiverse is going haywhack. Like everything is going bonkers. You could go full all in bonkers, but yeah, Electro never knew who Spider-Man was.
We're getting to that. Don't you worry.
It should be Harry. Oh no, he tries to justify that.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I don't know if I'm strong enough for this.
Well, yeah, and we also have to remember that Electro never found out that Peter was Spider-Man. He never knew that. So
that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's keep going.
As for the other Spider-Men, I'm guessing they were pulled from further up in the timeline because it was the same year, 2023, for them. The same year that it was in the MCU. Is
it still 2023 though? Because it is, because it happens right after Far From Home. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
The closest.
But that's not the timeline that Norman or Otto are from. Both of them are from a year apart from each other, a couple of years apart from each other.
He was talking just about the Spider-Man.
Yeah.
About them being pulled from parallel points in time.
Okay, so
which is fine.
What's the justification for Norman and them?
That's
because reasons.
Keep going. Let's let him talk.
A lot of people asked if the villains returned the moment they died, won't they die anyways? Well, not in the case of Norman.
That's a great point.
He wasn't taken from the moment of his death, but maybe in the case of Otto Octavius. But then again, he might find a way to stop his machine before it's too late. He might not even drown himself this time. Zaka and the characters asked,
if he disappeared out of his fucking timeline when he had his claw around Peter's throat, then that city is gone and Peter was dead because no, because
if that means then that timeline would continue on. But if he's popped right back in from the moment he disappeared, then that means that timeline did not continue without him. It would go. But the thing is, if he's popped in from the moment he dies, I'm sorry, he's gonna die anyway because of what happens in that moment. He has a conscience, and he tries to destroy the machine, and he dies doing it. Like,
can I just say though? Can I say, well, again, that's still. I'm just saying, like, for the time he is gone, that city's going to be destroyed. But at the same time, how would that work? He disappears, and then what? He reappears instantaneously? Like, would it be like instant transmission?
Well, it might almost appear to them like he never left. Like, but to Peter, that's probably going to be really confusing because he instead is going to be just like he's
like,
probably about.
Yeah, go. Sorry.
And then he, like, he's just like, we have to stop the machine. A thing comes around his throat, and then suddenly he instantly lets go, and he's just like, we got to stop the machine. And Peter's gonna be like, yeah, huh?
Yeah. Oh, this movie. Let's keep going, guys. We're almost there.
I will say I did like Toby, like how he came in. That was so perfectly Toby. Like
Yeah, it was
awkwardly.
awkward.
After
Yeah.
being fixed, what happens? We've seen them die, and if they go back, that doesn't really change anything, and they still die. And if they don't die, how is the Green Goblin dead in Toby's sequel?
Oh yeah,
So
and
then we're
Electro.
talking-
He died in an explosion, so he's still gonna go back into that explosion, but this time as a normal human.
Yeah, we're gonna get
Which
to
is
him.
going to be very messy.
Let's
Oops.
continue.
About the multiverse. Like Professor Hawk explained, changing the past doesn't change your future.
If you travel to the past, that past becomes your future. And you
Oh,
Okay.
Oh,
Endgame
oh.
had one of the worst time
Oh.
travel in all
Oh.
of fiction.
oh,
Trying to
tried-
quote.
you trying to use Endgame? Oh, I need a moment, chat. Hang on, just press F while I mute.
Well, I don't know why the hell he's quoting Endgame anyway, because multiverse and time travel are not the same thing. So
No, you
I don't
explained
really-
that in your video.
that aside, apparently, what is it? Endgame's time travel thing. I think the biggest problem with the time travel thing is what is it? It's the stones, isn't it? How the stones are used and like taken.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But he's trying to use time travel and multiverse, and the movie.
Yeah.
The movie should use time travel multiverse, but the movie doesn't really. It dances around time, but it doesn't understand how. I need to be.
I think
it's
it broke.
breaking my
I think
brain.
it broke chat. This video is broken chat.
Yeah.
Angel's soul has left her body. Chipster.
F
This
F
is
F
so
F F
stupid.
F F F
This is
F
so
F F.
stupid.
Time travel is messy. F F F F.
It's got 2.2 million views and 68,000 likes, by the way.
That's
Well,
because it's only
Salt the
people who
wound.
liked the movie and saw that it validated them, and then they were like, yes, like.
Well, I mean, this is like a what's his face? Slice and Dice. What's his name?
Oh, Major Lee.
Major Lee, yeah. He made that really horrible Last Jedi video, and that got a lot of likes too from Last Jedi shills. I don't think people like actually listen to his arguments because first of all, he makes a lot of ad hominems, and second of all, really nasty.
You get
personal
to
attacks,
look at women.
and then stupid comments like that. Because I think if people actually listen to what he said, they just want somebody to own the haters. And he's like, "Oh, he's saying things about people we don't like, so therefore, haha."
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
video, like if you stopped and actually listened to it, like listen. There's certain movies that I love, and if I heard a bad take on it, it would annoy me. But I'm like, I'm not gonna like agree with a really terrible video crapping on that person. Like, if it's a terrible video, it's like, for instance, I don't like Civil War the movie. Cosmonaut did a really terrible MCU video on it. Like
Yeah.
for reasons why it should be more like first of all, no, it should never be more like the comics. Cosmonaut, no, the comics are worse, far worse. Bad Cosmonaut, bad. No.
Okay.
Like just like come at it with good faith, and this is just brain dead. Oh, this
yeah.
actually, like, I have a headache the size of Mount Rushmore, and it grows every time I cough, and then it throbs. But this is worse. It's killing my COVID headache, guys.
Okay. Let's get back to the video, guys.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
former
I might
present
survive this chat.
becomes the past, which can't now be changed by your new future.
When those villains return to their own times, they are changed. They will now make different choices. They essentially become Nexus beings like we saw in Loki. Every point they return to is now a Nexus event, which will spawn a new timeline and a new universe. If it
Yes,
weren't
but
for the
that
events of
doesn't
Loki and the
discount
murder
the
of Inhuman-
fact that when Doc Ock goes back to his timeline, he's still going back to a timeline where he dies because of he's literally popped into the moment right before he dies. And in that moment, Peter does what the other Peter does. He, helps him become good again. Like, so
Hmm.
literally the same thing would play out. Nothing would change in that one. And Electro went into explosion. How do you survive that as a normal human?
Yeah.
Mm.
Keep going.
Remains, then none of this would have been possible. The TVA would have stepped in to prune Peter Parker as soon as he showed up on Bleecker Street. Now, here is a big one that we got a lot. Wicco90 says, I don't think
No. Loki was a stupid TV show. And also, Loki kind of destroyed that in his own TV show.
Yeah, they
Like,
don't
why are
exist
you-
anymore.
All right, here's the big one. I don't think Electro ever knew Peter was although his name.
This is beautiful. He's going to say something
Oh.
so mind-numbingly stupid, you're going to
n-
scream.
Oh, no.
Electro ever knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man. And he did not. At least, well, okay, at first I thought, oh, maybe this is like an Electro from a different point in time. Like maybe in the Amazing Universe, Electro eventually finds out his secret. But nope.
No!
He died.
He even says to Andrew in the movie, gee, I thought you'd be black.
No,
Those
he
are the
was
mental
taken.
gymnastics. That's
Yeah,
like
literally, he said that he was taken right before he blew up. He realized this, which means that he was taken from the end of the movie, and then he died. He doesn't just undie.
Yeah, it was just he was probably from a different point in the time period where he figured it out. But he died in that movie. I know a lot of us hate Tasm too, and I know it's been some time since that movie came out. But for the love of all that's holy, at least look up a Wikipedia article.
I recently rewatched it just I didn't like it.
To be thorough, you did it to be thorough.
I had to be thorough. No, to be fair, it's less painful to watch than No Way Home.
Okay, I disagree, but that's okay.
But yeah, I watched
Okay,
it.
but
and yeah,
this
guy has not watched it.
But this doesn't explain how
Yeah, as he's saying, he didn't even know the ethnicity of him. Like, he thought he was black. So by No Way Home, what it is established, he absolutely didn't know who he was.
and he wouldn't be there.
diversity in Jamie Foxx is the reason.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Anyway.
Electro was a white villain originally in the comics.
Yeah. They race bent him for Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Oh, did they?
Which I don't care. Like, it's not like him being white was like for certain characters, certain like characters are defined by a certain like how they look. Like, but certain characters they don't. Like Nick Fury's been white and Nick Fury has been black. Like that's fine because that's two different versions of Nick Fury with radically different personalities. They've made them their own unique characters. And that's fine. You can race bend a character. I don't care unless it's a character where certain characteristics or cultures are very intrinsic to their character. It's like if Disney rebooted Mulan, but then decided she's from Spain instead of China. I would be like, no, she's intrinsically supposed to be a Chinese character. You can't just do that. So like there's certain characters like, yes, they have to absolutely be a certain ethnicity, culture, have a certain look to them. Like, I'm sorry, Mary Jane Watson is a redhead. That is actually a part of a core of her character. Fight me, people who say otherwise. And Peter Parker, like, there's a certain look that Peter Parker has, and you cannot change that. That's why we've made Miles Morales and not changed Peter Parker. Like, but there's other characters where it's not really important to their character, like at all. Like like how many different like versions of like characters you can look into? Like you'll see they're like, oh, there's this version of this character, this version of this character. Like I said, the Nick Fury. Like that's fine if it's not intrinsic to their character. You can do whatever you want. Go mad with the creativity and take that character in a new direction to be like, this is this version of this character in this universe, and this is their personality. But then it's like, okay, but here is this version of this character in this universe. This is their personality, and they also happen to be a girl. Like for instance, Doc Ock. Doc Ock in one comic iteration was a female, and that was the iteration they put in Spider-Verse of Olivia Octavius. Yeah. Like, you can do that. Like, that's okay. Like, if it's not intrinsic to the character, I don't care. Like, It's when you do it, when you're doing it for performative sake. You're like, oh, look at how virtuous I am. Like, I don't think they were doing Jamie Foxx's as Electro to be virtue signaling, because that was way before Hollywood got woke. Like, I think it was just they got an actor that, like, you know, was a liked actor, and they were like, okay, sweet, so we're gonna just change the character. Like, that's fine. I don't care. Like, I know it's just like certain characters do not change them. Other characters, it's fine. You could be flexible with other characters.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. I forget what we're up to with this guy.
We're almost
going-
He's trying to justify Electro.
Yeah.
Does he say that because he just found out that Peter Parker was white? Or did he mean, oh, back before I found out who you were, I thought you'd be black? Here's what I think.
No.
This Electro,
No.
Yeah.
That's not even vague.
That's
Yeah.
not what
He's
he
trying
said.
to
He
run
literally-
mental circles around it.
He literally said in the movie, I didn't even know what you looked like. I thought you would be black.
Yeah, he's visibly disappointed.
Gets worse the way he tries to justify it.
is from a different point in the timeline. He's been changed. He doesn't have a comb over anymore. He's more confident. I think that he did learn that Spider-Man's real name was Peter Parker. Probably he was recruited to join the villain boy band being cooked up in Norman
He
Osborn's
dies in that timeline.
Yeah, literally.
But then he's the only one, because everybody else is taken from a point in a Sony movie.
Mhm.
You're telling me he's from some hypothetical movie that never exists? That he's the only character. All the other villains don't follow that rule. Why is he the exception? Why is he the
Gets worse.
Yeah.
learned Peter Parker's name, but never saw his face. So to him, Peter Parker could still be a black guy. And finally, let's talk about Venom.
Wait, hang on. What happened? Wait, there was actually a part where he was meant to, like, he actually talks about Venom's death. Venom's death. Fucking
that's not
Electro's
how that
death.
works. Well, I knew that Spider-Man's name. That's not how the spell works. It's people who deliberately know Peter Parker's Spider-Man, not just a name. You absolute mute.
No, it's not. It's not even that. It's he's talking about Electro's death, which undermines his whole Electro's from a different timeline bullshit, and he gives a really shitty explanation as to how he could know Peter's Spider-Man.
Well, yeah,
maybe he says that later.
He already did that.
Oh, did he? Where?
Yeah, he did that like 30 seconds ago.
Okay.
Like, because he was saying
this
he was
hurts
from
my
a
vocal
different
cords so much.
Yeah, he was from a different point in the time where he learned that Peter Parker was Spider-Man, but didn't see his face, so he thought he was black. That's his explanation.
No.
Yeah. Well, he
that's
actually
not
says
how it
like when
works.
he was going to get blown up, he was like plugged in and getting data, and when he was getting the data, that's how he found out.
Yeah, he was literally referencing TASM 2. He was literally talking about the TASM 2 and talked about
which Electro dies in.
Freaking
But
moron.
he's saying he didn't die, and then he found out later.
He literally says, "Oh shoot, I was about to die."
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yes.
let's keep going. We're almost now. Get to Venom. Oh boy.
Questions about Venom, many of which we did answer in our Ending Explained video. But here we go again. Why didn't Venom do anything but go get drunk at a bar in Mexico? Because he was on vacation, and this version of Venom is a screw up. He even says,
On my planet, I am kind of a loser, like you.
"This."
What
is
does
the
that have
most
to do with anything?
venomous thing
No, that's not even what he was doing in the movie. He was only getting drunk because he was at a bar. They were just drinking. He was at he hasn't done anything because he was gathering intel on the MCU. That's what the scene
Which
is
he
setting
should
up. because
already
he's-
know because of the symbiotic hive mind. That
Well,
Venom could have just
that doesn't
told
make
him.
any sense because of the symbiotic hive mind anomaly.
Oh.
Because the symbiote hasn't appeared in the MCU yet.
No. Just this is wonderful. You're gonna.
I know. But before we get into that stupidity, the symbiote wouldn't have knowledge of the MCU because if it has not appeared in the MCU. The reason they drop Venom in is so they can drop a little piece of the symbiote there, so
Oh,
that way it
God.
can.
Oh,
Like
God,
it would have no knowledge at all, all of the MCU. That's why he's sitting there in that bar talking to that guy. And second of all, we don't know how long he's been in the MCU. We just know, but probably just like about the same amount of time as Toby and Andrew probably for a day, but yeah, he's drunk at a bar. It's not about him being a loser. He's just drinking while talking to this bartender, getting information on the MCU. Like,
Yeah.
No, but
ugh.
like, no, my point was like, how
I
the hell would he
don't
know that Peter
even
Parker
like
is
love
Spider-Man
this
if he
movie,
didn't
and
have
I
the?
paid attention. Like he didn't pay attention. This,
Yeah, I know, but
I'm
the part that
explaining this better than he did, and this plot is nonsensical.
The part that confuses me though is somehow they get pulled into the
Xander,
MCU.
man, drinking at a bar needs no explanation. True enough, Xander, man.
The part
Sorry,
that
Anomaly, I
confuses
cut you off.
me is basically like he says which is a cop out, mind you. This whole symbiote across universes bullshit. I don't buy for a second, and they just toss.
Oh
the
no,
line in
he
there,
hasn't even really gotten to that yet.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
like the
I know.
part
I know it's stupid. The only reason they put it in there was justification to put in Tom Hardy instead of Topher Grace because Tom
Yep.
Hardy's the more popular one. We all
Yep.
know it. Yeah,
All right.
it's stupid, but that is an explanation. Unlike Electro, which has not even the barest minimum of one.
No, but like what also confuses me is when you say the symbiote hasn't been into the MCU.
It hasn't been. It's never been
but-
introduced in the MCU.
Right.
Oh,
but
no.
he says the symbiotic hive mind spans across
No,
multiple universes,
Anomaly.
right?
We haven't gotten to that yet. We haven't gotten. Let's watch it.
Possibly do.
No.
Sitting around with
He's
Danny
trying.
Rojas,
No. Cool man.
confused-
No, go back. Stop. Don't play it. Anomaly was trying to counter my point.
I wasn't really trying to counter your point. I was just saying, like, this is the part.
I know, but
that confuses me
no.
about the whole-
Yes. He says it spans across multiple multiverses, but it has not in the MCU canon timeline. We have not seen one, so we cannot operate under the assumption that it exists because we've never seen it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
It
how the hell-
might.
but how the hell do you know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man then?
Topher
No.
Grace.
Yeah. It's going
That's
to come
why
up in. It's
it
going
has
to come up
no.
in the
The
video.
only reason Venom has knowledge of a Peter Parker being Spider-Man is that's what the multiverse connection is. It's because of its hive mind. It only got that knowledge through Spider-Man 3's Venom symbiote. Because of that, Spider-Man has a knowledge of a Peter Parker being a Spider-Man. That information belongs now to the symbiotic hive mind. So
Wouldn't that
Tom
pull in
Hardy
just about every
now
fucking
has that
symbiote?
knowledge. That's why it pulled. I know it's convoluted, but that's why it pulls in Tom Hardy rather than Topher Grace.
So dumb. Not to mention, like, wouldn't there have been like? How do we know there isn't a symbiote in the MCU though? It's
Okay,
across multiple multiverses.
Because this movie established that how the symbiote storyline is going to happen is because a little piece of Tom Hardy's symbiote was left behind on the bar stand when he got plopped out. A little piece of him stayed behind in the MCU.
Which doesn't make sense because he got sent back to his universe. That would be like
My brain is already broken. You're gonna.
That would be like
yours.
Tobey Maguire getting sent back, and then like his glove stays behind or some shit, like from his
But
suit.
also,
No, actually,
I
that's
could
even
believe.
worse. because-
I mean, some things don't exist though in the MCU. I mean, like Oscorp didn't, which means
That's
Norman
true.
Osborn never existed in there.
That's true. I don't know. I just find it weird that like of all the universes, the symbiote does not exist in yet. It's the MCU one, but obviously they just do it that way because they need a Venom storyline, and that's the cheapest and easiest way to fucking kickstart one. So why not?
I mean, the easiest way to kickstart one is just have a symbiote that already exists in the MCU. But
I know, but
whatever.
one should because they even said
because we have aliens, like so many different species of aliens already in the MCU. Like I don't see how a symbiote would be really hard, but I guess we're just going to like that's all Tom Hardy was really good for, really. Like I feel like Tom Hardy could do a little bit more. Like first of all, his movies are dumb, but they're fun dumb. They're way funnier than a lot of current MCU movies. I mean, sure, they're stupid, but they're fun stupid.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, my dad and I we still cry ourselves laughing so hard at them.
Anyway, let's
I'm not prepared
Anyway.
for this.
let's keep going, cool man.
Grew up. He even says,
On my planet, I am kind of a loser, like you.
this is the most venomous thing he could possibly do. Sitting around with
No.
Danny Rojas, just confused and getting blackout drunk. I loved it. But the real question is, why was Venom?
He wasn't blackout drunk. He was having a conversation.
He was just having a casual drink. He wasn't like downing 20
Like yeah,
bottles of
like
vodka.
yeah. He was a little bit buzzed, and Venom like was just like, we are drunk. Like that almost implies to me that Tom can actually hold a bit of his liquor, and yet the symbiote can't, which is actually kind of funny to think about when you think about it. But like Eddie was having a full-on conversation with that bartender and constantly trying to ignore Venom, like yelling in his ears, like, this annoys me.
It's going to annoy you even more. Watch what he says.
Venom ever pulled to this reality. He doesn't know Peter's identity or that he even exists. But wait a minute. Yes, he does. In the Let There Be Carnage post-credit scene, the symbiote says,
80 billion light years of hive knowledge across universes would explode your tiny little brain.
the symbiotes share a hive mind that spreads across universes, plural.
Which
That's
is
the key word.
bullshit.
The symbiote hive mind exists in the multiverse, across the multiverse. So, you remember Topher Grace's Venom? He is part of this symbiote hive mind. That version of Venom knew who Peter Parker was. So, in this post-credit scene, Venom
Which
connects Eddie
they
to the
would
hive
pull in
mind.
Topher
Maybe Venom
Grace
had even
too,
shed-
but whatever. But this also has me wondering, like, okay, if that's the case, why didn't the Loki like people like destroy all these symbiotic like hive mind why would this multiverse exist? You're telling me because of Loki destroyed Kang that now a hive mind exists?
Loki destroys
I
Kang.
Anomaly, if you really want something to make you hate humanity, especially Marvel of humanity, watch the Loki TV show.
I've heard Kang
It's
the Conqueror is meant to be like this fucking like Thanos tier villain in the Marvel universe, and Loki. What you tell me? Loki just offs him.
No. It's far worse. It's far worse.
It's even dumber than that.
It's even dumber than that. Anyway,
if I had another 4 hours and we're already at 40 minutes, I would tell you why everything is stupid, but I don't want to do that because if I already have a huge headache and everything, I'm dying.
Well, we're almost there. We're like less than a minute, so let's wrap it up, shall we?
Yes, please.
Got himself off from the hive mind after leaving his people. So the moment he reconnects to the hive, Venom learns that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and this knowledge pulls him into the MCU.
But you're saying that only happens after they come to the other multiverse. But how could they have gotten pulled in?
No. It's not. It doesn't happen after they come into the multiverse. The moment Venom says, "Hey, you want to sync our minds up to the hive mind," and then the moment they gain that knowledge, then Strange's spell pulled him in.
And of course, it just happens to happen at that exact moment.
Yes, it's all really jumping through loops. Like this is somersaulting and cartwheeling through all sorts of loops just to justify a coincidence of putting him here for just a post-credit scene. That's all it was for. It was for a post-credit. Like, talk about really wasting an actor.
I mean, I think they've wasted Tom Holland, to be perfectly honest.
I know, but at least Tom Holland had more scenes.
Yeah.
Tom Hardy was just post-credit. Like, come on.
And when he sees Peter Parker, he even says,
like, okay. Another thing that this really pissed people off is because people were hoping that this was Sony's justification to like have him interact with Spider-Man, so that way Venom can finally properly have the spider on his suit like he's supposed to. And he's just there for a cameo, and they immediately blip him out.
I hate that so much. I was actually really angry
we got a
when I
bot
got
in the
to...
chat.
Oh.
Somebody ban them. Mods,
Cool,
you know
man.
what to do.
Look, I got the video up. I'm running that. I can't do everything.
Who's in the chat? Ghost, Wolf, you in the chat?
I got it. I got this. There we go.
Bye
Righto.
bye, bot.
Let's keep going. We're almost there.
Be
He
gone,
promptly
but
gets blackout drunk and listens to an MCU podcast. Should have watched ours. It's only 15 minutes long. Well, if you have any
I'm
more
not going to
questions
watch
or
another one of
plotholes,
your
let me know in the
stupid
comments
videos.
below or at me on Twitter. And if it's your first time here, please subscribe and
Okay, we're
No,
done.
Thanks. We're done.
I hated every part of this.
That
awful.
was agonizing and shit. But I had fun doing it with you guys and with chat. Thank you so much.
The
for
theory
watching,
of the fake DVD collection was I was not prepared for that.
All right,
I know.
guys.
I was noticing that, and I'm like, nah, I'm probably just seeing things. And I saw it again. And I'm like, no, it's flapping like it's a curtain. I'm like,
I want to have some hope in humanity and hope that was just some weird glitch on his camera. I want to believe.
I want to believe.
Anyway, look, guys. Ordinarily, I'd stay and we chat for a bit longer and
No,
whatnot. But
I'm too tired.
I actually have to get going like pretty urgently. I have to go get my car from the Smash repairs.
I stayed on way
Pay the
longer
man.
than I intended to. Like I'm not
So did
feeling
I.
well chat at all.
Yeah, I did not expect this to go as long as it did.
Yeah. Well, look, guys. Again, thanks very much for watching. Thanks to the patrons. Thanks to the YouTube members. Thanks to all the nice super chats. Thanks for participating in the chat and all your funny memes and kind remarks and all that. Thanks
someone in
for
the chat
bearing.
brought it up. It could have been a green screen, cool man.
It could have, yeah. It could have been.
Oh, that's true.
Thanks for bearing with us while I went through this mess. Hopefully, I'll have the No Way Home video back up on the main channel soon. Just waiting to hear back from YouTube. And then once it's back, I'll start working on other videos for this channel. But I think the next video is going to be for the NOMZ gaming channel. But yeah, content's coming. I think I might have a little bit more time on my hands now with this new job that I can start making more videos. Definitely check out Cool Man's channel. I've linked it in the description. And yeah, guys, we'll see you next week. Take care and bye for now.
Bye.
Wait, why would you green screen a bunch of DVDs?